Chapter 51 Let go of the Forbidden Forest. There is no longer a dragon. Thank you. Hagrid wiped the drops of water off his face. Even though Marks put out the fire in time, Hagrid's beard was still burnt a lot. Hagrid, are you okay? Marks asked. I'm okay, but Norbert is a bit too lively. Maybe he just came out of the eggshell and was so excited. Hagrid didn't care about his scorched beard at all. But it was for Norbert's behavior. Find a reasonable explanation. You call this lively? Marks looked at Norbert's mouth full of fangs and sparks from his nose from time to time, and pulled the corners of his mouth. Hagrid's love for huge beasts can be said to be completely spoiled. Thinking of this, Marks suddenly realized that raising a dragon to get blood may not be as simple as he thought before. The sudden accident also caused Harry and Ron to squeeze a cold sweat. And Hermione said angrily, "This can't be explained by being lively, it almost burned you." Hagrid, isn't it all right now? Hagrid muttered in a low voice. Hermione, I will help watch if I have time. There shouldn't be any major problems. Marks also exhorted. This is a fire dragon. It only takes a month or two to grow as big as a house. Hermione glared at Marks very dissatisfied. If Hagrid is found to have kept a fire dragon in private captivity, Hagrid will be caught in Azkaban. Just send Norbert away before then. Ron, should your brother Charlie study fire dragons in Romania? When Norbert grows up, we can let Charlie release Norbert into a wild environment. Marks proposed. He just wants to get the dragon blood, so Marks doesn't care about Norbert's future whereabouts. Send Norbert away? No, you can't do this. Emmett's mother, he is so fragile. What should I do if I was sent to the wild and was bullied after he left? No one can separate us. Hager suddenly became anxious. Up, bang. Hagrid had just finished speaking. The teacup on the table was swept to the ground by Noba's tail, and it fell to pieces. Then Noba fought hard with his mouthful teeth and the iron teapot, bit the pot into a pit, and a claw made a hole in it. The brutal performance made everyone firmer in their determination to send Norbert away. Marks felt that if Norbert was sent to Romania, the only thing to worry about was the wild animals there. You can't keep it forever, Hagrid, Hermione reminded. Maybe we can put it in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid paid his attention carelessly, and assured him with a pat on his chest. You can rest assured that I have a wealth of experience in releasing life. I don't do this kind of thing once or twice. Aragog has stayed in the Forbidden Forest well. Never hurt anyone. Aragog, you still keep other things in the Forbidden Forest? Harry looked at Hagrid in shock. He didn't expect that Hagrid was not the first time this dangerous creature had been kept in captivity. No, there is nothing. You must have heard it wrong, Hagrid anxiously defended, but the explanation seemed pale and weak. Aragog is an 8-eyed giant spider. Marks said. At this time, the identity of Aragog was revealed, and Marks also wanted Harry and the others to stay away from the Forbidden Forest this semester, so as not to run into Kino wandering there. Although there is no complaint from Malfoy now, they are unlikely to go to the Forbidden Forest. How do you know that Aragog is an 8-eyed giant spider? Hagrid looked at Marks in surprise. He didn't mention Aragog's identity just now, or did he accidentally leak it before? Giant spider? I mean, how big a spider can be? Harry was very curious. Probably it's about the same size as this room. Maybe it's a little bit smaller. Marks glanced at Hagrid's room from side to side, then thought about the big spider that appeared in the original book, and counted those with long legs. They should be about the same size. You have to believe that Aragog is a good boy and won't bite, Hagrid defended with a guilty conscience. And Harry and the others didn't believe a word at all. Ron even thought about what a spider the size of a house would look like. He thought it was a nightmare. I swear I will never go to the Forbidden Forest. Ron collapsed. Hagrid, the Forbidden Forest is too small and too close to Hogwarts. The next dragon that is impossible to hide will be discovered sooner or later. Marks persuaded that the creatures in the Forbidden Forest were miserable enough. Norbert lived in, afraid that it would not be another batch of extinction. But I just had it. Hagrid looked at Norbert reluctantly, and said dejectedly, we can wait a month for Norbert to grow up and send it away. If it is too young, Norbert will not be able to survive independently in Romania. Marx thought of a compromise. After Hagrid hesitated for a long time, he finally agreed. Hermione, Harry and others had no objection, because Marx was right, and Norbert, who just came out of the shell, did not have the ability to survive in the wild. After deciding to send Norbert away a month later, Hagrid was lost for a while before he regained his strength, and cherished the remaining time together. MTLnovel.com. Marx looked at the ugly little fire dragon in front of him. The enthusiasm for caring was not weaker than Hagrid, and he had already wondered how to secretly draw a tube of blood while Hagrid was not paying attention. However, since it will take some time for the blood fusion potion to be successfully brewed, Marx had to bear the temper temporarily. After all, once the blood leaves the body for more than 3 days, the activity will be greatly reduced. Marx is not sure whether this will affect the magic, the effect of the medicine. Before that, Marx decided to make a good relationship with Norbert first, just like he played Fox, so that he would not encounter too much resistance when he took blood later. After having this idea, in the next period of time, Marx succeeded in becoming a glorious dragon breeder. Or more commonly known as the Shovel Officer. Originally, Marx thought that raising a dragon was a novel and happy thing, but after a few days of work, he had experienced a lot of novelty, but he couldn't be happy at all. As a Norwegian Ridgeback, Norbert is really too irritable. For example, the sparks from a sneeze burned the furniture, or he chewed on the bed or the fireplace at every turn, making it all covered with tooth marks, and occasionally with extreme excitement, Hagrid's cabin was messed up. At the end of a day, he has to cast clear water like a spring at least several times, and countless repair spells. Otherwise, this hut would have collapsed. As the owner of the hut, Hagrid doesn't mind at all, even though he just lay on the grass overnight because of the burning of the bed yesterday, until the next afternoon Marx restored his bed with a healing spell to the original state. Even so, Hagrid insisted on claiming that Norbert was just a little restless. This is a sign of the health of all babies. Chapter 52. It's still a baby without a full moon. Hagrid's overspoiling made Marx a little tired, because his plan to brush up on his favors was seriously frustrated under his diligent feeding. Except that Norbert grew to the size of a half table, he still looked arrogant and irritable at the beginning. In order to brush up on good feelings, Marx can be said to have exhausted methods, including but not limited to rubbing Norbert, shoveling shit, feeding, etc. Even catches and grills fish personally. After the operation of this skewer, the goodwill is not brushed much, and the level of barbecue cooking has improved a lot. In the column of system knowledge and theory, a second-level skill called cooking was added, plus Marx secretly added a little stimulating potion to enhance the taste, and for a while, grilled fish became Noble's favorite food. Except for the routine house demolition, Norbert spends most of his time leisurely lying next to the stove and grilling the fire, waiting for Marx to cook the fish and opening his mouth lazily, waiting for Marx to automatically prepare the food. Bring it to your lips. After several times to no avail, Marx couldn't bear it and decided to get something hard. Otherwise, as Norbert's figure grows bigger and bigger, Marx wonders if he can subdue it. Clear water is like a spring. On a sunny afternoon, while Norbert was happily burning his home, Marx directly poured it up with clear water like a spring. The water that appeared out of thin air directly hit Norbert's dragon face. This bear child, who had not been hit since his birth, was directly stunned, and the flame that was spit out of his mouth was extinguished in his mouth before it was ejected. Wow! Noble, who felt that his authority had been challenged, uttered a naive dragon moan after a brief period of bewilderment, and then rushed towards Marx with a flick of his tail. Marx waved his magic wand freely, and the wooden board underneath directly cracked and deformed and jammed Norbert's limbs. Then Marx activated the torn sheets into hemp rope and tied the big mouth that was about to breathe fire, then used the deformed collar to contain its destiny neck. Norbert, who was originally fierce, now has no deterrent power besides flapping his wings in place. Marx rolled up his cuffs and stepped forward. It makes you breathe fire. It makes you tear up the furniture. It makes you picky eaters. It makes you grow so fast. Makes you sleep. Marx vented all his anger over the past half a month, and punched Norbert's head with punch after punch. Fortunately, because he was not long before he was born, Norbert's body was still crumpled and thick. Although Marx's punch was a bit painful, it was still acceptable. After some venting, Marx stopped panting, while Norbert was aggrieved and flapped his wings, not understanding why he was suddenly beaten. Relieved a bit, Marx, taking advantage of Hagrid's absence, was ready to try the dragon breeding manual that I had read before, and the techniques for taming young dragons were on it. The first step is to establish authority. At least let the dragon trainer not be linked to food. In the eyes of the fire dragon, it is best to let it understand that it is in the position of obedient. Generally speaking, when the two sides meet each other and the fire dragon is afraid to retreat, authority is initially established. Marx did as soon as he thought of it, and immediately stared at Norbert, who couldn't move. Even in order to improve his viciousness, Marx grinned deliberately, but after staring for a few minutes, Marx's eyes were so sore that Norbert was still the same. Is something wrong? Marx tilted his head and looked at the mirror that was not far away. Through the mirror, Marx saw what he looked like at this time. It didn't seem to be vicious at all, even inexplicably cute. Marx sighed. It's not his fault to be handsome. In this regard, Marx had to use the transformation curse to temporarily create a two-handed sword that was more than 1 meter long and held it high in the air. The sharp double-sided blade was faintly shining with cold light, and there was an evil smile on his face. Walk away. Of course, the two-handed sword is just a look. It's actually completely hollow inside. Otherwise Marx wouldn't be able to hold it. But Norbert didn't know this. He watched the figure of Marx holding the huge sword getting closer, desperately trying to struggle, and creaked the floor that bound his limbs. Marx deliberately slowed down the speed of walking, killing Norbert's irritable temperament, and when he walked in front of him, when Marx hesitated whether to cut it, Norbert decisively accepted it. Marx nodded with satisfaction, put down the pretending giant sword, and then he can gradually train Norbert's obedience. Thinking that he had been so diligent for so long before and had nothing, Marx was furious. If he had known this smoothly, why should he be a shoveling officer for so many days? Noble, get down. A few hours later, Marx, who was a safe distance away, gave orders to the young dragon not far away. Noble reluctantly got down on his body, and then Marx threw the grilled fish on the table over. Noble ate the fragrant grilled fish. Mentalnovel.com. He smashed his mouth depressedly. Although the rope on his mouth had been untied, Noble was wise not to try to use the fire-breathing fish. The demon in front of him burned to death, because the previous failures told him that the demon in front of him has mastered the farthest distance of its fire, so it is not only useless, but also suffers various punishments. Watching Norbert obey the order and start to eat the food he gave, Marx's heart is full of accomplishment. It is worthwhile that he has been practicing the same instruction all afternoon. Seeing that the sky was almost the same, Marx estimated that Hagrid was about to return, and waved his wand to lift the transformation curse that bound Norbert's limbs. Norbert stayed where he was, and he didn't look like he had rushed up violently before, because the two-handed sword, which was more than 1 meter long, was quietly placed within Marx's reach. Sure enough, just 2 minutes after Marx lifted the curse, Fangs screamed outside the hut, followed by the sound of pushing the door, and Hagrid's big face with a weird beard appeared in front of the door. Marx, how is Norbert today? Hagrid asked casually. Marx was about to answer when he saw that Norbert suddenly seemed to have been beaten with blood. His limbs and wings flapping towards Hagrid, the long eyes of the goose egg were full of tears of grievance, as if he had been bullied outside the cub returned to its mother's embrace. Oh, Norbert, good boy. Hagrid experienced this treatment for the first time, and he couldn't even believe it. He only noticed the big teardrops dripping from the corner of Norbert's eyes and the bruises on his face. "Something is wrong. You hit it, my God. It's still a baby without a full moon." Hagrid stretched out his hand and touched Norbert's fang's head, very distressed. Chapter 53 Norbert, I just provided it with some training, Marx explained, trying to hide behind him a two-handed giant sword not much smaller than him. After all, it was too late to lift the Transfiguration curse at this time. Hagrid looked at the big sword that was more than 1 meter high, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Fortunately, Hagrid looked around and didn't find any cuts on Norbert's body, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Knowing that he couldn't help it, Marx waved his magic wand to turn the giant sword back into a broom, and said directly to Hagrid, "Hagrid, you are so spoiled for Norbert. We have to find a way to discipline him. Otherwise, it will take down your house in a few days. And we must also teach it to hunt and fight skills through training." Marx then added, "But Norbert is too young. You will scare him like this." Hagrid hesitated. "Noble, get down," Marx said suddenly to show Hagrid the results of his training deliberately. Already in a few hours of training, Norbert, who had initially formed a conditioned reflex, subconsciously lay down, until he realized that he had a backing. Then he got up again, hid behind Hagrid, and faced Yi. Fan showed his fangs. These two general behaviors made Marx a little bit to laugh. Hagrid also saw the transformation of Norbert, and he was a little bit happy, but also a little bit disappointed, as if he had finally seen some growth in his child. "Otherwise, how about waiting for Norbert to grow up?" Hagrid asked Marx in a low voice. "If you still want to raise Norbert for a while, you'd better train it now." Marx shook his head resolutely. What a joke. Marx doubted whether he could fight anymore. "It's been Norbert." Marx's words were like the last straw, crushing the balance in Hagrid's heart, because he knew that Marx was right, and Norbert would soon be exposed if he continued like this. "All right, but don't make your hands too heavy during training," Hagrid said distressedly. "Hagrid, if you have time, we can train Norbert together," Marx said to Hagrid with a thought. If Hagrid, the hybrid giant, was supporting him, there would be no need to use the Transfiguration curse to bind him during training. Hagrid's power would definitely make Noble lose the ability to resist on the physical level. Hagrid thought of the appearance of Marx commanding Norbert just now, and for a while, he was a little moved. Although Norbert's demolition of the house seemed to him to be very lively and cute, who wouldn't want a lively and obedient child? "Well, but I will be patrolling in the Forbidden Forest in the near future, so I only have time in the evening," Hagrid said. "Forbidden Forest? Is there something going on there?" Marx's heart tightened and asked. Hagrid hesitated for a while, wondering if he should tell the matter, but couldn't hold back Marx from asking again and again, and finally revealed some information. A unicorn was attacked. Fortunately, it escaped in time. It was only injured. "I think the purpose of patrolling in the Forbidden Forest is to figure out what attacked it. The other party did not succeed this time, and it is likely to come back again." Hagrid's tone seemed a little low. He couldn't imagine what kind of evil creatures would attack the holy unicorn. Marx fell silent, because he knew very well that Chino must have attacked the unicorn, but he couldn't stop it, because he had tentatively reported Chino with Harry and the others before, but Dumbledore obviously did not intend to deal with Chino now, and the same result would be the same again. Marx has already regretted his behavior to change the plot in order not to be disturbed, because in this case, Hagrid, who frequently enters and exits the Forbidden Forest, is likely to be in danger. Hagrid didn't know Marx's concerns. He just muttered and cursed the murderer who attacked the unicorn, then turned to discuss with Marx enthusiastically about how to train and raise the dragon. Marx only temporarily suppressed the worry in his heart and explained it to Hagrid. Ben also felt that he had found Norbert, who was backing him. Seeing Hagrid's gradually changing expression, he shuddered inexplicably. In the next few days, what Marx worried about never happened. With Hagrid's help, Norbert lost the last bit of resistance. Hagrid also found new pleasures in training. from teaching Norbert to get down to turning over to breathing fire. All kinds of instructions were full of fun. Made a certain Norwegian ridgeback who was accustomed to tearing down the house every day, sleeping, and roasting the fire. It was very uncomfortable, and even felt unlovable. When I eat grilled fish every day, I can feel that there is still a little warmth in the cold life. Marx, we can't go on like this. In the quiet library, Hermione's anger suddenly resounded with a little helpless voice, which attracted the attention of other little wizards, and even Mrs. Pince looked over here. The little witch blushed. You were reading www.you-can-su. Lowered the voice a bit. The exam is coming soon, we should review it now. Instead of reading these books that are not related to the exam. It's just a test. Do I still need to review it? It's time for the meeting. Marx put down the tame fantastic creatures in his hand and said strangely, it's just a meeting. It's not that easy to get an excellent in the exam. As the exam date gets closer, Hermione becomes more anxious. In my free time, I would discuss dragon breeding methods with Marx for a while, but in the past 2 days, Hermione has devoted herself to reviewing, especially my transfiguration curse. Compared with Marx there is still a big gap. I can't imagine what it would be like if the transfiguration class test is smashed. If I only get an E exceeding expectations, how disappointed Professor McGonagall would be. Hermione pursed her lips and said depressed. Next to them, Harry and Ron, who were trying to carry their knowledge points, raised their heads innocently. They didn't understand what Marx and Hermione were talking about. In their opinion, as long as the exam is not P-bad or D-bad will do. Oh, excellent evaluation is too far away from them. Hermione, your transfiguration charm is actually very good. Many senior students are only at this level. There is no problem with getting high scores in the transfiguration class exam. Marx closed the book and said. His words didn't comfort Hermione. The last time Hermione used the transformation curse, Marx roughly judged that Hermione's transformation curse should have been upgraded to level 2, which is a level that most of the little wizards in the 3rd and 4th grades can reach. Even if Professor McGonagall is picky, he will not be stingy with an outstanding evaluation. Chapter 54 Dragon Blood and Bad News. Yes, I heard George and they said that Marx's level of transfiguration is okay to participate in OWLs. Harry couldn't help but interject. He thought Hermione was good enough, and if he complained, he and Ron would not have to live. Feeling that Hermione's interest is still not high, Marx persuaded her again. It's not good to always be tense before the exam. You should relax with a combination of work and rest, or it will affect your performance. Harry and Ron immediately put down their books and nodded again and again. They thought Marx's words were very reasonable, and it was really exhausting to study all the time. Marx ignored them and continued. Noble, I have almost trained. Charlie will come to pick up Norbert in the next few days, and we can go and see it together during the holiday today. For the past week, Hermione has been soaking in the library to review. Sometimes she doesn't even care about eating, so Marx wanted to take this opportunity to relax her. No, what's so good about dragons? I'm going to review basic transfiguration spells again. Hermione stubbornly shook her head. She wants to get the first place in every class, even in transfiguration classes. Exception. Never mind other aspects. At least in the exam she is best at. She doesn't want to lose to Marx. Harry and Ron are the opposites. They have already thrown aside the boring books on the history of magic and asked about how to train the dragon. Marx didn't hide it. He told them the process of training the dragon with Hagrid. He also specifically controlled the volume so that Hermione, who was reading, just could hear it. Because of sitting in the corner of the library, Marx is not worried about being heard by others as long as it is not very loud. After hearing that Norbert has grown to be bigger than the table and can still follow orders to jump, turn over, and breathe fire, Harry and others are very excited and want to see it. Marx said, while quietly paying attention to Hermione. The speed of the little witch's turning of the book was obviously much slower, and most of it was a little emotional. Noble can fly now. Don't you want to try the feeling of riding a dragon? Marx strikes the iron while it's hot and takes out his assassin. It's so close to the castle. What if you are discovered? Hermione finally couldn't help but asked. We can go in the evening and fly a little bit lower. As long as we are careful, we shouldn't be spotted. Marx smiled. Hermione nodded, and subconsciously wanted to continue the review. But within 2 seconds she closed the book with a pop, and then glared at Marx angrily. Her mind was full of dragons, and she was completely can't see those review materials anymore. A few hours later, Marx was sitting outside Hogwarts' house with a chair, lazily giving instructions. Noble, jump. Noble, come and roll over. Nuobu, let's breathe a fire. You are already a 200 eldest child. You have to learn to cook fish for yourself. On the lawn not far ahead, a certain large and fierce-looking Norwegian ridgeback was happily rolling on the ground, and according to Marx's instructions, it sprayed a hot flame at the fish grill. Then he bit the grilled fish rack with a big mouthful of fangs, flapped his wings, and ran up to Marx's limbs together, put the 2 grilled fish in the basin, and waited for Marx to sprinkle the potion that enhances the taste. Later, eat it again. Marx stretched out his hand and stroked Norbert's head to show his closeness, and felt that he was a fire dragon. He grew fast. This was just over a month's work, and his size was several times his size. This is so cool. Ron, who watched as he watched, stretched out his hand and wanted to follow Marx to touch Norbert's wings. Harry and Hermione also looked a little hot. Don't move. Marx suddenly drank it. Ron shook his body and was taken aback. After recovering, he wanted to say a few words, but he turned his head and found that Norbert's big head was close to Kaichi, with fangs. There was still yellow turbid saliva on it. Ron then realized that Marx was not speaking to himself, so he sat down on the ground in shock, and Harry quickly stepped forward and helped him up. It's so hard. Marx stretched out his hand and hammered Norbert's big head, letting it take his fangs back, and the hard scales knocked his fist a little bit painful. Marx, haven't you tame it? Ron asked with lingering fear. How long is this? How can it be so fast? It can only be said that some preliminary results have been achieved. Marx shook his head. Don't look at Norbert's obedience to him now, but this is the establishment of a big stick and a grilled fish before authority. When Norbert gets older and realizes that he, the dragon trainer, is not as strong as he thought, then this relationship may collapse at any time. But now it's okay to stop Norbert. After a period of comfort and warning, Marx confronted a few people who were afraid of wanting to fight the dragon. If you want to touch it, you can now. Ron, who was scared just now, did not dare to approach for a while, but Harry stretched out his hand bravely. Hermione, please try it too. Marx looked at Hermione, who was struggling. MTLnovel.com. Hermione originally planned to refuse. After all, it was too dangerous, but in the end she couldn't help it. The temptation of petting the dragon, she put her hand on Norbert's head. Although the hard scales feel a little awkward to the touch, the little witch was very excited when she touched a creature like a dragon for the first time, and the corners of her mouth were unconscious. The hooked up. Although Norbert is very uncomfortable with the behavior of a few strange dwarfs touching on him, it is difficult for Marx to flap his wings and shoot them out because of Marx's presence. Marx carefully observed Norbert's expression and movements during this time, and made sure that it would not violently temporarily, and then relaxed a little. In the past month, with the help of How to Train the Dragon, Marx has already successfully collected enough dragon blood, and the fusion potion in the responsive room has also been brewed. He only needs to add the dragon blood to it. I just frowned when thinking about the evaluation of the items he checked before when he thought of the dragon blood he had collected before. Magic item, dragon blood. Description: this is the dragon blood extracted from the juvenile Norwegian ridgeback. Its activity and magic are inferior to that of the adult Norwegian ridgeback, but it has the same potential. Although Marx expected this situation, he was still a little depressed when he got the information. Fortunately, the potential of the young Norwegian ridgeback's blood is basically the same as that of the adult, which means that it only takes more time to develop the potential, which makes Marx relieved. Immediately decided to add dragon blood tonight. Just as Marx was wandering beyond the sky, a stern dog barking suddenly came out of the forbidden forest. Then, in the bushes not far away, a big bloody, limping dog ran towards Marx. Come. Chapter 55. If I say it a few times, there are no dragons in Hogwarts. Yeah. Marx recognized it at a glance and rushed forward. Yaya also rushed into Marx's arms, whimpering in horror, and traces of blood remaining on his legs. It's hurt. Harry also noticed this, and ran over quickly. Ron also not to be outdone. It looks like a curse, but fortunately, it didn't hit its head. It was just a scratch. Hermione was much calmer than the two. But it was this calmness that made Hermione think of even more terrifying things. Maybe Hagrid had an accident in the Forbidden Forest. Hermione was also a little anxious at this time. Perhaps after understanding Hermione's words, Fang immediately got out of Marx's arms, biting Marx's trousers with his teeth and dragging it aside. This is undoubtedly confirming Hermione's guess. Harry and Ron, two reckless men, were about to rush into the Forbidden Forest to rescue Hagrid, but were stopped by Marx. It's too late, it's too slow to run now, and Hagrid and Yaya can't deal with enemies together, and you can't help it together. The best thing to do now is to go back to the castle and inform the professor. Among the people present, only Marx knew that Hagrid was going to track down the reason why the unicorn was attacked these days. That is to say, it was very likely that he had encountered Kino possessed by Voldemort. Marx also didn't expect that he would stop Malfoy from eavesdropping on the dragon egg, which would lead to such a result. But Hagrid is dangerous now, we have to save him. Harry knew in his heart that going back to find reinforcements is the best solution right now, but as Marx said, it might be early for Hagrid this time. It's cold. That's why I said you were going back. Marx sighed, and then jumped onto Norbert's back amidst everyone's surprised eyes, and sat down firmly with the dragon's horns. Marx, are you trying to? Hermione realized something suddenly, and her face was surprised. Yes, I can't run fast. I might be able to catch up with Norbert. Marx nodded. This matter is related to him, and he naturally can't ignore it. Then Marx looked at the big dog on the ground. Yeah, come up. You have to show the way later. The timid Fang looked at Norbert's huge and hideous body, and clamped his tail in fear, but under Marx's constant calling, he still plucked up the courage and jumped up. Good. Marx didn't expect that Yaya, a cowardly dog, could really conquer fear. He had thought about making Hermione or Harry hug Yaya just now. If you tell the professor, Ron alone will be enough, and I and Harry can go with you. Seeing Marx about to move on her own, Hermione was very worried. Harry also solemnly nodded, only Ron was at a loss. Why can't he go? Marx glanced at Harry, somewhat moved. After all, to deal with Kino who was possessed by Voldemort, Harry was a trump card. No, Norbert can't stand the weight of the three of us. After hesitating for only a second, Marx dismissed the idea. Norbert is only more than a month old now, and it is awkward to fly with him and Fang. And in order to avoid exposure, Chino should not face the enemy head. He and Norbert are enough. Norbo, fly. Marx stretched out his hand and patted Norbo's head. The young Norwegian Spinosaurus flapped its wings, hung a gust of wind, and flew directly into the sky with the support of its forelimbs. Marx grabbed the dragon's horns as a steering wheel, and let Yaya guide the way. This big human dog didn't care about the horror of flying into the sky suddenly, and only barked in the direction he came. Marx understood in his heart, pulling the dragon's horns and guiding Norbert to fly in the direction that Yaya's eyes could reach. Although the matter of raising the dragon has been exposed these days, Marx has been restraining Norbert from letting it fly high in the sky, but occasionally Marx would still ride Norbert in the low air while taking advantage of the darkness. After all, the temptation to ride a dragon is still great, at least Marx can't stand it. Because of this, Marx is sure to save Hagrid. Just after Marx flew away on Norbert, the remaining three of Harry, Hermione, and Ron rushed to the school non-stop. Let's let it. Harry picked Ron and Hermione on a rampage. They wanted to go directly to the principal's office, but halfway through, they seemed to have no password to enter the principal's office. In the end, Hermione remembered that Professor McGonagall would do it in the 3rd grade class. So, the three of them violently hit the door and broke in. At the moment when the door broke, in the classroom, a pair of eyes looked over at once, and what made Harry and the others feel more pressured was Professor McGonagall's glaring anger. Mr. Potter, if you don't have a reasonable explanation. Professor McGonagall was prepared to scold a few people with a calm face, but Harry and Ron were forcibly taken away before they were finished. You are reading www.uucansu.com. Professor McGonagall. Something big happened. Let's go first, and then explain to you on the road. Hermione only had time to explain, and together with Harry and Ron, he took Professor McGonagall away. Dozens of 3rd grade little wizards in the classroom watched their professors being dragged away by a few 1st grade little ghosts, and it seemed that something urgent had happened. Professor McGonagall estimated that for a while I won't be able to return for a while. So, we don't have to go to class in the afternoon. Among the silent professor, George suddenly realized a problem in a daze. Then these 3rd grade little wizards shouted like crazy. Oh, it's a holiday. In the corridor at this time, Hermione took Professor McGonagall's hand and ran with her, while briefly telling McGonagall what happened. You mean Hagrid was in danger in the Forbidden Forest, and his life and death are now unpredictable? Then McClown rode a Norwegian ridgeback named Norbert to the rescue. When McGonagall heard the news, the first reaction was whether Hermione made up a story to deceive herself. I have to tell you to stop conjecturing. There is no dragon at Hogwarts. McGonagall stopped, letting Hermione and the others pull it hard. Harry didn't know how to explain to McGonagall. It was a long story. Maybe how long it would take. Roar. Just as Harry was about to make a long story short, a dragon chant came from the remote Forbidden Forest. A group of 4 people who happened to be standing by the window saw a fire dragon rising from the Forbidden Forest. The shocking scene. I think we shouldn't have to explain. Ron shrugged. Chapter 56 Dragon Rescue. Yes, I saw it. Professor McGonagall also understood the seriousness of the matter at this time, with a serious expression on his face. Anyway, I'll go the first. You'd better go to Professor Dumbledore and find him. In addition, the command of the principal's office is Zizzy Honey Candy. Professor McGonagall exploded with a curse after speaking. He turned over and jumped from the window on the 3rd floor with a domineering attitude that was not suitable for his age. Professor McGonagall. Hermione rushed to the window anxiously, watching Professor McGonagall fall quickly from the sky, and then landed smoothly after waving his wand. It's really cool. It's a floating spell. How about we try it too? Ron said with envy. This is the 3rd floor. If we don't have time to cast the spell, we will fall to death. Harry had to remind him. Let's go to Professor Dumbledore as soon as possible. Although Professor McGonagall rushed to support her, Hermione was still a little worried. Only Dumbledore could give them enough security. No, I heard what I said just now. Just when Hermione was about to lead the team, Dumbledore's figure suddenly emerged from the shadow on one side, looking at the Forbidden Forest in the distance. There was also a slight movement on Jingbo's face. Obviously, what happened in the Forbidden Forest has exceeded his expectations. At this time, there was a burst of noisy sounds deep in the originally silent black Forbidden Forest. After a while, a huge figure more than 2 meters high came out of the bushes with difficulty, and the patchy clothes on his body were stained with blood, and a strong smell of blood drifted in the Forbidden Forest. If it is normal, the predators hidden in the Forbidden Forest have long been wandering around, but now except for the slight noise made by Hagrid, the silence can only be heard by insects. Hagrid panted heavily, holding the wooden stick he had found halfway as a weapon in his hand, leaning against a big tree, and staring at the front closely. In the shade of the trees, a figure shrouded in black robes slowly approached, and Hagrid, who was already unable to walk, threw the wooden stick in his hand forcefully. As a half-blooded half-giant, Hagrid's power is naturally far beyond ordinary people, which is one of the reasons why he can smoothly tame many magical creatures. The thick wooden stick brought a fierce wind in the air, but it was a pity that such a method seemed meaningless to a vigilant and powerful wizard. Fall to pieces. The black-robed wizard just waved his wand randomly. The wooden stick exploded in midair, and sawdust all fell down one after another. "Who are you? Why are you attacking unicorns in the Forbidden Forest?" Hagrid said angrily with red eyes. The black-robed wizard did not answer, nor was he stupid enough to explain to Hagrid the reason for hunting the unicorn. He just lifted his wand gently, pointed it at Hagrid, and whispered in his mouth, "Avada Kedavra." A gloomy green light raced towards Hagrid at an extraordinary speed, and Hagrid, who had read the spell from the Black-Robe Wizard's chant, fell into deep despair. Harry Dumbledore Aragog Marks Hermione Ron Noble. A series of memories appeared in Hagrid's mind like a revolving lantern. Just as Hagrid was about to wait quietly for death, a white and gleaming figure rushed out like lightning, blocking the middle. "No!" Hagrid screamed with a sullen expression. But no matter how Hagrid roared, he couldn't change the facts. The green light hit it straight, and the white figure stopped abruptly and fell to the ground. "That is a unicorn." Even as a powerful top-level magical creature, after a death curse, vitality is fading quickly, and life is about to come to an end. The white mane is stained with blue blood, but even so, it is still strong. Struggling to stand up, Hagrid was already in tears, and wanted to climb over to check the unicorn situation, but his body had already lost a trace of strength. Kino, who was wrapped in a black robe, was a little trembling, because the voice of the Dark Lord resounded in his mind. "Trash, even a beast can't be killed." Voldemort felt that this was the most dish he had ever brought, and Avadaso, who hit him in the front, didn't kill the target immediately for the first time. Kino was very wrong. This is obviously because Voldemort has absorbed too much life force in these days, which has caused the power of magic to be weakened a lot. But facing the Dark Lord who controls his own life and death, Kino didn't dare to complain, so he poured his anger on Hagrid in front of him. Hagrid hadn't been for this reckless idiot who suddenly popped out when he was hunting the unicorn, he would have succeeded. So how could he have lost so much time? So Kino ignored the unicorn whose life was passing by and was about to die. Instead, he walked slowly towards Hagrid, admiring the powerlessness and despair in Hagrid's eyes. Kino waved his magic wand and was about to end Hagrid's life with Avadaso again. Mentalnovel.com when he raised his hand, he saw that Hagrid's eyes suddenly burst with a different brilliance. Turning from despair at the end, I was shocked. With the corners of his mouth trembling slightly, Kino could faintly read the words he wanted to say. "Long. Don't want to use this little trick to deceive me." Shino disdainfully, "He has seen too much of this little distraction. Besides, where did the dragon come from at Hogwarts? Look at the sky, you idiot." Voldemort's voice appeared in Kino's mind again. Although there is a cloak, Voldemort's perception ability is greatly reduced, but he can still detect an attack that is about to threaten his life. At the moment Voldemort spoke, a clear dragon roar entered Kino's ears. By the time Kino turned around, it was too late, only to see a hot flame getting closer and closer to him. Voldemort violently seized control of Kino's body, and the disgusting and weird snake face had turned to the front for some unknown time, and it was closely attached to Kino's face. The two faces overlapped like a weird appearance. Even so, Voldemort had no time to reach out and wave his wand, and he was swallowed by flames. Amidst the flame dragon's breath, a purple magic barrier suddenly lit up, barely isolating the flames, but the scorching heat and billowing airwave made Voldemort afraid to relax at all. Not to mention the hastily released magic barrier has gradually cracked. There are signs of collapse. Fortunately, the flame breath lasted for only 3 seconds, and it was over. Just as Voldemort was relieved, a huge dragon head suddenly appeared in front of him. With the huge force of diving, it instantly broke through the barrier, and this weird body was destroyed. Flew out. Chapter 57. Just set the fire. Dumbledore should be able to do it, right? Norbert flapped his wings, bent forward and landed on the ground. Marx stood domineeringly on Norbert's back. After a worried look at Hagrid, he held up his wand and found the enemy. "Hagrid, where's the enemy?" Marx looked around and asked strangely. It just seemed to fly out. Hagrid still had some teardrops on his face, and he stammered and said, pointing to the dense forest on the right. "Flew out?" Marx recalled that when he landed on Norbert just now, he seemed to be hindered. Marx suddenly felt a little regretful. Judging from the intensity of the collision, Chino mostly successfully released the defensive spell, and it is unlikely that he would hang up directly. So Chino should still be alive? The flames are raging. Thinking of this, Marx immediately became nervous, raised his hand and cast several flame spells at the place Hagrid pointed. The red flame rose to the sky, spreading in all directions. Even so, Marx still felt unsafe, and immediately ordered Norbert to continue to breathe the dragon's breath in that direction. The greater the power, the better. It is best to ensure that no one can come out alive in that direction. Facing Chino, who was possessed by Voldemort, Marx didn't dare to have the slightest chance in his heart. He was just right. Norbert happily took out all his strengths. It liked the fire-breathing thing the most. After a few dragons breathed down, a large number of bushes were engulfed by the billowing flames. Hagrid watched this scene blankly, and said something for a long time. Is this a bit too much? Marx also fell into contemplation under the reflection of the fire, thinking that the fire was too big. What if this can't be eliminated? Set fire to the Forbidden Forest, will he be caught in Azkaban? Professor Dumbledore should be able to do it, right? Thinking of this, Marx became a little angry and kicked Norbert with his foot. He planned a sneak attack to take Chino away in a wave, all of which was destroyed by Norbert's roar. Otherwise, he doesn't need to make up the knife with flaming fire. Norbert whimpered twice aggrievedly. It finally flew 2 times in the sky. What's wrong with the shout? Marx did not pay attention to Norbert anymore, but after beckoning it to be on guard, he jumped off Norbert's back and ran to Hagrid quickly. And Yaya rushed to Hagrid at the beginning of the landing, sticking out his scarlet tongue and licking his face constantly, making Hagrid's face full of saliva. "Hagrid, are you okay? I have asked Harry to inform the professor, and they will be here soon." Marx leaned forward and carefully checked the wounds on Hagrid's waist, abdomen, and thigh. Although these wounds look scary and bloody, and even faintly oozing black energy, Marx breathed a sigh of relief. They weren't fatal wounds. Unfortunately, he didn't heal the curse and couldn't heal Hagrid. "Don't worry about me, I'm fine. You go and see how about Cecilia. It just got the Avidoso curse to protect me." Hagrid pushed Marx anxiously and told him first go and see if there is any help. "Cecilia?" Marx asked strangely. "That's the name I just gave it. If it weren't for Cecilia, I would have died long ago." Hagrid choked up and wiped the tears from his face with his big dusty hand. After confirming that Hagrid was really fine, Marx nodded and walked towards the dying unicorn. After approached, Marx was shocked by the charm of the unicorn. Under the reflection of the firelight, Cecilia is like a legendary Pegasus, emitting a faint white shimmer all over her body, with a unique spiral-shaped sharp corner standing on her forehead. But a few long and narrow strips are pulled apart from her abdomen and hind legs. The wound, the blue blood is constantly flowing down. But Marx understands that Kino's Avidoso's mantra is really deadly. Even with the huge vitality of the unicorn, persistence has reached its limit now. Cecilia's bright cyan pupils gradually dimmed, revealing sadness and pain. Marx gently stroked its mane, feeling the unusually soft hand, and all he could do now was comfort. The effect of Avida's mantra is irreversible, which is why it is listed as the 3 unforgivable spells. Even if it is as strong as Dumbledore, it is helpless. Cecilia gradually closed her eyes under Marx's comfort, and the vitality gradually peeled off. Marx sighed. In the principle of not wasting, she took out a test tube from her pocket and filled the blood flowing down the wound into the bottle. Marx tightened the cap with a cork, looked at the dreamy blue in the test tube, and said to the dead unicorn, "Your enemy will probably not live long anyway. Rest in peace." After finishing speaking, I don't know if it was an illusion. Marx felt that Cecilia's body seemed to have changed a little, but he couldn't see the difference. However, Marx's words are not all comfort.mentalnovel.com because Chino's identity has been exposed. Even if the lucky one is not burned to death this time, I am afraid that Voldemort will be drained of vitality because of his injuries. Marx stood up and put the test tube containing the blood of the unicorn away. He seemed to hear the system's prompt sound vaguely, but before he had time to check it, he saw a tabby cat galloping through the dense forest in the distance. Come, that is far faster than ordinary people running at full speed. Marx even wondered if he had misunderstood. How could a cat run so fast? Norba, who was in charge of the vigilance, immediately became vigilant, with a big mouth full of fangs, and yelled at the tabby cat, but he did not dare to attack easily, because the pressure on it from the other party is much greater than that of Marx as the shovel officer. Norbo, stop. That's not the enemy. Marx hurriedly told Norba to step back. He still recognized Professor McGonagall's animagus form. It is not clear what method McGonagall used to increase the speed of movement after transformation. Judging from his impression of animagus in the original work, the values after transformation should be no different from that of a normal cat. Sure enough, after the tabby cat galloped in front of Hagrid, its body shape was quickly distorted and restored to the original appearance of Professor McGonagall. Clear water is like a spring. As soon as Professor McGonagall arrived, he noticed the spreading fire. Waving his wand, a huge amount of clear water was drawn from a distance, and gathered in midair like a growing snake, toward the right. Mopped up. Although the tongue of fire spreads in a wide range, it is more scattered than the long snakes gathered by clear water, and there is no command, so it will be extinguished in a short time. Even so, there is still a large area burned to white ground. I am afraid that it will not be restored in decades. Chapter 57 Burning a Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore should be able to do it, right? Norbert flapped his wings, bent forward and landed on the ground. Marx stood domineeringly on Norbert's back. After a worried look at Hagrid, he held up his wand and found the enemy. Hagrid, where's the enemy? Marx looked around and asked strangely. It just seemed to fly out. Hagrid still had some teardrops on his face, and he stammered and said, pointing to the dense forest on the right. Flew out? Marx recalled that when he landed on Norbert just now, he seemed to be hindered. Marx suddenly felt a little regretful. Judging from the intensity of the collision, Chino mostly successfully released the defensive spell, and it is unlikely that he would hang up directly. So Chino should still be alive? The flames are raging. Thinking of this, Marx immediately became nervous, raised his hand and cast several flame spells at the place Hagrid pointed. The red flame rose to the sky, spreading in all directions. Even so, Marx still felt unsafe, and immediately ordered Norbert to continue to breathe the dragon's breath in that direction. The greater the power, the better. It is best to ensure that no one can come out alive in that direction. Facing Chino, who was possessed by Voldemort, Marx didn't dare to have the slightest chance in his heart. He was just right. Norbert happily took out all his strengths. It liked the fire-breathing thing the most. After a few dragons breathed down, a large number of bushes were engulfed by the billowing flames. Hagrid watched this scene blankly, and said something for a long time. Is this a bit too much? Marx also fell into contemplation under the reflection of the fire, thinking that the fire was too big. What if this can't be eliminated? Set fire to the Forbidden Forest. Will he be caught in Azkaban? Professor Dumbledore should be able to do it, right? Thinking of this, Marx became a little angry and kicked Norbert with his foot. He planned a sneak attack to take Chino away in a wave, all of which was destroyed by Norbert's roar. Otherwise, he doesn't need to make up the knife with flaming fire. Norbert whimpered twice aggrievedly. It finally flew 2 times in the sky. What's wrong with the shout? Marx did not pay attention to Norbert anymore, but after beckoning it to be on guard, he jumped off Norbert's back and ran to Hagrid quickly. And Yaya rushed to Hagrid at the beginning of the landing, sticking out his scarlet tongue and licking his face constantly. making Hagrid's face full of saliva. "Hagrid, are you okay? I have asked Harry to inform the professor, and they will be here soon." Marks leaned forward and carefully checked the wounds on Hagrid's waist, abdomen, and thigh. Although these wounds look scary and bloody, and even faintly oozing black energy, Marks breathed a sigh of relief. They weren't fatal wounds. Unfortunately, he didn't heal the curse and couldn't heal Hagrid. "Don't worry about me, I'm fine. You go and see how about Cecilia. It just got the Avidaso curse to protect me." Hagrid pushed Marks anxiously and told him first go and see if there is any help. "Cecilia?" Marks asked strangely. "That's the name I just gave it. If it weren't for Cecilia, I would have died long ago." Hagrid choked up and wiped the tears from his face with his big dusty hand. After confirming that Hagrid was really fine, Marks nodded and walked towards the dying unicorn. After approached, Marks was shocked by the charm of the unicorn. Under the reflection of the firelight, Cecilia is like a legendary Pegasus, emitting a faint white shimmer all over her body, with a unique spiral-shaped sharp corner standing on her forehead. But a few long and narrow strips are pulled apart from her abdomen and hind legs. The the blue blood is constantly flowing down. But Marks understands that Kino's Avidaso's mantra is really deadly. Even with the huge vitality of the unicorn, persistence has reached its limit now. Cecilia's bright cyan pupils gradually dimmed, revealing sadness and pain. Marks gently stroked its mane, feeling the unusually soft hand. And all he could do now was comfort. The effect of Avida's mantra is irreversible, which is why it is listed as the 3 unforgivable spells. Even if it is as strong as Dumbledore, it is helpless. Cecilia gradually closed her eyes under Marks's comfort, and the vitality gradually peeled off. Marks sighed. In the principle of not wasting, she took out a test tube from her pocket and filled the blood flowing down the wound into the bottle. Marks tightened the cap with a cork, looked at the dreamy blue in the test tube, and said to the dead unicorn, "Your enemy will probably not live long anyway. Rest in peace." After finishing speaking, I don't know if it was an illusion. Marks felt that Cecilia's body seemed to have changed a little, but he couldn't see the difference. However, Marks's words are not all comfort. You reading www.uukanzu.com has been exposed because Chino's identity has been exposed. Even if the lucky one was not burned to death this time, Voldemort's vitality would be drained by his injuries. Marks stood up and put the test tube containing the blood of the unicorn away. He seemed to hear the system's prompt sound vaguely, but before he had time to check it, he saw a tabby cat galloping through the dense forest in the distance. Come, that is far faster than ordinary people running at full speed. Marks even wondered if he had misunderstood. How could a cat run so fast? Norba, who was in charge of the vigilance, immediately became vigilant, with a big mouth full of fangs, and yelled at the tabby cat, but he did not dare to attack easily, because the pressure on it from the other party is much greater than that of Marks as the shovel officer. Norbo, stop, that's not the enemy. Marks hurriedly told Norbo to step back. He still recognized Professor McGonagall's animagus form. It is not clear what method McGonagall used to increase the speed of movement after transformation. Judging from his impression of animagus in the original work, the values after transformation should be no different from that of a normal cat. Sure enough, after the tabby cat galloped in front of Hagrid, its body shape was quickly distorted and restored to the original appearance of Professor McGonagall. Clear water is like a spring. As soon as Professor McGonagall arrived, he noticed the spreading fire. Waving his wand, a huge amount of clear water was drawn from a distance, and gathered in midair like a growing snake, sweeping to the right away. Although the tongue of fire spreads in a wide range, it is more scattered than the long snakes gathered by clear water, and there is no command, and they are all extinguished before long. Even so, there is still a large area burned to white ground. I am afraid that it will not be restored in decades. Chapter 58. That's right, Professor Dumbledore instructed. Noting this scene, Professor McGonagall pursed her mouth, her eyes filled with anger. She did not expect that those who attacked Hagrid would be so frantic that they would set fire in the Forbidden Forest. If she comes a little later, I am afraid there will be no way to stop the fire. But anger turned anger. Professor McGonagall squatted down and checked Hagrid's injuries for the first time. After confirming that the injury was not life-threatening, Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief and waved his magic wand to pull the black air out of the wound, and then used several healing spells to stop the bleeding and heal the wound. I can only do this for the time being. You will still need to go to Madame Pomfrey to train for a while, Professor McGonagall said. Thank you. Okay. I don't think I have anything wrong. Can you go and see Cecilia? I think it can be rescued. There are still some tears on Hagrid's face, some choked up. Cecilia? Who is that? McGonagall questioned. That's the name Hagrid gave to this unicorn. It was hit by the Avidasuo curse to protect Hagrid. Marks watched for a while, noticing that Hagrid was a little tired, and took the initiative to continue words. It's dead. Hagrid. McGonagall also noticed the unicorn that fell on the ground without sound. After hearing that the opponent was hit by Avada, McGonagall shook his head weakly. I killed her. Hagrid crumbled, covering his face, crying bitterly. McGonagall saw this, guessing that he couldn't ask anything from Hagrid, so he turned his eyes to Marks, who looked pretty good. McClown. What the is going on? How could Hagrid be injured? McGonagall sullen his face. And a unicorn died. Hagrid was hit by a curse in the Forbidden Forest again. The situation is obviously serious. Marks didn't hide it. When he and Harry and the others ran into the injured Fang outside Hagrid's hut, he guessed that Hagrid encountered the attack in the Forbidden Forest. Then said again, in order not to delay the time to ask for help, Harry and the others went back to ask for help. I rode Norbert to step forward, just when I saw a black-robed wizard preparing to attack Hagrid, so I used the impact of the dragon's breath and the high-altitude dive to carry out a sneak attack. It succeeded. Repelled the opponent. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips. Although Marks's words are very concise, she can still think of the thrilling scene. Marks's ability to use the fire dragon's air superiority to carry out a sneak attack on the fly made McGonagall admire his agility. Marks finished talking about what happened, and finally pointed to the bush on the right that was burned to white ground. Professor McGonagall, the black-robed wizard who was thrown by Norbert fell into the bushes over there. I think he was injured very seriously, but he should be alive. Are you sure? McGonagall frowned, because according to Marks's description, it was the fire dragon hit and the flame burned, and it was impossible for a normal person to survive. Professor, you also saw that there is no his body there. I don't think it will be burned to ashes at this time. Marks shrugged. He was also very sorry about this. He didn't expect that he would make up the knife like this. Was still run away by Chino. Professor McGonagall was about to nod with a sullen face, but then suddenly realized a problem. Wait, who set the fire? Of course I put it. Marks Can said, and then solemnly explained that it was the spirit of caution necessary to face a dark wizard who could use the Avidasuo spell. Professor McGonagall looked at the Forbidden Forest with black smoke from time to time after it was extinguished, and the corners of his mouth twitched suddenly. Is this kid overly cautious? Especially she couldn't reprimand Marks, because the black-robed wizard used the Avidasuo mantra and successfully escaped from the fire, which is enough to prove the danger of the other party. Professor, I feel that the other party should have suffered a serious injury. Maybe it hasn't been far away. If you chase it now, it may be too late. Marks said eagerly. Don't take advantage of Chino and Voldemort's bad condition now, beating him with a stick. Are you still waiting for them to come back and find him after they recover? No. It is the most important thing to protect your safety now. The investigation and pursuit will wait until Albus arrives. Professor McGonagall shook his head without hesitation, facing the unknown enemy who hid in the Forbidden Forest and chased him rashly. It is extremely dangerous. Of course, she was not worried about her safety, but was afraid that after she left, the black-robed wizard would come back here and hurt Marks and Hagrid. Marks sighed. He knew that with Voldemort's ability, no matter how badly he was injured, he wouldn't know which hidden place he would sneak into when Dumbledore arrived. I haven't asked you about one more thing. McClown. McGonagall's gaze turned to Norbert, who was lying lazily on the ground, and asked, "Where did this dragon come from?" "When I heard Hermione say that you were riding a dragon to save Hagrid, I almost thought they were crazy. Because Hogwarts didn't raise a dragon and Al.Mtl novel. It is illegal to raise a dragon without permission from the Ministry of Magic." Professor McGonagall's words were so aggressive that he didn't even leave Marks with half a face, because she was not the only one who heard the previous dragon roar. "If the Ministry of Magic investigates, the person who raises the dragon will definitely be arrested. Go to Azkaban." Hagrid had recovered from the blow at this time, watching Marks remain silent under McGonagall's questioning. He gritted his teeth and said, "Actually, this dragon is." Professor Dumbledore asked Hagrid to raise it. Hagrid was about to admit it when Marks suddenly interrupted. He felt that Dumbledore had let Keno leave for so long, he still had to carry the pot. Otherwise, Professor McGonagall might be inclined to send Hagrid to Azkaban. Albus. Professor McGonagall's tone obviously slowed down a lot, but he still couldn't believe it. "It is indeed me, Minerva." Dumbledore's voice came from the other end of the Forbidden Forest, followed by his iconic silver-white beard. Dumbledore was still wearing his iconic robe and the purple cloak over him had grown to maturity. Dragged to the ground, Marks was caught on the spot when he was throwing the pot for the first time. It was a bit embarrassing for a while. Fortunately, Dumbledore didn't expose his meaning, but instead helped him round the lie. "How could you make Hagrid do this? What if the Ministry of Magic comes to inspect? What should we say?" Professor McGonagall frowned. "He'll explain the specific reasons later. As for now, I want to know what happened here." Dumbledore looked at Hagrid. Hagrid regained some energy at this time, intermittently telling the whole story. Chapter 59. Listen to me. Deal with it with the vanishing curse. Absolutely clean. As early as a month ago, Hagrid, who was the guard of the hunting ground, found traces of strangers entering and leaving the Forbidden Forest. Originally, he only thought that some senior students ran into the Forbidden Forest to take risks, but he did not expect that a few days later, during an accidental inspection, he discovered that a unicorn had been attacked in the Forbidden Forest. Only then did he realize that something was wrong. After that, Hagrid frequently went into and out of the Forbidden Forest, trying to find out what happened. He didn't expect to bump into a black-robed man attacking the unicorn during today's routine inspection. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, Hagrid was so dazzled by anger that he rushed forward without thinking about it. Needless to say, it turns out, if he attacked, Hagrid might be able to defeat the opponent unexpectedly by relying on his innate great power. But in a face-to-face confrontation, Hagrid's huge size became a living target. Hagrid would have died if it weren't for being a half-blood giant with thick skin and a unicorn and fangs. For such an important matter, you should notify Albus as soon as you notice something wrong. How can you want to deal with such a dangerous enemy by yourself? McGonagall interrupted. McGonagall is somewhat afraid, if Marks hadn't arrived in time this time, the consequences would have been serious. Hagrid opened his mouth and didn't know how to answer. At that time he was secretly raising Norbert, so he dared not go to Dumbledore at all. Later, I got separated from Yaya and led the black-robed wizard away by myself. I thought Cecilia had already left, but I didn't expect her to follow nearby and blocked the death curse for me. Speaking of this, Hagrid's mood is very low. Although he and Cecilia have only met a few times, they have fought side by side just now, and the other party has resisted the death curse for him, so Hagrid has regarded it as a friend. The unicorn is a smart and arrogant magical creature. It will not take risks easily. Obviously your courage has been recognized by it, Dumbledore said with relief, and then looked at Marks. McClown, you did a good job this time. I have to say that your performance always surprises me every time. This is what I should do. Hagrid is my friend. While maintaining a clemency, Marks nodded reservedly. To be honest, he didn't want Dumbledore's attention at all. Dumbledore nodded, and instead of continuing the topic, he turned to Professor McGonagall. Minerva, you Hagrid and McClown home first, and also notify other professors to restrain the children in each college. As for me, I will cast the spell myself to find the murderer in the Forbidden Forest. A rare trace of anger appeared on Dumbledore's old face, and huge magic power spread to the surroundings as the emotions temporarily lost control. The heavy pressure made Yifan a little bit frightened after a distance. Norbert, not to mention, shrank into a ball on the spot, without the slightest dignity of a top predator. It was the first time Marx saw Dumbledore's angry look, and he couldn't help but feel a little more hopeful. Maybe Dumbledore could find Chino and Voldemort and kill them directly. Professor McGonagall looked at Norbert. Albus, what about this dragon? Just take care of it before the people from the Ministry of Magic come to inspect, Dumbledore explained, waving his wand and summoning countless blue light spots, using magic to drive them in all directions, and then chose a direction. Disappeared in the Forbidden Forest. What to do? Use Vanishing Curse? Professor McGonagall still didn't understand Dumbledore's meaning, but in her opinion, the best way to make a dragon disappear from Hogwarts in a short time was to use Vanishing Curse. Absolutely clean. Guarantee that nothing will be left. With Dumbledore's strength, it should be possible to do it, right? Professor McGonagall is a little uncertain. Marx was ashamed at once. He didn't expect McGonagall to be a staid person on the surface, so cruel behind his back. He quickly explained it. Ron's brother Charlie is studying dragons in Romania. We have made an agreement with him and we can send Norbert away in 2 days. McGonagall didn't say anything. He recognized this method of treatment and glanced at Hagrid, who was still a little difficult to get up. Can you transform the stretcher? McGonagall said to Marx. Of course. Marx instantly understood what Professor McGonagall meant. He took out his wand and tapped it on a long piece of broken wood, recalling in his mind and constructing the impression of the rescue stretcher. At the same time, with the injection of magic power, the branches were twisted and elongated. Slowly transformed into a black metal stretcher, with a hardwood board between the two metal cylinders for support. The weird thing is that the support frame and the wooden board are tightly connected, as if the two are grown together. In order to make Hagrid lie more comfortable, Marx also intimately put a soft cotton cushion on the wooden board. The first attempt at such a complicated transformation was also a challenge for Marx. Fortunately, it was successfully completed in the end. Very good. I don't think you can find a better student in Hogwarts with the Transfiguration Curse. Novel.com. Professor McGonagall's face showed a little admiration. She planned to correct her mistakes and be an on-spot teaching, but she didn't seem to need it anymore. The spikes that Marx had deformed when he killed the trolls before were enough to surprise her. After a while, Marx's transformation ability has been greatly improved. Professor McGonagall, I feel that my transformation spell has reached a bottleneck, and I haven't improved it for several days. Marx is not satisfied, because his transformation spell reached level 3 799 a week ago. 800 just the last bit of proficiency will be able to break through to level 4. However, no matter how Marx practiced, the progress bar remained motionless. I must remind you, McClown. Professor McGonagall pursed his lips and said solemnly, the Transfiguration Curse is an extremely profound and dangerous magic. You can never rush for quick success and quick gain. Your level is far beyond that of your peers, so you should settle down with your heart. In his decades of teaching career, McGonagall has seen too many talented little wizards try various dangerous magic transformations because of overconfidence, and even use the transformation magic on his own body. It is natural that successful people need not say much. They can successfully break through the boundaries of transformation magic, transform themselves into an animal, and have their own animagus form. But the fate of those losers is simply horrible. It is a good result that the magical power is disturbed in the process of transformation, and death is a good result. The most terrifying thing is to become a monster that is half human and half animal. Since this transformation technique that can change the essence cannot be reversed once it fails, they may have to continue to exist in this weird way. Chapter 60. I said nothing happened in the Forbidden Forest. Do you believe it? After the warning, Professor McGonagall told Marks that when his magic power gradually increased with age, the Transfiguration Curse would naturally break through the bottleneck. Prior to this, he could use more magic to perceive the differences in the structure of different objects. Generally speaking, the more a wizard understands the things to be transformed, the lower the difficulty of casting spells and the lower the consumption of magic. Ugadim Leviosa. After finishing speaking, McGonagall waved his magic wand and moved Hagrid into the stretcher with a floating spell, then lifted the stretcher with his magic power and Hagrid floated in the air together, moving with her and Marks's steps. Along the way, Marks took this opportunity to ask Professor McGonagall about the precautions for releasing the Transfiguration Curse and how to increase the casting speed. Professor McGonagall didn't conceal the slightest concealment. While maintaining the levitating curse, he explained to Marks. When the two of them walked out of the Forbidden Forest, Marks felt that he had learned a lot of new skills, but the level of the transformation curse remained unchanged. He just didn't know if drinking the blood fusion potion could break through this bottleneck. Beside the hut by the Forbidden Forest lake, Harry, Hermione, and Ron had been waiting there anxiously. Seeing Marks and Professor McGonagall coming out together, hurriedly greeted them. Especially when he saw Hagrid lying on the stretcher beside him, he was even more worried. "Hagrid, are you okay?" Harry only had time to say hello to Professor McGonagall, and moved in front of Hagrid. "I'm okay. It's Cecilia and she." After a period of rest, Hagrid's state has recovered a bit, but once he is in memory, he can't help but feel sad. Harry and the others were confused, and Marks had no choice but to explain. "Cecilia is a unicorn. She was hit by the Avadar's curse in order to save Hagrid." "Avadar's? Oh, that's an unforgivable curse. Who would use it?" Hermione was shocked. Harry didn't know this at all. Ron had only heard of the name of the Imperious Curse, and didn't know much about the Avada spell. So Hermione immediately explained it to the two of them. "I have seen in a book that it is a powerful killing curse that can instantly deprive the opponent of life, and is extremely evil magic. The Ministry of Magic lists it as one of the 3 unforgivable spells, and all users will be caught to Azkaban if they find it. Because once someone is cursed, he will undoubtedly die, and there is no way to crack it. Oh, I mean, apart from Harry. He is the only person who survived the Avada curse and was released by the mysterious man himself." Hermione suddenly realized that there was a success from Ava. Those who survived under Dassault's curse added a bit embarrassingly. Harry touched the some tingling scars on his forehead. He didn't even know that he had been under such a dangerous, unforgivable curse before. People would only say that he defeated the mysterious man and saved the magic world, but no one told him the process. What is it like? The people who attacked Hagrid don't care about this. Don't expect those dangerous dark wizards to abide by the rules of the Ministry of Magic. Marks felt that Hermione was a bit naive, so he reminded him timely. "Okay, kids, let's talk later. We have more important things to do now. For example, hide the dragon so that no one will find it, or send Hagrid to the school hospital." "Go." Professor McGonagall had to interrupt their conversation. "Norbo can hide in Hagrid's house, as long as he sleeps with a coma spell," Marks suggested. Professor McGonagall thought for a while and found it feasible, so he asked Marks to take Norbert into the house, and then waved his wand to use a coma spell. Fainted. Professor McGonagall shot quickly, and Norbert was knocked out before he even reacted. Considering that dragons are very resistant to magic, Professor McGonagall had to use the coma spell a few more times to extend Norbert's coma time. In addition, he used the Transfiguration Curse to secure his limbs, wings, and mouth. In this way, even if he wakes up midway, he won't be able to make trouble. Marks looked at Norbert, who was tied into rice dumplings in front of him, and remembered that Professor McGonagall was planning to use the Vanishing Curse to handle Norbert's affairs. He immediately listed Professor McGonagall as someone who must never offend. The method is really cruel. After trapping Norbert in the hut, everyone quickly returned to Hogwarts Castle. Professor McGonagall asked Marks and the others to gather in the large exhibition hall. He first took Hagrid, who was lying on a stretcher, Dr. Pang, go to Mrs. Frey. When Marx stepped into the large exhibition hall, he found that the long tables of the four major colleges were already full of people, just like when welcoming new students at the beginning of school. It's just that the atmosphere is more serious than that. The little wizards whispered in twos and threes, and no matter how the prefects who maintain order reprimanded, it didn't help. Marx could still hear the words of the dragon faintly. Novel.com. Marx and his party of four. The arrival of drew the attention of everyone present, especially those third-year students who witnessed Hermione, Harry, and Ron pulling Professor McGonagall away. They couldn't wait to rush to ask. So that as soon as Marx found a seat to sit down, George and Fred couldn't wait to squeeze up. Marx, what happened in the Forbidden Forest? Someone saw a dragon spewing fire and fell into the Forbidden Forest. We also heard the dragon roar in the classroom. Is that true? George asked excitedly. Tau. The little wizards all around heard the words and they all turned their eyes on Marx, expecting him to reveal some information to satisfy their gossip mentality. However, Marx shook his head apologetically. I don't know, the professors will say it later. Marx really doesn't know how to say it, because later Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall will have a set of official rhetoric. What if it doesn't match what he said? Isn't that a face slap? George and Fred looked at each other and didn't ask any more, because they knew Marx would never hide them if they could. It's just that other people don't think so. They only think that Marx, Harry and others must know what happened, but deliberately concealed them, and immediately began to rush into questions. Nothing happened there, no dragons, nothing. Hermione was annoyed by the question and shouted, very dissatisfied. Harry and Ron were also very depressed when they were asked, and the feeling of knowing that they could not say made them very uncomfortable. But even Ron, who has a big mouth, didn't reveal a word this time, because Marx told them before he came in that if Hagrid was caught in Azkaban, he had better shut up. Chapter 61. I'm sorry, but I don't understand these roundabout words. Marx's silent attitude is not very useful, but there are more students trying to squeeze here. This crowded and noisy situation made the professors on the bench a little unbearable. Snape took out his wand against his throat and blessed himself with a loud curse, and then spoke. Quiet. Everyone will give me back to my seat. Snape's deep tone was like thunder under the blessing of the loud curse, and it reverberated continuously in the large exhibition hall. The noisy large exhibition hall for a while was as if someone had pressed the pause button, and it immediately went out. The little wizards who had surrounded Marx ran toward their original position at the fastest speed in their lives. Marx even saw a Slytherin student who was squeezed and fell to the ground halfway, and he was stepped heavily on his feet, but he climbed up firmly and quickly while crying. Even the academy. All of the students behaved like this, which shows that Snape's reputation has long been firmly established. Snape was very satisfied with this. He turned to see Harry. Potter, if you plan to make up some lies to gain some attention, get out of me immediately. Harry was trembling with anger. He felt that if he knew the killing curse that Hermione said, it would probably hit Snape's face. He hadn't said a word since he came in. Hermione and Ron were also aggrieved for a while, because they had suffered a lot this time before, so this time they did not choose to stand up and protest loudly. Marx had long been used to Snape's poisonous tongue, and even wondered why there was no routine deduction. Waiting to calm down and taste it carefully, Marx faintly heard the warning hidden in Snape's words, but didn't know why the dead arrogant attitude reminded them not to disclose any information. Harry, a reckless man, doesn't understand at all. He can't do anything. No matter what, under Snape's strong pressure, he can finally stop for a while now, and only occasionally hear a few extremely low-pitched whispers around him. At the same time, Marx also noticed that the faces of several teaching professors were obviously worried. Only Snape silently sat back in his seat and looked at the corner of the teacher's bench. There is no emotion. Marx looked in the direction of Snape's gaze. The seat representing Chino on the teacher's bench was really empty. Marx estimated that Chino would never come back after this serious injury, because the absent Chino would be 100% as the first suspect in attacking Hagrid. Unless Voldemort's brain broke, he wouldn't let Chino fall into the trap. After all, Chino couldn't accept the investigation at all. What surprised Marx a little was the giant eagle statue on the stage, where a translucent phoenix glowing with blue light was standing there. "Is there a blue phoenix?" Harry also noticed this at this time, and couldn't help but lowered his voice and asked quietly. He thought it was so beautiful, even more beautiful than the phoenix he saw in the principal's office. Just looking at it made Harry's a little irritable mood calm. "That is the patron saint of Professor Dumbledore," Marx said. Marx, who has read the original book, is very clear that Dumbledore's patron saint is different from others and can be used as a medium to convey information. The patron saint is here, which means that Dumbledore's gaze has been watching here. This also made Marx understand why Professor McGonagall hadn't returned before the other professors had already prepared and gathered all the students in the large exhibition hall. Obviously, this is the credit of the patron saint. Patron saint? What's that? Harry felt that he had changed back to when he was just in school and didn't know much about it all this day. That is the guardian deity summoned by the high-level guardian spell called the Guardian, condensing the happy memories of the caster, generally used to deal with Dementors. Marx said. Harry opened up and wanted to ask what a Dementor was. Before Marx could say it, Marx explained it quietly as expected, just to distract other people's attention. The Dementor is a very dangerous creature. It looks a bit like the death of moles. Its body is corrupt and cold, and it lives on pleasure. Marx's mouth really attracted the attention of the little wizards around him. After all, the call to the gods is a high-level curse, and even the senior little wizards may not be able to master it. Dementor, not to mention, many people have not even heard of it, so they stopped thinking about dragons for a while, and curiously listened to Marx's story. Marx said that within a few minutes, Professor McGonagall walked out of the side door in the hall. His expression relaxed a bit compared to before, but his brows were still frowning, and several professors also came up to ask about the situation. Because of the long distance, you were reading www.uukansu.com. Marx couldn't hear what they were talking about. When he was guessing, he saw the blue phoenix on the giant eagle statue gradually become illusory and transparent, and finally turned into a light spot and disappeared. At the same time, the gate of the closed exhibition hall was opened again, and Dumbledore's figure appeared in front of everyone. Unlike the usual humorous appearance, there was a heavy color on his face, which also made him pass through the deans of various universities. When I was at the table, the whispers of the little wizards became much smaller. Walking up to the stage, Dumbledore's gaze paused for a while on the empty seat representing Chino. Then he cleared his throat and said, "The reason why you are here at this time is because there are important things to announce." Dumbledore's eyes swept around, and when he saw the little wizards watching him, no one was escaping. He said again, "The school's Forbidden Forest guard, Rubeus Hagrid, was attacked by an unknown person while patrolling the Forbidden Forest this evening. Although there is no life-threatening threat, but we have not found any trace of the assailant for the time being. From today onwards, the school is under full martial law. No one is allowed to leave the castle without authorization. I will let the professors who have free time to patrol the castle until the holiday or the murderer is caught." Dumbledore's tone was serious. Everyone can see that he is not joking. Marx looked disappointed. He didn't expect that Dumbledore would not be able to find Kino's trace this time. It would be difficult to find Kino's trace after this time. The little wizards in the audience started talking in low voices, and Dumbledore had to use a louder voice. In addition to these disappointing things, I also need to give extra points to a few people here. Chapter 62. He is a man riding on a dragon's back. First of all, Mr. Harry Potter, Mr. Ron Weasley, and Miss Hermione Granger. They discovered the abnormality in the Forbidden Forest in time, and they chose to notify the professor to rush to the rescue and let the school avoid a greater loss. Speaking of this, Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Marx's body. If Harry and them hadn't notified him in time, maybe the Forbidden Forest would no longer exist. Marx doesn't regret it very much. If he doesn't set the fire, Chino, who was hit by the fire dragon, might be killed again. Then he and Hagrid will be cold if they can't wait for support. For this, I will add 20 points to each of them. Dumbledore said. Gryffindor's long table burst into enthusiastic applause. An increase of 60 points was enough to make Gryffindor College surpass Ravenclaw, which was originally ranked second, and be equal to Slytherin College, which was at the top of the list. Harry jumped up with excitement, the gloom in his chest swept away. He couldn't help but want to see Snape's expression, want to see how disappointed that face would be. However, he turned his head to find that Snape still had that plain expression on his face, unchanged. Hermione is still reserved, but the smile on the corner of her mouth reveals her excitement. Ron raised his head high. This is the first time he has received applause from so many people. After the applause lasted for a while, Dumbledore continued. Then Mr. Marks McClown, with his dexterity and bravery, he successfully repelled the attacker, allowing Hagrid to be rescued. I announce that Gryffindor Academy will add another 50 points. As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, the audience fell into a brief silence. Countless eyes gathered on Marks, and even a few professors looked over, their eyes full of incredibility. Although they are not very clear about what happened in the Forbidden Forest, they heard the roar of the dragon first, and then there was a billowing smoke from the Forbidden Forest. Even Hagrid was attacked. The degree of danger can be seen. And Dumbledore said very clearly that the attacker was successfully repelled by Marks, not the professor who rushed to support. Snap slap. In the silent exhibition hall, Dumbledore clapped first. For a moment, thunderous applause erupted from the background. This time it is not just Gryffindor Academy. Except for some jealous people, even the little wizards of the other three academies have applauded, because even the proud Slytherins had to pinch their noses and admit that Marks's behavior this time exceeded their imagination. It's the second time Marks saw this battle. Naturally, I didn't feel any excitement. On the contrary, it was a bit strange. Shouldn't I hide these things as much as possible now? The deafening applause lasted for several minutes before gradually stopping. Then, all the little wizards in the audience looked at Dumbledore expectantly. Should I talk about dragons next? Unexpectedly, Dumbledore didn't even mention it. Instead, he waved his wand and pointed it in the air. And immediately after 4 long tables, there were more desserts: custard pudding, chocolate cake, cornflakes, crushed almond ice cream. Just looking at it is mouth-watering. I think you may need to eat some desserts, which will help you calm down the agitated mood, Dumbledore said again after a pause. As for the attacker, don't worry too much. I already know his identity. The Ministry of Magic will send someone to investigate in the near future. As long as you stay in the castle honestly, you won't encounter any danger. Dumbledore's words have always had a magical power, which makes people involuntarily repay their trust. Even the sad color on the faces of the professors on the stage has disappeared a lot. Marks didn't listen to it for half a minute, and started eating dessert on his own. He went to Hagrid's hut in the afternoon. So many things happened in the middle, and he didn't even have time for dinner. Dumbledore planned to leave after speaking. He still has a lot of things to deal with. But at this moment, on the long table of Gryffindor, someone suddenly spoke. Professor, what about the fire dragon? Don't you talk about that? The audience was silent, and Dumbledore stopped at this time. Marks looked back while eating the cream pudding, to see which warrior had said it. After seeing people, Marks was a little stunned. Isn't this the blaster Seamus? Marks didn't expect him to have such courage. Under Dumbledore's kind gaze, Seamus stood up slightly trembling, but the old principal obviously did not blame him, but explained. I must remind you that Hogwarts is not authorized by the Ministry of Magic to raise dragons. As for the dragon's call, it may be a magical effect. As far as I know, there are many ways to do this. Before I became the principal of Hogwarts, there were some little wizards who liked to do similar pranks. At that time, Filch liked to hang these students in a small dark room. I always persuaded him to treat the children. We have to be more forgiving. Dumbledore told his own little story without saying a word. Novel.com and pretended that everyone likes to listen. Marks curled his lips, spitting out Dumbledore as always, pretending to be crazy. But I saw it with my own eyes. Seamus looked very nervous, but still insisted on speaking. It's about the size of a house, Or maybe it's bigger, with 4 feet and a pair of wings. And it can breathe fire. The little wizards all around laughed. Isn't this the same as not saying? Every dragon described in the story grows like this. I really didn't lie to you just now, Seamus yelled, blushing. Marx suddenly understood that Seamus must have seen Norbert by accident, and then came back to brag with others. Now that Dumbledore denied the existence of the dragon, Seamus naturally stopped doing it and plucked up the courage to retort. However, Seamus' crude description of Norbert made Marx a little strange, but after thinking about it, I understood it. The terrain of Hogwarts Castle is very high. Only at the moment when Norbert swooped down from the sky can he see it directly from the castle. It may be that the distance is too far, so Seamus can't see it very clearly. After Marx wanted to understand this, he picked up a glass of iced lemon juice and drank it, wondering curiously how Dumbledore would explain. Just before Dumbledore could answer, Seamus seemed to have thought of something again. I still remember someone riding on the back of that fire dragon. I can't be 100% sure, but I think it might be McClown, Seamus said loudly. Marx spouted a sip of juice and looked at Seamus depressed. You can see him from such a distance. Don't call the blasting ghost Seamus. Just call the god's eye Seamus. Chapter 63. You even believe this? How can I explain it? Dumbledore didn't expect this to happen, but after hesitating for a moment, he reacted, and the expression on his face remained unchanged. Mr. Seamus Finnegan, I think I have explained it very clearly before. As for why you see this, Dumbledore paused, then smiled again. Maybe you can ask Mr. McClown how he did it. Dumbledore's voice just fell. Everyone's attention was once again concentrated on Marx, and even several professors cast curious eyes. Marx looked dumbfounded. He never thought that the kind-faced old principal in front of him would cheat himself at this moment. He hurriedly cast his eyes to Dumbledore and asked him, but saw the centenarian wink at him. The meaning of those eyes was clearly saying to let him find reasons for himself. Marx was depressed for a while. He felt that this must be Dumbledore's revenge for burning the Forbidden Forest. Facing the inquisitive gaze of everyone, Marx had to shrug his shoulders. You would believe that a first-year little wizard tamed a dragon and rode it while breathing fire while flying in the sky. This is too ridiculous. We believe it. George and Fred looked at each other and said in unison, if it was someone else, they would still doubt it. But Marx really has this possibility. Marx rolled his eyes helplessly. How did he answer this? Fortunately, Marx's explanation won the approval of most of the little wizards. Indeed, the dragon is one of the top magical creatures. Adult dragons are usually much larger than a house, and they are grumpy and ferocious. Even professional dragon trainers may not dare to ride on the dragon's back, because this is often regarded as offensive by the fire dragon. Of course, they didn't know that Norbert was only over a month old, otherwise they would not think so. Because of the fact that he was riding a dragon and flying by Seamus, Marx had to eat a few cakes hastily, then said goodbye to many delicacies, and quickly ended the dinner. Hermione, Harry, and Ron also had the same experience, and they were annoyed to be asked as they knew it. They didn't stop until they returned to the dormitory and closed the door, but at the same time they accidentally shut out Neville, who was in the same dormitory. Marx, what should we do now? Seamus saw Norbert with his own eyes. Should Hagrid be imprisoned in Azkaban? Harry said worriedly. Ron nodded. Not only that, there are many little wizards in the school who heard Norbert's call, and it is impossible to hide it. Don't worry too much. We just need to send Norbert away before the Ministry of Magic comes to inspect. As long as there is no decisive evidence, I believe Professor Dumbledore should be able to handle it. Marx comforted. Then I will write a letter to Charlie. He should be on the way now. I told him to come over tomorrow. Ron acted immediately, took out an envelope from the drawer, and started to write. Remember not to say too obvious in the letter, and don't even mention the word long, so as not to be intercepted halfway. Marx reminded. Okay, I get it. Ron thought this was too cautious, but he changed it honestly. After the envelope was sent, Harry and Ron breathed a sigh of relief. Marx didn't worry much from beginning to end. Dumbledore, as the most influential person in the entire wizarding world today, can't turn up anything at Hogwarts based on just a few rumors and the testimony of a little wizard. The waves come. After several people had a secret discussion in the dormitory, they remembered that Neville, who was in the same dormitory, was still locked outside by them. When Harry opened the door, the Gryffindor cubs outside the door were early. He left, leaving only Neville. Poor Neville is like a puffed bag. Several buttons on the wizard's robe were torn off when it was crowded before. He obviously didn't know anything. Marks was very embarrassed. After apologizing, he used the repair spell to help Neville get the button back. With so many things happening throughout the day, Harry and Ron couldn't hold them any longer. They almost fell asleep as soon as they touched the bed. Marks, after resting in bed for a while, got out of bed again at midnight. For him, there is one most important thing that he has not done. Before going out, Marks remembered that the castle would be warned today, so he tried the magic that he learned before but hadn't used it much, the phantom spell. Charm. Marks chanted a spell, waved his wand and tapped it on his forehead. In the dark, Marks only felt something enveloping his whole body. It was a feeling of coldness as if being soaked in water, a bit like egg white, or a little more viscous than that, but not at all. Affect his breathing and walking. This is completely two feelings than being in an invisible cloak. There is no sense of alienation and security of being isolated from the world, but it is more convenient without the restrictions of clothes. Marks stood in front of the bed and looked at the small mirror hung on the right. The mirror faithfully mapped out the quilt and pillow on the bed. You reading www.uukanzu.com seemed to see through his body. Night tour of Hogwarts has long been a familiar road for Marks, especially after having a map of live spots. The paths of Filch and the professors on duty patrolling the castle were avoided by Marks one by one. By the way, Marks also looked it up carefully. Kino's name did not appear in the castle. Maybe he doesn't dare to come back anymore, right? Marks guessed so. I need a place to make potions. Marks stood on the carpet in front of the responsive house. After walking back and forth 3 times, he opened the door that appeared and entered the hidden potion storage room. Compared to the first time I entered, this place is already very different. Nearly a third of the empty bottles around have been filled with liquids of different colors. Aging agent ... bone building medicine ... joy agent ... fireproofing agent. These potions were made by Marks using potion materials stolen from Snape. It would be a waste to put them there anyway, so it's better to give him a potion proficiency. And in the middle of the crucible, he placed the blood fusion potion that he had prepared for a whole semester. After a long time of precipitation, the chaos in the crucible is no longer the same as ordinary water. If Marks hadn't witnessed this change every day, he would have thought that his potion had been secretly replaced. With a hint of excitement, Marks took out the 2 test tubes containing the blood of the magical creature from the pocket of the wizard robe. P.S. Thanks to book friends 20190917071457184 for rewarding 2,200 starting coins. Thank book friends Xiuling, Tofu Firebelly Rice rewarding 100 starting coins. Chapter 64 Blood Fusion Ceremony. The crimson and azure blue blood is also very conspicuous in the night, and you can still see the fluorescence of magical power flowing. Magic item, Dragon Blood. Description: this is the dragon blood extracted from the juvenile Norwegian Ridgeback. Its activity and magic are inferior to that of the adult Norwegian Ridgeback, but it has the same potential. Magic item, Unicorn Blood. Description: this is the blood extracted from the body of an adult female unicorn. It has extremely large vitality. Drinking it can even save the life of the dying and delay the footsteps of death. But those who prolong their lives will also suffer the curse of life. Possessing the blood of 2 magical creatures at the same time made Marks a little bit difficult for a while, hesitating which one to add. There is no doubt that these 2 are the most top-notch magical creatures, possessing huge magical powers, and the fusion of any one can greatly increase his strength. System: can I add 2 together? Marks, who has choice difficulties, asked unwillingly. However, There was no reply as expected, and Marks couldn't help but vomit why his system didn't have the legendary system wizard, and he had to explore any function himself. It is inevitable that the two blood conflicts. Marks still did not try this act of death. After preparing for so long and finally failing because of greed, he would lose a lot. Marks hesitated again and again, and finally chose to use unicorn blood. After all, Noble is really too small. The magic power and activity in the blood are far behind that of adult dragons. Although the potential is the same, who knows how long it will take to develop the potential. Although there is an unknown curse in the description of the unicorn's blood, it was drunk directly, and death was delayed accordingly. As far as he knows, due to the huge vitality in the blood of unicorns, many high-level medical potions need to be used, but I haven't heard of any side effects. Along with the inflow of blood, the originally transparent liquid in the cauldron was gradually infiltrated into azure blue. Marks no longer hesitated, and drank the blood fusion potion in one breath. The smell of the potion tastes a bit bitter, but it is barely acceptable. After drinking, Marks smashed his mouth, as if it didn't feel anything. Just when Marks was strange, he suddenly felt a piercing itch in his body. And then the blood rushing in his body seemed to boil, accompanied by a rapid increase in magical power in his body. But Marks didn't have any joy. On the contrary, he was extremely scared, because the magic power that originally lurked in the body was completely out of control under the growth. The huge magic power fluctuations radiated in all directions wantonly. The bottles and cans placed on the table burst open suddenly, and the tables and chairs were lifted out in the next second during the air shock. Marks gritted his teeth. He could clearly perceive that the fusion potion was rudely transforming his body. Under the agitation of the magic, his body even showed signs of collapse. Marks then remembered that the book The Origin of Blood mentioned that the blood fusion ceremony is extremely risky. Most wizards will end up dead or deformed into monsters. Otherwise ordinary wizards will not become the mainstream. Just when Marks thought his body was about to be torn, he suddenly felt that the world in front of him had changed. The pain in his body gradually disappeared, and the soaring magic power for a time also rose from the huge wave that became a gentle current. More importantly, his consciousness seemed to spread to every corner of the storage room with the magic power, and everything here was under his control. Within the scope of magic, he is the omnipotent God. Marks realized that in his heart. He tried to float the table that fell on the ground a little, without any movement of casting spells, just a slight movement of his thoughts, and the mahogany round table floated in the air with his mind. Then hit the ceiling all the way. Marks's mouth twitched. He really just wanted to lift it up a little bit. After one defeat, Marks was not discouraged at all. In this peculiar state, Marks is like a child who has found a new toy, constantly pouring more magic power into the mahogany round table. After reaching a certain limit, Marks can clearly perceive everything inside the table. Even every wood fiber has been decomposed and developed in his mind. Perceived the structure of things with magic power. Marks's mind remembered what Professor McGonagall had said, and at the same time, there was a system reminder of crazy screen swiping. Ding. After exploration and practice, your proficiency in the transformation spell has been greatly improved, and it has been upgraded to level 4. Ding. After groping, your proficiency in the transformation spell has been greatly improved. Ding. Passing by. If I change to normal, Marks will definitely be very happy, but now there is no mood swing, because he feels that he can do more. mentalnovel.com, for example, complete a real biological transformation. Is not the temporary transformation of the nature of the object by the general transformation technique, but the complete transformation of an object into a living creature from the inside. When Marks just gave birth to this idea, the original solid wooden round table began to deform and twist. Under the magic of kneading, it changed into a shape like a piece of plasticine, shrunk into a ball, and stretched repeatedly. The system sounds in his mind began to quickly swipe the screen again. This time Marks directly blocked these sounds and put all his heart on fabricating animal shapes. Slowly, The wood fibers were transformed into flesh and blood cells under the influence of magical powers. It didn't take long for Fox with golden red feathers and beautiful tail wings to appear in front of Mark's eyes. But this fox is not very smart. His eyes are dead, and if it weren't for the occasional shaking of feathers and flapping its wings, Marx would even wonder if it is alive. But even so, he personally made a phoenix, or a bird that looks like a phoenix ... because it does not possess any magic power, and tears cannot heal injuries. Marx even had time to think maliciously, if he secretly replaced it with Fox, could he prostitute a real phoenix for nothing? How long would it take Dumbledore to find out? Of course, just that. Marx was not satisfied. He even wanted to inject magic power into this phoenix and turn it into a real magical creature. Just as Marx had this thought, a sense of powerlessness suddenly surged in his mind, and the huge magic power that was originally obedient fell into chaos again. This caused the phoenix that was hard created in an instant to be torn apart by the violent magic. Chapter 65 Magic burst. A rain of red blood sprinkled around, and flesh and blood feathers were dismembered into pieces and scattered from the air. Marx, who had just been freed from that peculiar state, collapsed to the ground feebly. He just omnipotent. Now he can't even build a magical barrier, and can only let a few disgusting pieces of meat stick to his face. After a long rest, Marx finally recovered, and tried hard again to enter the magical state just now. But at this time, the radiating magic power had already retracted into his body obediently. No matter how hard Marx tried, he couldn't lift an object with a single thought, let alone complete a profound transformation spell. This kind of experience is like suddenly being beaten back to a mortal from the omnipotent God. It made Marx extremely uncomfortable. But recalling the scene just now, vaguely, Marx felt that she seemed to have had a similar experience before. That was when the magical awakening broke out at the age of 8 in my memory. When he was awakened by a nightmare in a small room, the burst of magic power destroyed everything around him, and by the way, he temporarily activated the wood carving he was holding in his arms. From the beginning to the end of the whole process, he did not wave his wand or chant any spells. It was just because of fear of subconsciously rejecting everything, which caused large-scale destruction. Because of the insecurity induced by fear, the wood carving was activated to protect himself. As for why I can do this after the magic burst, Marx doesn't know, but when I think of Harry's magic burst in the original book, it seems that he can achieve almost what he wants. Includes, but is not limited to, growing hair, turning the teacher's wig blue, and using mind to make a piece of glass in the zoo disappear. This means that any little wizard should have a similar experience when magic erupts. Marx felt that the sudden increase in magic power led to the second magical explosion, but this time it was more powerful and lasting, and even for unknown reasons, Marx was able to take the initiative to control it for a short time. Is it because of the fusion of potions? Marx recalled that many of the materials used to make potions by himself were related to healing magic. I didn't understand it for the time being, so Marx put it aside and waited for a chance to study it later. The blood on his body is sticky, making Marx feel very sick, and the surrounding area is even more messy, as if he had been ravaged by a storm. Clean up. Marx drew his wand from his sleeve, first clicked on his clothes, and then started to deal with the mess around. Under the invisible and invisible magical power fluctuations, everything is as if time has reversed. The cabinets that fell in the corner stand up and return to their original positions, and the tables and chairs crucibles squeezed in the corner return to where they should have been. Even on the ground, the contaminated dust and sawdust were also swept away. Marx couldn't help but feel the magic of magic. It's so convenient. If he organizes such a large potion storage room alone, it may take a few days to finish it. If it were changed to yesterday, Marx's dust removal curse would definitely not reach this level. The magic power had almost doubled and the power of the curse would have been greatly increased. And after fusing the blood of the unicorn, Marx felt that his magic wand had become extremely smooth, and the transmission of magic power had almost no obstacles. but instead he had obtained a lot of bonuses. Of course, even so, the cleansing spell released by Marx is not omnipotent. At the very least, the mahogany round table that was turned into a phoenix could not be restored. The dismembered pieces of meat, blood, and feathers were only summed up in the corner, and Marx had to use a flame curse to burn it to ashes. Many potions spilled on the ground were not recovered because of the explosion of magical power, and the bottles were broken, and they all turned into rubbish. Looking at Marx, I felt distressed. If all these potions were sold, they were worth hundreds of gold gallons, so they were all gone. Fortunately, Marx found that there was a bottle of fireproofing agent well preserved, which was more or less a bit of comfort. After sorted out, Yifan was in the mood to check the status bar of the system. He was very curious about how much his strength would improve. Marx McClown. Occupation: Blood Wizard. Magic bar: Fear Curse level 3 608,800, Levitating Curse level 3 760,800, Transforming Curse level 4 12,601,600, Disarming Curse level 3 700,800, Dust Curse level 3 774,800, Curse level 3 774,800. The rest is omitted. Bloodline Magic? Knowledge Theory. Magic Item Making level 1 6,001,000, Basic Magic Principle level 4 1,071,600, Potions level 4 11,521,600. Magic Items: Magic Wand, Yew Wood, Unicorn Hair, 11 inches and 3/4 long. Magic, Medium, Fit, 100%. Live Spot Map. Magic, Strong. Description: This is a map that records Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It can show all the living people in this School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Unless some special methods are used, no one can escape its detection. Crescent Moon Pendant. Magic, Strong. Description: This is a magical item made with a lot of precious metals. Novel.com for the bearer to resist a deadly attack, and it will automatically be destroyed when the magic power is exhausted. Note: only high-intensity lethal attacks can trigger its effects, and it contains more than magic power. Academic points: 179. Marx looked at the updated system panel, and there were many things on it that were not there before. First of all, it was a profession. He changed from a wizard to a bloodline wizard. For the time being, Marx did not know what the difference was. Secondly, the proficiency of all magic has grown wildly. Marx suspects that this is related to the kind of strange state he accidentally entered after the magic burst just now. The Transfiguration Curse not only broke through to level 4, but also increased his proficiency by more than 1,000 in one fell swoop. Marx looked at the system's prompt bar, where dozens of screen messages were reserved, most of which were the proficiency of prompting the transformation spell has been greatly improved. This made Marx couldn't help but wonder if he hadn't had any transformation magic creatures that he wanted to die just now, would it last longer, and directly raise the transformation spell to level 5. Of course, it would be better to be able to maintain this state forever. Marx even felt swollen that he could break the wrist with Dumbledore. Limited to the range covered by magic. At the end is the extra blood magic column, which Marx had expected. According to the record of the origin of blood found in the Forbidden Book area, after successfully fusing the blood of a magical creature, you can usually obtain part of the other's talents. For example, a wizard with the blood of Ver has super unusual charm. But Marx found that there were only 5 big question marks in the column of blood magic, and nothing else was displayed. Chapter 66. Shut up, I never said that. Marx is very depressed. What about the powerful blood magic? Or is he not taking the medicine in the right posture? Suddenly, Marx remembered that when he was taking blood, he seemed to have received a system prompt, but because of the arrival of Professor McGonagall, he had not had time to check it. After opening, Marx realized that it was a task. After reading it, Marx's expression suddenly became very exciting, and he even wanted to swear. Task: Promise of Revenge. Mission Objective: Kill Chino. Mission Description: Cecilia is an adult female unicorn, as a free and holy creature cruising in the depths of the vast forbidden forest, until one day is killed by an evil wizard. In Cecilia suffering in despair, you comforted it and solemnly promised revenge for it in the future. Note: you need to fulfill your promise and get Cecilia's approval. Before that, it will choose to wait and see instead of helping you. Marx looked dazed. When did he promise to avenge Cecilia? He clearly remembered what he said clearly. Your enemy will probably not live long anyway. Rest in peace. This is just a statement of fact, without any promise. How come it is misinterpreted like this? Marx shouted angrily in his head. System, please get out and explain. However, there is no indication of the high cooling system. Noble, I shouldn't dislike your blood magic power is too low. Marx, who was inexplicably trapped, sighed helplessly, but at this time it was too late to regret it. There is no blood magic, right? Who knows if there is such a powerful as described in The Origin of Blood. Maybe it is actually very weak. Marx can only think about the benefits he has gained in his hardships. At least his magic power has been greatly improved, isn't it? Also increased a wave of magic proficiency. More importantly, there is no punishment for the task released by the system. He can just leave it like that. Maybe Chino will hang up because of his injury in a few days. Is the task automatically completed? After all, it was calculated in accordance with the causal relationship, and it was indirectly killed by himself. After sorting out his mood, Marx retired from the potion storage room and re-entered the training ground through the responsive room. He needs some time to master his surged strength, so as not to cause irreparable consequences due to misjudgment in actual combat. When Marx returned to the dormitory, the sky was already bright. After practicing for a whole night, Marx found that he was going to class again before he had time to rest. Dragging his tired body, Marx was eating breakfast one after another in the large exhibition hall. What made him a little strange was that no matter where he went, there were people watching him. Marx at first thought it was yesterday that things were still fermenting, but soon realized that something was wrong, because even Harry and Ron looked a little strange in his eyes. What have you been looking at me for? Marx finally asked out loudly, unable to bear it. I think you seem a little different from yesterday. Ron finally said what he had held in his heart for a long time, and Harry nodded again and again. They really couldn't understand. They just slept at night and woke up in the morning in the same dormitory. Why did Marx change so much? Marx was terribly scared for a while, wondering if he had become a half-human, half-unicorn monster, and hurriedly tapped an empty plate with a magic wand to transform it into a square mirror, and then took it. Get up and view. After seeing the face reflected in the mirror, Marx finally breathed a sigh of relief. The blonde and black pupils are right, but the skin is whiter and tenderer, the blue magical streamer is faintly visible in the eyes, and more importantly, the temperament has changed a lot, and the affinity is involuntarily exuded. It was a bit like a fairy in the legend. Even he wanted to get close when he saw it. Marx, your transfiguration curse is even stronger. Hermione also sat over with the book at this time, looked at the mirror on the table and sighed, and then said playfully, of course, you are also more beautiful, a little bit taller. If you didn't use beautiful as an adjective, I would be happier. Marx waved his magic wand to change the mirror back and rolled his eyes. Marx has some speculations about his current state. This should be inherited from the unicorn's affinity talent, but I don't know why it is not displayed on the system bar. Logically speaking, this is a very powerful ability, but Marx is a headache, because the changes overnight were too sudden and obvious, and he was worried that Dumbledore would see something. How did you do it? What potion did you use? Could it be the legendary ecstasy? Ron asked curiously. Does anyone use ecstasy on themselves? And ecstasy can't achieve this effect at all. Hermione directly rejected Ron's statement, but still looked at Marx earnestly. Obviously she wanted it too. No, I don't know. Probably because the growth was a little bit faster last night. The age you know is when the growth is faster, Marx said vaguely. Ron and others were speechless. It was obvious that everyone was about the same age, So why didn't they see them develop like this? Marx saw that they didn't believe it www.mentalnovel.com, but they didn't explain anything. He didn't intend to expose the blood fusion potion. The method of collecting materials was not very glamorous. If Snape knew that he had stolen his potion, he would have done nothing. The success rate of early ice blood fusion is not stable, and Yafan is not sure that the potion formula given by the system can be 100% successful, let alone let others try. Just as a few people were chatting, a strange voice suddenly came over the long table of Slytherin College. I think Principal Dumbledore hasn't stayed in the school very long. I sent a letter back yesterday. My father knew that there was a dragon in Hogwarts. He was almost terrified. He told the Minister of Magic overnight. It is said that the investigating officer was this evening. We'll be there. Marx quickly turned his head to look over, but saw Malfoy holding a letter in his hand, showing off everywhere. Malfoy. Harry slapped the table, wishing to rush up and punch him twice. Malfoy also noticed Harry at this time, and the corner of his mouth raised a smile, and said yin and yang weirdly. Isn't this Potter? Wait for Principal Dumbledore to leave. No one can protect you. I didn't know that Malfoy, your father, was so timid, but he was frightened when he heard that there was a dragon at Hogwarts. You know, according to Seema, I rode it twice in the sky. Yeah? Marx said lightly. Malfoy flushed immediately, and subconsciously wanted to yell at him, but for some reason, Malfoy was always a little bit silent when he saw Marx's face. Instead he wanted to boast a few words. My dad is just worried about me. Malfoy barely squeezed out a word in this twisting entanglement, and then hurried away. He always felt that he was caught by Marx's charm magic. Chapter 67 Ron, you are such a clever ghost. Malfoy's strange behavior left Harry and the others at a loss. Marx understands what's going on. I didn't expect this affinity talent to work so well, but I don't know if it will last forever. But Marx was not happy for long, because the bad news from Malfoy made him understand that time is running out. What should we do now? The people from the ministry will come today. Where's Charlie? Hasn't he answered the letter yet? Harry panicked even more directly, ignoring that it was in the hall, and pressed his voice to ask. Not yet. I don't know when Charlie will write. Ron was also a little anxious, and he proposed. Otherwise we'll hide Norbert secretly. But Noble is so big, there is nowhere to hide. Hermione frowned. Maybe we can sink it into the lake. Ron said vowedly. I mean you can put a bamboo pipe in Norbert's mouth so that it won't drown. Marx gave him a weird look. Ron, you are such a clever ghost. But Ron is right about one thing. If Charlie can't get there in time, they really want to hide Norbert. Given Norbert's size, Shu is also one of the alternatives. If Dumbledore can cast a superlarge bubblehead curse and persuade the fish people to be neighbors with a sleeping dragon for a few days, maybe Dumbledore would find it easier to use the vanishing curse. Marx really wants to complain, and the Aurors who said that they will always rush to the end when the matter is over. When did the efficiency of the Ministry of Magic become so high? After eating breakfast in a hurry, Marx went to today's defense against the dark arts class with everyone. Although Chino as the teacher suddenly disappeared, they did not receive the news that this class was not needed. Obviously, there will be other professors temporarily taking over. Just as Marx had thought, a familiar figure in a black robe walked out of the door when it was approaching class. The moment he saw Snape, Harry thought this class must be terrible. However, no matter how disgusted Harry was, it wouldn't help. Snape went all the way to the podium smoothly, put down the textbook in his hand, glanced across the classroom, paused briefly on Marx, and then suddenly spoke. Since your Professor Chino is considered to be the first suspect in killing unicorns, stealing potions, and attacking the guards of the hunting grounds, the Ministry of Magic has issued an arrest order, and I will temporarily act as an agent until the holiday. Defense against the dark arts class in the 3rd grade. The sudden revelation caused the little wizards below to blow up the pot. What? The murderer was Professor Chino? How is this possible? Chino has always been a cowardly, good old person image, so that many little wizards cannot accept the change of Chino's identity for a while. How could a person like that be a dark wizard? He was so timid that he was scared and fainted at the Halloween party. So, I'm going to teach you the first class of defense against the dark arts, that is, don't be fooled by the appearance of affairs. Many evil dark wizards are good at weaving lies. You'd better have a few more thoughts, Pooh said mercilessly, regardless of whether this would scare the children's young hearts. Some of the Gryffindors were scared pale, because they used to think Chino was a bully, and they secretly teased him during class, and now they are very worried that Chino will come back to retaliate against them. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were a little surprised when they heard the news, but they accepted it quickly. After all, they had already noticed something wrong with Chino. Not to mention Marks. He always knew what Kino was like, but he was a bit surprised that Dumbledore persuaded the Ministry of Magic so quickly to mark the missing Kino as a murderer. I don't know if it was Kino. What crucial evidence was found in Nuo's office? Quiet. The noisy noise in the audience made Snape frown frequently, and directly increased the volume to interrupt the discussion. Next, let's take the first class. Pick up your books. Today we are going to study the contents of Chapter 3 on page 9. Snape said here, suddenly as if thinking of something. Went on. In addition, I need to inform you that the polymorphism class in the afternoon of the first grade is cancelled. Hermione raised her hand high, and wanted to ask why. Snape reprimanded mercilessly. Don't ask me the reason, this is not what you need to know. Marks was very satisfied with the defense against the dark arts class this morning, because Snape was more competent as a professor than Chino. At least he was teaching some related knowledge sincerely, not like Chino. Hold the textbook and read it over and over again. Marks also learned from Hermione that the affinity talent he exudes seems to be weakening. And you reading www.uukanzu.com is more introverted, at least not as obvious as it was in the morning. This is good news for Marks, because the previous talents were powerful, but even Harry and Ron were aware of it. Not only would it not be effective, but it would also easily arouse other people's vigilance. At noon, another good news came. Ron successfully received a letter from Charlie. It stated that he would come with a few friends at 3 o'clock in the afternoon to take the dragon away, and Norbert was spared maybe the fate of being disappeared. It happened that the polymorphology class was suspended in the afternoon, allowing them to spare time to send Norbert away. By the time they arrived at Hagrid's hut after eating, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Norbert was still sleeping by the fire. He didn't mean to wake up at all. It should have been Professor McGonagall who had strengthened the magic midway. Yaya stayed outside the hut and did not dare to go in at all. After seeing Marks's figure, he immediately swooped over and made a whimper in his mouth, accusing Noble who had taken the house. Marks was comforted for a while, and then checked the injury on the tooth leg, where it was bandaged. Apparently Madame Pomfrey had already treated it. Approaching 3 o'clock exactly, Marks saw 6 figures on the horizon flying towards this side riding a broomstick. It's Charlie, here he is. Ron waved his hands excitedly. After seeing Ron, the few people in the sky quickly descended. The head of the person had fiery red hair, freckles on his face, and his skin was tanned black. At first glance, he was weather-beaten in Romania. Dragon research is not a simple task. In addition to knowing a lot of dragon knowledge, it is also indispensable to be able to bear hardships and stand hard work. Sometimes it also requires a lot of strength. Chapter 68. Believe me, Hogwarts never does anything illegal. Hello, I'm Charlie. Here are some of my friends who will come to receive the fire dragon. Charlie looked a little fat, and his tone was very enthusiastic. Obviously this Weasley is a good person to get along with. Marks was worried that the officials of the Ministry of Magic might arrive early, so after a brief introduction by the two sides, they were taken to Hagrid's hut. Who did this? It saves us a lot of time. Charlie was also a little surprised when he saw that he was still asleep while being tightly. Charlie stepped forward and waved his wand confidently to release the transfiguration charm that had bound Norbert, but the effect was minimal after several consecutive spells. and he immediately looked at Marks with an embarrassed face. "It's Professor McGonagall," Marks explained. "Why didn't you say it earlier?" Charlie's mouth twitched, and he hurriedly asked other people to come and help. It took a lot of energy to release the defamation curse that fastened Norbert's limbs. Also awakened Norbert because of his excessive movements, which shocked them. In the end, Marks calmed Norbert and used a coma spell to make it fall asleep again. Charlie also praised this, bluntly saying that Marks has a talent for raising dragons, and asked if Marks would work with him in Romania after graduation. Of course, Marks refused without hesitation. He raised noble solely for the convenience of blood collection, otherwise he would not have the leisure time to raise a dragon. Charlie was a little disappointed, but he was not trying to persuade him. Together with others, he put Norbert in a special cage, and kept blessing the levitation charm and the stunning charm. The former is to reduce the weight of Norbert to facilitate transportation, and the latter is to prevent Norbert from waking up midway. After was done, Charlie didn't stop much, and asked a few friends to ride the broom and lead the cage to the sky. Finally it's done. Harry was relieved after sending Norbert away. "We have to take advantage of this time to erase the traces of Norbert's life." Marks pointed to the messed up hut, indicating that they still have another job to do. Although Marks used the dust removal charm to solve most of the problems, some of them still require them to do it themselves. After the 4 people finally finished their work, the sky was already a little darker, and Marks was about to take them away when I suddenly heard the sound of footsteps coming in front of the door. On the shore of Lake Hogwarts, in front of Hagrid's cabin, Minister of Magic Fudge walked in the forefront, accompanied by Dumbledore and McGonagall, followed by an old woman wearing a pink cardigan with a squirming expression. "Albus, you should know that I am willing to trust you. After all, you have helped me so much before. But the Ministry of Magic is not my sole responsibility." Fudge had a false sadness on his face. "I also assure you that Hogwarts has always acted in accordance with the regulations of the Ministry of Magic and has never done anything illegal." Dumbledore nodded irresponsibly. If it hadn't been for Fudge to let go of his various government affairs, he signed an investigation order as quickly as possible, and rushed here with someone personally, and he almost believed it. As far as he knows, the efficiency of the Ministry of Magic in dealing with business matters has never been so fast. Professor McGonagall, who was half a step behind, looked sad. Because she had misestimated Fudge's reaction speed, she was worried that the children could not deal with it in time. Nor was still in Hagrid's cabin. It's hard to explain at that time. Umbridge. Fudge stood in front of the door and spoke softly. As the Minister of Magic, he certainly couldn't open the door himself. "Okay, Minister." If the shrill and delicate tone is spoken from a young girl, it will make people feel extremely comfortable, and it will be a bit disgusting to be said by Umbridge. However, Umbridge did not realize this. Pretending to take a wand out of his bag, and point it on the door. "Allaho Cave is open." Umbridge slammed the door open, and Professor McGonagall's heart also hung up. Fudge noticed this keenly, and suddenly became interested. However, to the disappointment of Fudge and Umbridge, there was nothing they had imagined in the house. It was an ordinary log cabin, even a little shabby. If it were changed to normal, Fudge would not even come to such a place. "But there is nothing here." Umbridge's gaze swept towards Marks and the others who were still in the wooden house. "Albus, I thought you had let the students stay in the castle honestly." Fudge turned to Dumbledore with interest. "There are always exceptions, aren't they?" Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Marks's face for a while, keenly aware of the changes in Marks's body, but now is not the time to inquire. "Minister Fudge, hello. I am Marks McClown, and I am glad to meet you." Marks leaned slightly politely. Thanks to his affinity and talent, Fudge's favor increased for a while. Until novel.com. Of course, I too. Fudge reached out and shook Marks lightly, then turned to look at the others, and immediately became interested when he saw the iconic scar on Harry's head. As for Leo in the back, Ron and Hermione were directly ignored by him. "Potter? Are you Harry Potter?" Fudge stepped forward and stroked Harry's head affectionately, as close as his uncle and nephew. Harry was very uncomfortable and wanted to avoid it. but Fudge's big hands were not so powerful that he couldn't break free. I have to admit that you did a very good thing when you were a kid. A hero, otherwise the Ministry of Magic might lose more manpower, Fudge said with emotion. Lost more manpower? Should the Ministry of Magic be destroyed or surrendered? Marks murmured silently in his heart. By the way, what are you guys doing here? Fudge asked strangely. Harry and Hermione were a little at a loss, but Marks didn't panic at all, just pointed to the big dog next to them. We are Hagrid's friends, because he was hospitalized, so please let us take care of his teeth, lest he has no one to take care of his wounds or starve to death. Fudge looked at Marks's direction and found that it was a large mastiff dog with a circle of bandages tied to its legs, and there were traces of blood on it. Thinking of the investigation report he had read before, Fudge nodded. It was this dog who was guarding him who returned to report when the forest ranger Hagrid encountered an attack that allowed him to be rescued. Hey, who doesn't like a good and loyal dog? Fudge bent down and wanted to stroke Yaya's head, but the latter didn't appreciate it. He grinned at him for a while, making Fudge very embarrassed. The dissatisfaction flashed on his face. He didn't like the one that gnawed at him. Dog. Chapter 69 Ministry of Magic's routine investigation. Fortunately, Umbridge obviously fits the definition of a good dog. As soon as he came in, he couldn't wait to search in this cabin. She worked tirelessly to search for any possible traces. From time to time, she used her magic wand to knock on the table and chairs, or used her nails to stick the sheets to see if there were any letters underneath. It's a pity she can't find anything. She handles very cleanly. You guys, if there is nothing else, go back to the castle. Professor McGonagall hinted that they should leave quickly. Marks nodded and was about to leave, but Umbridge's voice came over before he left, and so on. Minister Fudge, these children happen to be the insiders in the report. I think they should know something, Umbridge said. Umbridge, I remember what happened. Dumbledore has already told you very well. The children don't know much about it. They just found a clue by accident and came back to inform me. Professor McGonagall frowned, said, but I think there may be something to hide. Umbridge took a few steps forward. Her broad, loose-skinned face was close to Marks and others, and Ron, who was the closest, couldn't help but turn. After a few steps back, Umbridge didn't care, and said with a tired smile, as far as we know, someone saw a little wizard riding on a dragon's back yesterday. That's what Seema said. Didn't you ask in school? He is a famous bomber in the school, because he will fail with any spell. So Seema may want to make up a story so that people can pay attention to him. Marks said lightly. Then I will ask more. Umbridge's eyes were fixed on Marks, wanting to see something on his face. However, Umbridge quickly became disappointed, and Marks's expression did not change in any way. Well, Umbridge, maybe we should go to other places, Fudge said impatiently. He was not interested in wasting time on a story made up by a little wizard. In fact, Fudge didn't have much interest in the so-called dragon thing at all. He came here in person, just wanting to see if Dumbledore did any small actions behind his back. It would be great if Dumbledore's reputation could be weakened by this thing. Although he admitted that when he was seeking the position of Minister of Magic, Dumbledore also helped to do some tiny jobs. But since he took the most powerful position in the magic world, Fudge certainly didn't want someone to stay on him. On his head, even speaking is more effective than his own minister. This is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. When Fudge first became Minister of Magic, he naively thought that Dumbledore was already old, and would retreat behind the scenes for a few years at most, or would die directly. But he didn't expect that a whole decade later, Dumbledore was still alive, and mentally better than him. Fudge doubted whether he was waiting for his old age and Dumbledore was still his principal at Hogwarts. He knows that the personal relationship between the greatest white wizard of this century and Nickleem has always been good, and he drank some life-prolonging potions if he could. Then I think we can go to the 4th floor of the castle. According to some students, they were warned at the beginning of school that if they don't want to die tragically, they had better stay away from there. Umbridge is not worthy of being a good one. Dogs. New ideas soon came up. Okay, Let's go there and have a look. Fudge was interested again. Fudge, do you think I would hide a dragon in the corridor of the castle? Dumbledore, who had been silent, suddenly said. Look, I just watched. How could the next dragon be hidden there? Fudge noticed Dumbledore's eyes under his half-moon glasses, a panic in his heart, but he still pretended to be calm. Looks like, don't want to show timidity in front of the other party. I also took you to the scene of the accident. It was an ordinary assault. Dumbledore increased his tone and continued. Hagrid was wounded by magic. There are traces of the flame curse in the place where the fire burned. The death of the unicorn was also due to the killing curse. There is no evidence that Hogwarts raised a dragon or violated the regulations of the Ministry of Magic. I know, but this is a routine investigation by the Ministry of Magic. Fudge felt that his authority had been challenged like never before, and he spoke very hard. Umbridge took out a search warrant in due course and showed it in front of Dumbledore. But Dumbledore didn't look at it, he just looked at Fudge so quietly. In the wooden house that seemed to be a little crowded, there seemed to be a rush of pressure for a while, which made Harry and the others very uncomfortable. They curled up into a ball and clipped their tails. Umbridge wanted to speak but couldn't tell words come. Marks was quietly in front of his melanating crowd, and didn't mean to blend in, because this was entirely Dumbledore's own work. You reading www.uukanzu.com has nothing to do with him. What surprised him a little was that Dumbledore used the Philosopher's Stone to fish. The Ministry of Magic did not even know, or that the Ministry of Magic knew very little. But thinking about Fudge's attitude towards Voldemort's resurrection in the original book, Marks somewhat understood. Fudge didn't want to believe that Voldemort was still alive, let alone set a trap for such a precious thing as the Philosopher's Stone. Even if Fudge really agreed to do this, the place where the traps were set would be at the Ministry of Magic, and Fudge himself would bring dozens of Aurors squatting and guarding it. Harry, Hermione, and Ron did not have the leisurely mood of Marks. What Fudge said made them a little worried. After all, they knew very well that there was a three-headed dog in the corridor on the 4th floor. They couldn't imagine what Minister Fudge would look like when he saw it. Reaction. The solemn atmosphere lasted for a while, and finally Dumbledore broke the strange atmosphere. Of course it is okay for the Ministry of Magic to investigate. There is nothing shameful there. Dumbledore slowed down. After all, Fudge was the Minister of Magic. If he could, he didn't want to get too stiff with the ministry. I also assure you that this is the last place to be searched. Fudge also sighed in relief and voluntarily backed down. Dumbledore didn't say much, and took the initiative to walk out of the door. His calm appearance made Fudge doubt whether his persistence was right. But Fudge quickly strengthened his confidence again, because Dumbledore's previous reaction proved that he definitely had something to hide from himself. Thinking of this, Fudge winked at Umbridge. Umbridge suddenly understood, and turned around to show a tired smile to Marks and others. You guys should keep up with you. It's best not to let me find out that you are doing little tricks on the road. Chapter 70. Don't worry, the professor should be able to do it himself. Marks nodded indifferently, because he didn't plan to do anything anyway. Just back to the Hogwarts castle. Dumbledore stopped suddenly and reached out and patted Harry on the shoulder. You should go back to the dormitory first. The next thing is not convenient for you to participate. Fudge nodded. He was here anyway, and he didn't worry that Marks and others would go to confess the news or something. After the group separated, Marks walked in the corridor to the Gryffindor Academy lounge. Harry, Hermione, and Ron all looked worried. What if the three-headed dog kept on the 4th floor is discovered by Secretary Fudge? Will Professor Dumbledore be removed? Harry said. Don't worry. The professor can do it by himself. Marks said confidently. He didn't think Dumbledore was so easy to deal with. Maybe in the confrontation with Fudge just now, Dumbledore might have a solution, or else he wouldn't be so calm when he came all the way. But I think the professor seems to be unable to solve it by himself. Hermione stopped abruptly and looked at Harry's shoulder. What's wrong? Is there anything on my face? Harry asked strangely. It's on the shoulder. There seems to be a word. Ron said blankly. Marks looked at the words composed of golden light spots. and the corners of his mouth twitched faintly. He wanted to pretend not to see it, but it was a pity that he was not alone here. This must be Professor Dumbledore who just stayed. It says, the secret path ... fourth floor. Professor Dumbledore asked us to take a shortcut to the fourth floor through the secret path. Hermione said excitedly. Harry and Ron are also very excited. They think they can do something again. But where is this secret road? The three of them were confused and looked at Marks together. Since it was the message from Dumbledore, it proved that someone must know the secret message. Marks wanted to say that he didn't know anything, but considering that he would have to study at Hogwarts for some time in the future, Dumbledore would wear small shoes, so he decided to solve this trouble. You better prepare. This secret path is not easy to walk. Marks sighed. He didn't understand how Dumbledore guessed that he knew these secret paths. Marks ran all the way with a few people, and then stopped in a path on the first floor, where there was a statue of a soldier holding a sword. Marks stretched out his magic wand and tapped lightly on the wall next to the statue. The soldier's statue suddenly lifted the sword, frightening Ron, and the stone bricks on the back wall were embedded in a narrow passage. It was revealed. Inside is a weird space, with walls made of bricks up, down, left and right, extending in all directions. These walls move and derive constantly as if they have life. At the moment when everyone paused, the space to the left was completely submerged and closed by a huge amount of bricks. Seeing that the standing space was about to be swallowed, Marks hurriedly pulled Hermione and the others away. All the way to the right, the terrain went higher and higher, and the retreat behind him was also squeezed by new bricks. Marks suddenly crashed into a grey wall. Harry almost thought he was crazy from time to time, but Marks's body goes straight through the wall. Hurry up, this secret door will change. Marks's voice came from the other end, and Harry and the others woke up. This should be similar to the situation on platform 9 3/4. Then he stopped hesitating and ran directly into it. Entering it, Harry felt like he was passing through a wall of water. When Hermione, who was running at the end, was walking through, he clearly felt the pressure around him was gradually increasing, slowly becoming solid, and they were about to change back the real wall. Fortunately, Hermione ran out at the last minute. At this time, she touched her back, and it was already a solid wall. What if I didn't come out in time just now? Hermione asked curiously. Then we won't see you, Marks said solemnly. Hermione was frightened for a while. Harry and Ron were also very frightened. Just as they vowed in their hearts that they would never enter these dangerous secret passages again, they heard Marks chuckle. I mean, I won't see you temporarily. You will be teleported to somewhere in the castle. This is Hogwarts. Of course, these institutions and secret doors are non-lethal. Otherwise, there have been so many little wizards who died in the past, and this school would have been closed long ago. Hermione glared at Marks angrily. If it weren't for the emergency, they would have ganged up and beat him up. Where are we? Harry looked around. Of course it is the fourth floor. Marks and a few people quickly found the forbidden corridor. The wooden door was still closed, but they all knew that there was a ferocious three-headed dog inside. Harry, are you still carrying the music box I gave you? Marks turned to look behind him. Of course. That's a great gift. Harry didn't know what Marks did with this www.mentalnovel.com but took it out of his pocket. By the way, Hagrid once said that Norway likes to listen to music and will fall asleep as soon as I hear it. Hermione immediately remembered. Harry and Ron were also excited, so they wouldn't have to deal with three-headed dogs. Marks nodded. With this music box, he doesn't need to use transfiguration to temporarily get a musical instrument out. Pushing open the wooden door in the corridor, Marks signaled Harry to prepare to open the music box. But after entering, he found that the three-headed Norwegian dog was actually asleep with his eyes closed. But the noise when entering the door is still somewhat affected. Norway's eyelids move slightly, and he will wake up as soon as he sees it. No need to be prompted. Harry opened the music box when he moved again in Norway, and cheerful Christmas songs resounded in the hallway. After hearing the music in Norway, he fell asleep again. Everyone was relieved, but facing such a big three-headed dog, they didn't know what to do for a while. I mean, let's forget it. How can we get such a big three-headed dog outside? Ron looked at Norway's three big mouths with fangs and swallowed spit. He really couldn't think of any way to hide it. Isn't there a trapdoor here? Marks ignored Ron, but went straight to the trapdoor, opened it, and then used the extension spell to double the trapdoor. If Marks's magical power and spellcasting level had not been greatly improved after completing the fusion ritual, it would have been impossible to complete it. Are you going to just throw it down like this? Hermione was a little worried whether Norway would just fall to death, or make some movement underneath. So some other work needs to be done. Marks said. Chapter 71. Let's have some fun with Professor Dumbledore. Fluorescence blinking. As Marks chanted the spell, the dazzling light penetrated the darkness and shone on the devil's net. These light and heat-fearing plants immediately took back the outstretched vines. Is about 4 meters high. After Marks made a simple judgment, he asked Harry, Ron, and Hermione to help him send Norway down with a levitation charm. Harry also hung the music box on the chain around the neck of Norway, lest it wake up midway. Norway is so big that even if 4 people use the levitation charm at the same time, it almost can't maintain it. Halfway through, Norway almost wakes up. Fortunately, the music never stopped. After the last toss, everyone successfully sent Norway down, and the devil net that was dispelled before was also closed again during this time. But what about this trapdoor? And the emptiness here must arouse Secretary Fudge's suspicion. Hermione worried. Do you have any useless things on your body? I'll dress up here with transfiguration charm. Marks sighed helplessly. He felt like he was almost becoming a professional finishing toucher, and Dumbledore didn't pay any more. Jinjialong gave it to him. After hearing this, the 3 of them rummaged in the pockets of the wizard robes, but they really found a lot of small objects. Ron pulled out a bag of cocoa beans from his pocket, Harry followed with some golden Jialong and silver Psycho, Hermione found a few small wooden combs and round mirrors. The total number is still quite large, especially Ron's cocoa beans. There can be hundreds of them in a package. It might be that the level of the transformation curse was too low and it was directly seen that Marks directly refused their help, released it personally and completed the arrangement. Well, it's not bad. After it was done, Marks looked around and nodded in satisfaction. Will this be a bit bad? Harry looked at the hanging objects on the ceiling, suddenly scared. Follow it. I think Professor Dumbledore will have a way to explain it, Marks said with deep resentment. He is not the kind of person who doesn't fight back after being cheated. He was thinking of making Dumbledore more fun. Marks was a little disappointed, because they didn't have any big objects on them, and it might be impossible for him to make big news. Just when Marks was casting a spell, from a distance, I heard Professor McGonagall's loud voice coming from afar. The corridor on the 4th floor is nothing special. Adding a door is just to separate the space. Now how to do? Harry did not dare to speak, but hinted with his eyes. Marks also didn't expect the people from the Ministry of Magic to come so quickly. He thought that Dumbledore would take Fudge around the school to buy them time. But fortunately, Professor McGonagall knows to remind them aloud. We can jump down. Below is the devil net. We just don't resist. Hermione lowered her voice, pointed to the trapdoor, and then jumped down first. She had already seen the vines of the devil net have reclosed. With this as a buffer, there is no need to worry about being thrown to death. Harry and Ron also gritted their teeth and stomped their feet and jumped down. They could only pray that Norway was still sleeping underneath. Marks had no time to stop, and the 3 of them had already jumped off. Actually, I would use the phantom spell, Marks murmured silently, using the transformation spell on the trapdoor, and then entered the trapdoor before the transformation spell was completed. As the trapdoor slowly closed and merged with the floor, the wooden door was pushed open, and Umbridge's disgusting voice was in the corridor. I don't think so. Maybe there are secrets hidden in it. Umbridge walked in with a smile on his face, and just turned his head. The empty corridor seemed to be triggered by some mechanism, and the ghost faces hooked by the string on the ceiling fell one after another. It fell in the air and swayed, or smiled or stared at her hollowly, and one of them happened to be suspended in front of Umbridge's eyes. Ah! Umbridge sat down on the ground and let out a shrill cry. McGonagall suddenly became nervous outside the door, and Dumbledore also thought that Umbridge had discovered Norway, and suddenly felt that he was miscalculating the transfer of Norway to a few children. With a few little wizards, it is indeed impossible to transfer a three-headed dog in such a short period of time. But after entering, Dumbledore realized that things were a little different from what he had imagined. Rows of ghost faces in the corridor were hung from the ceiling. Dumbledore was a little bit dumbfounded for a while. McGonagall was also taken aback for a while, and his eyes were inquiring. Dumbledore shook his head insignificantly, indicating that he did not know it, and it seemed that Marks would surprise him differently every time. Albus, what the is going on? Fudge looked at the hallway like a haunted house. Novel.com. The expression on his face was wonderful, and he looked at Dumbledore with a very strange look. He had to wonder if Dumbledore was carrying some dangerous black magic on his back. Even Fudge regretted coming to the 4th floor. Shouldn't he be silenced? You can take a closer look at these ghost faces. Fudge discovered that these don't seem to be black magic items, just ordinary masks. Dumbledore pondered for a while. He didn't have any preparation for these arrangements of marks, but it was obvious that this little trick could not bother him. In just a few seconds, Dumbledore had a change of Alzheimer's, often forgetting things, and clapped his hands. Ah, I remember. I asked Severus to buy them. I planned to use them on Halloween. If I didn't come and have a look, I would have forgotten them here. Dumbledore said that he took a mask and put it on. It was a vampire mask with red paint sprayed on the corners of his mouth, which looked a bit like blood. It looks good, doesn't it? Dumbledore said. Severus, Professor McGonagall's mouth twitched. Dumbledore's reason was really casual. She didn't believe Snape would do such a thing. Fudge picked up a mask for faith and suspicion and looked at it. It was an exquisitely crafted goblin mask, which seemed to be made of mahogany, and nothing could be seen on the surface. Umbridge also got up from the ground at this time. She was a little bit irrational when she was acting out in public. She drew her wand out of anger and chanted spells to the ghost faces around her. Appears in a hurry. A wave of magical ripples stretched along the top of the wand in all directions, and the ghost face hanging in the air shook and made a slight noise. Chapter 72. Are you going to look at that corridor again? Umbridge's sudden spell was beyond everyone's expectations. Professor McGonagall was even more shocked. She had guessed that these ghost faces were mostly made by Marks using the Transfiguration curse. If they were cracked on the spot by the Visibility curse, it would be over. However, what neither McGonagall nor Fudge had thought of was that the manifestation curse was of no use, and the ghost face remained unchanged. It's impossible. Umbridge yelled out of control. Dumbledore was not too surprised by this result. Just when he came into contact with these masks, he had a rough estimate of the level of Marks's transformation spell. It is that these wooden ghost surface structures that have been deformed for some reason are very stable, even beyond the level they should be. Dumbledore didn't know that Marks accidentally used magic to analyze a mahogany round table during the second magic burst, and he knew the wooden structure very well, otherwise he would not be so surprised. On the other hand, although Umbridge is a high-ranking official of the Ministry of Magic, he has been busy consolidating power and intrigue over the years, and his casting level is very average. Even with the use of the manifestation, it is impossible to quickly dissolve the wooden ghost faces transformed by Marks. McGonagall was speechless. She remembered that Marks's Transfiguration curse a few days ago was far from reaching this level. If she hadn't known it was the place where the three-headed dog was, she would have almost thought Snape was it. I really bought a bunch of masks and hung them here. Impossible. You must have done something. Umbridge looked at Dumbledore sharply. She thought that the other party had buried some secrets in advance, and she had nothing to gain. Her judgment is absolutely impossible to go wrong. Are you questioning me? Dumbledore turned his head, the vampire mask still on his face. But what frightened Umbridge more was Dumbledore's eyes under the mask, as if he could see her thoroughly. Under the gaze, Umbridge's mind could not help but recall that it was buried deep in memory. Those sordid things she thought she had forgotten. Umbridge then remembered that the centenarian in front of him was not the small character he usually faced, but the most prestigious and powerful wizard in the magic world today. Umbridge's legs trembled, and emotions such as fear, resentment, and anxiety surged into his heart, but he did not dare to say any more. Dumbledore didn't put much effort on a small role like Umbridge, took off the mask on his face, put it in his arms at will, then turned his head and said to Fudge, "Fudge, you should have seen everything that should be seen. Everything in Hogwarts conforms to the regulations of the Ministry of Magic. There are no dragons and no dangers. The little wizards studying here are extremely safe. Of course, I saw it." Fudge's face was a little uncertain. He was sure that Dumbledore was hiding something from himself, but he had no way of doing it, so he had to pinch his nose to admit it. "Umbridge, let's go." Fudge threw the ghost face in his hand aside in disappointment, and said to Umbridge, who was trembling on the side, "Perhaps you can take a stroll at Hogwarts." Dumbledore joked casually. "No. The Ministry of Magic still has a lot of government affairs to deal with." Fudge opened the door and walked out with a sullen face. Umbridge followed suit, but he could no longer maintain the greasy smile on his face. Professor McGonagall walked at the end and closed the open wooden door. He vaguely saw that the ghost face thrown by Fudge in the corner turned into a small wooden comb in a twist, and the others turned into various small objects. More than 100. The flavored bins crashed down. McGonagall smiled and closed the door with his backhand. "Wait, what is that sound?" Fudge, who was walking in the front, seemed to hear something vaguely. He turned his head and glanced suspiciously, but could only see that the wooden door was closed. "Are you going to look at the corridor again? I think you can pick a mask as a souvenir." "What about this one?" Dumbledore gestured with the vampire mask out of his arms. "Forget it." As soon as he saw the mask, Fudge couldn't help but burst into flames. He thought he could catch Dumbledore's handle here, but he didn't expect that there would be such an inexplicable thing inside. Dumbledore nodded and put the mask in his arms again, losing his magical support. The vampire mask was twisted and changed back to its original appearance. "That is a small round mirror." On the other side, Marks, who fell from a height, did not suffer any harm. Because of the devil net as a buffer, Marks released a levitating charm on himself before falling, and landed in a very stable posture. But other people are not so lucky. The broken bones are about to fall apart, but they dare not scream because the three-headed Norwegian dog is still here. If you accidentally wake it up, that's it. "Where is this underground secret room? I didn't expect that there is such a place in the castle." Ron looked around, quietly lowered his voice. "Didn't we guess before? This is the place where Professor Dumbledore placed the Philosopher's Stone. Norway and the Devil's Net should be used to prevent others from invading." Hermione explained softly. "No. The Devil.com was specially designed by Professor Sprout. You were reading www.uukanzu.com was designed to prevent you from falling and falling to death." Marks was silently complaining. At the same time, Marks discovered that it was a long passage. The grey stone walls around it were covered with moss and vines. It should not have been temporarily opened up, but a space in Hogwarts itself. Maybe Dumbledore Lido just remodeled this place a bit in order to avoid a conflict with Norway, which might wake up at any time. Marks had to continue to move forward. At the end of the corridor is a room. Through the light, you can see that the wooden door has been blown up, and there are circles of key-shaped objects scattered on the ground. Someone came first than us. He cast a flame curse first, and then blasted the wooden door. Hermione knelt down and picked up a key with traces of being burned by the flames. "It must be Chino." Marks's face sank. No wonder the Norwegian three-headed dog was asleep when they came in. Maybe it was a coma curse, or Chino used a transformation curse to make a flute. What? But judging from the experience of these flying keys, Marks guessed that it was mostly the former. because the invader seemed to have no intention of playing these level-breaking games at all. It may be very grumpy and even expended a lot of magic to force the level. Shouldn't be because of him, Marx thought with a guilty conscience. It's just that Marx doesn't understand. Where did Chino or Voldemort have the courage to enter Hogwarts again? How did you get in again? Let's go and tell Professor Dumbledore, Harry said anxiously. But after speaking, the four people realized one thing at the same time. Today, Minister of Magic Fudge visited Hogwarts in person. Dumbledore and McGonagall, as the principal and vice principals, must accompany the whole process. They can't get away. Chapter 73 Raging Wizard Chess. Marx suddenly realized that Voldemort would choose to steal the Philosopher's Stone today, as long as he knew some of the secret paths of Hogwarts and sneaked in smoothly. He would have nothing to do with Dumbledore. Fear, from the perspective of Voldemort hiding his Horcrux in the responsive room and finding the Slytherin secret chamber, he should have explored the school very deeply, knowing that part of the secret path is normal. Then what should we do now? Just here waiting for Kino to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Ron was desperate, because he was in a dilemma now. We must not stay here. When Kino gets the Sorcerer's Stone, we will still face us. Nor we may wake up at any time. Hermione was holding her tan hair depressed and letting her go. No matter how the clever head turned, he couldn't think of a solution. Then let's stop Kino from getting the Philosopher's Stone. There are four of us here, and he is only one, Harry said courageously. Kino's strength is not as weak as you think. Maybe he is related to the mysterious man ... That is, Voldemort. Marx said lightly. Voldemort? Harry asked in surprise. Ron and Hermione were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They thought that they were big enough to deal with the professor, but they didn't expect that their opponents had upgraded again, and they were still the rumored Dark Lord. Then we have to stop him. Kino wants to get the Sorcerer's Stone. He must be prepared to give it to Voldemort, or resurrect him. After being surprised, Harry quickly said firmly again. In fact, Marx's mind is also in the battle between heaven and man. Go or not? If his design is reasonable enough, he may not be able to hit Chino or Voldemort by surprise like before on a dragon-riding rescue. Use the protective magic in Harry's body to skip the stage of battle and directly kill Chino. All he had to do was to use the killing spell to grab the head while Kino was caught by Harry and unable to move. In this way, you can complete the inexplicable promise task, unlock the blood magic, and have more self-protection strength before returning to Knockdown Alley. But Marx would not naively think that everything will go as smoothly as he imagined. If something happens in the middle, he will have to face the final boss in the original. Even Voldemort, who is so weak that only his soul is left, is extremely dangerous. If you want to leave, there are just a few broomsticks here. Harry pointed to the broomstick by the door, and when he learned that Chino was related to Voldemort, he decided to stop it. Forget it. It's not that we are willing to let Chino go, Chino will let us go. I don't want to watch out for an enemy in the dark all day. Marx sighed. Although Marx knew very well that Voldemort would not be able to get the Sorcerer's Stone without their intervention, this would not solve the problem. When Voldemort realized that he had been tricked by Dumbledore, he would definitely be more cautious and even more angry. They are in danger when they leave school on holiday. Hermione and Ron also did not plan to leave. For the Gryffindor lion cubs, the danger is acceptable, but the unacceptable is to let their friends face the danger alone. Besides, their impression of Ricino is nothing. What a clever look. They should ... probably ... maybe ... can beat him. Just when Marx made a decision, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Activating new mission. Mission objective: loot the Philosopher's Stone. Task reward: related alchemy knowledge. Mission description: this is a series of tests carefully prepared by the principal of Hogwarts, Dumbledore. Although most of them have been devastated, it should be noted that the difficulty of entering the level has not been reduced. Please enter. Be prepared for death. The sudden task reminder made Marx feel better, which means that as long as he successfully kills Chino this time, he will be able to complete 2 tasks at once. The reward is still very generous. As for the danger, This is something he already knew. Let's go. Marks cleared up his emotions and continued to walk out of the small room. Because the wooden door had been destroyed, they did not need to ride a broom to find the key. Moving forward, Marks thought it was just a small challenge to play wizard chess, but he didn't expect to find that it was more like a fierce battlefield when he approached. A large number of dismembered chess pieces were scattered on the ground. Under the influence of magic, the body was slowly repaired, and the remaining 10 intact chess pieces were all looked over. These stone chess pieces obviously have no faces, let alone eyes, but Marks unexpectedly feels that he is being stared at by them. Obviously these chess pieces do not rely on eyes to lock the target. mtlnovel.com Marks soon just decided that the phantom curse might lose its effect here. The moment Marks stepped in, the stone soldiers drew out their knives one after another. The knight with a broken hand got up from the ground, stepped on the horse and clenched the spear. The king raised the scepter high. Is this going to play the live-action wizard flag battle? Looking at the stone chess pieces 2 or 3 meters high in front of him, Ron swallowed. Although his wizard's banner is not bad, the live-action version is forgotten. It's a pity that when they came in, the attack had already begun. The stone soldiers approached with heavy steps, and the only knight rushed towards them on a horse. Split. Marks threw a split spell, and the forelegs of the stone horse that ran halfway burst open. The knight above fell to the ground like a gourd, and half of his head was shattered. But the knight still stood up again, and kept adsorbing the scattered stones around him, slowly repairing his injuries. They will fix it automatically. How can I fight this? Harry said silently. Try to attack the legs of these stone men and restrict their movements. Then bless the iron armor curse and rush over. Marks used his magic wand to counter himself, and an invisible magic barrier enveloped his body, which gave him some safety. Although the iron armor curse is a magic used by wizards to defend and reflect specific spells, it does not mean that the curse does not have physical defense. Its essence is to build a magical barrier around the body, and it also has a certain resistance to physical damage. But we don't know the iron armor curse at all. Ron tried to attack one of the soldiers with the leg-locking curse, but it had no effect at all, and he shouted in despair. Chapter 74 in the first grade textbook, there is no iron armor curse at all. So I usually ask you to review and read more books, Hermione said angrily, but still waved his wand and blessed them both. But in the first grade textbooks, that was not taught at all. Harry murmured silently in his heart, and didn't dare to say it out loud, because he and Ron were the only ones who could not curse iron. It's now. Rush. After Marks saw the timing and temporarily restricted a few of the nearest stone soldiers, he rushed forward. These demonized chess pieces do not move fast, but they are triumphant in a large number, scattered everywhere. Even if Marks is careful to avoid them, they will inevitably encounter a few. Fortunately, Marks's wand is not a decoration. A few suitable obstacle spells and split spells can deal with these troubles and temporarily restrict the movement of these stone chess pieces. But Harry's side was more exciting. A stone soldier wielded a large sword and almost slashed on him. Fortunately, the iron armor curse took effect a little bit, making him worthy of relying on awkward rolling and hiding before being hit past. The witty Hermione followed Marks closely from the beginning, so there was no danger along the way, and even had free time to use the obstacle curse to help Ron block the knight's spear attack. The four rushed all the way out of the magic of the chessboard. The stone chess pieces stopped their attacks, gathered their weapons, and returned to their original positions to be repaired. Except for Marks, everyone else was in a cold sweat. The feeling of dancing on the tip of a knife was really thrilling. Turning around, Marks realized that he had gone to another place, where there was a small platform, and the front seal was burning with black flames. The ground around is inscribed with complex inscriptions. Some characters Marks have seen in ancient magic literature, but I don't understand what they mean. After waiting for Hermione, Ron, and Harry to come in together, purple flames all around suddenly rose up, sealing the entrance and trapping them here. It seems that the test here has not been destroyed by Chino. Marx wondered whether it was fortunate or depressed. Hermione had already looked at a few things on the platform at this time. There were 7 transparent glass bottles with liquids of different colors clearly visible. There was a piece of parchment on the front, and Hermione whispered, "Come out. Danger is in front of us, safety is behind. There are 2 of us who can help you. Drink them down. One will lead you forward. Another one sends you back to the original place." This should be logical reasoning. "We don't need to use magic to solve it," Hermione said in surprise, and then turned her head to say, full of letters as if thinking of something. "Should we come to BB to see who can solve it first? Otherwise, forget it." Ron looked at the long headache riddle, and Harry was thinking hard. Hermione didn't expect them to answer at all, but looked at Marx. 7 bottles, 3 poisons, and 2 wines. The smallest bottle contains potions that can let people pass through the black flames, and the one on the far right allows us to return. Time is urgent. Marx is not interested in playing any riddle-guessing game. After confirming that the parchment is the same as he expected, he reveals the content of the riddle. Hermione couldn't believe it. In her opinion, Marx just glanced at random. Hermione immediately used the information given by Marx and combined the content on the parchment to make inverse inferences, and the result was actually correct. But this is too fast, Hermione thought, depressed. "It would be nice if Harry and I would go together before. You can stay here. It's safe to be protected by flames," Marx said. "How can this work? Are you going to leave us behind?" Hermione glared at Marx angrily. "There are too few potions in the bottle. It is impossible for us to get in." Marx pointed to the smallest potion and said, "I'll go alone. This potion should only be enough for one person to drink." Harry grabbed the potion bottle, and Harry continued without waiting for their veto. "Voldemort killed my parents, and I killed him when I was just born. If Voldemort really resurrects, he will definitely not let me go, so I will stop him anyway, and maybe I can beat him a second time." Harry touched the lightning scar on his forehead, so he was the only one who couldn't hold back. "Come on, you shouldn't even know how you defeated Voldemort in the first place. I have an idea. If it can be implemented successfully, we should be able to be safe." Marx admired his courage, but considering that Kino's state might have changed drastically because of himself, Marx couldn't rest assured that Harry would go in alone. Besides, he still wanted to complete the task. Harry nodded helplessly. Although he was brazen just now, he actually didn't even have a reliable plan. He just wanted to get into the wave. Since Marx said that he already had an idea of opposing the enemy, Harry naturally dispelled the idea of being tough. "But how do you get in?" Harry wondered. "I have my own way." Marx took out a bottle of fireproof potion from the wizard's robe and drank it all at once. Marx never thought that this bottle of medicine would be put away by him in the responsive room, and now it can be used just right. "Can only say that fate is impermanent." "What did you drink?" Hermione asked. "Fireproofing agent, homemade. The effect should be good. It can last for several minutes." Marx closed his eyes and felt it. His body was cold, but it didn't affect his actions. "This is obviously not just a person's weight." Hermione stared at Marx very dissatisfied. mentalnovel.com Sorry, but there is nothing now. I will pay attention next time. Marx smiled and turned the bottle in his hand upside down. He drank the fire prevention agent very cleanly, and there was nothing left. He doesn't want to protect Hermione and Ron by the way when dealing with Chino or Voldemort, so that he will go from fighting a nightmare difficulty dungeon with a strategy to a real hell-level dungeon. Hermione walked up a few steps, her lips trembled, her fist was clenched, and she wanted to punch Marx in the face. But in the end, Hermione still didn't do anything, and suddenly grabbed him. "Be sure to protect yourself before I come back." Hermione hugged Marx tightly, blushing for several seconds before letting go. She felt that Marx must be unwilling to let herself take risks, so she did it deliberately. But she wouldn't just wait like that. Hermione snatched the empty glass bottle in Marx's hand, ran to the platform as fast as possible, filled half of the potion on the right side, threw the remaining half to Ron, and then took a mouthful of her own. "Drink it. Quick, let's go to Professor Dumbledore." Hermione stared at Ron, and after he drank the potion, he ran out by the collar. "But what about the stone men outside?" Ron shouted, being dragged along. Far away, Hermione's angry voice came. "Of course I used magic to break them all into pieces." Hermione didn't even pay attention to the Ministry of Magic's inspection at this time. She planned to drag Professor Dumbledore over as soon as she went out. Marks and they are now going to deal with the Dark Lord. What about the Minister of Magic? Let him die. Chapter 75. What is the operation of muddling your face with your hands? Watching the two disappear into the sea of fire, Marks opened his mouth to stop it, because if you want to go back, you have to go through those violent chess pieces. It's not easy for the four of them to come all the way, let alone Hermione and Ron. But staying here does not mean absolute safety. It would be nice if he and Harry won, but if they lost, they could not even escape in this closed space facing Chino and Voldemort. "Let's go," Marks sighed. He should worry about himself first. Harry nodded solemnly, and poured the vial of potion down, looking like he was about to die. But with Marks's company, Harry is still somewhat confident compared to the original. However, Harry soon discovered that Marks was chanting some weird spell in the mouth of Marks next to him. Under the light of the wand, his figure quickly disappeared in front of him. On the empty platform, except for the tongue of fire rising everywhere, he was left alone. "Marks, are you still there?" Harry suddenly panicked. "I used the phantom spell. The effect is similar to your invisibility cloak, and it's right next to you now." Marks's voice rang in his ears. Harry became calmer now. Although the inability to see Marks made him a little vain inexplicably, Harry did not let Marks exit this state and accompany him in. With this light and dark, they can have more winning percentages. Even if he would be used as bait in this case, Harry had no objection, because in his opinion, Marks was different from himself. He did not have to face the responsibilities and obligations of the Dark Lord, but he was involved. Before stepping into the black flame, Marks spoke again as if thinking of something. "After you go in, don't panic no matter what you see, and don't immediately clash. Try to get close to Chino or Voldemort, then restrict his movement, grab his hand, or use your hand to confuse him. Faces are fine, it's better not to give Chino a chance to pull out his wand." Harry was confused and restricted his movement. He understood. What is the operation that can be used to confuse his face? Does block the line of sight? Harry couldn't figure it out, but he still agreed directly. He wouldn't feel like some old-fashioned wizards, who didn't feel that fighting without magic would compromise their identity as a wizard. Anyhow, it's over. Marks was also a little relieved. As long as Voldemort wanted to get the Philosopher's Stone, he would not immediately attack Harry, and once Harry got in, they would win. Redeem the experience card. Marks opened his mouth and said silently, "Ding, redeemed, 100 grade points deducted." As the beep sounded, Marks's brain speed increased rapidly, and various senses seemed to be much more sensitive. The opponent is Voldemort. Marks dare not relax a little bit, as far as possible to improve the state to the limit. Stepped forward a few steps and stepped into the enveloped range of the black flame, and the hot tongue rushed over his face. This weird flame still maintained a very high temperature without any attachments. Fortunately, the effect of the fire prevention agent is good. A thin water curtain automatically emerges around the body, blocking the flames and high temperature. Further forward, there is a large room, surrounded by 12 huge supporting pillars, and in the middle is a huge mirror. A wizard dressed in a black robe and a hood to cover himself tightly. He was standing in front of the mirror with his back to them. Perhaps hearing the movement behind him, the figure in the black robe gradually turned around. Harry's eyes widened, and a chill rushed to his head from the soles of his feet. Marks almost couldn't sustain the phantom spell. What kind of face is that? His face was full of pits and pits burned by the fire. There was no good skin from top to bottom, and the white bones on his forehead were clearly visible. Both eyes have lost the protection of the eyelids and are directly exposed. The most weird thing is this scorched face. which seems to overlap with another illusory snake face, and it is only weird enough to describe it. Marx swallowed hard. Although he had guessed that Chino and Voldemort could not be unscathed under his and Norbert's attack, he did not expect Chino to be injured so badly, and the wounds were like this. Still alive. Harry Potter. Hello. Hoarse voice came from Chino's burnt mouth, mixed with anger, surprise, and surprise. Are you Chino or Voldemort? How did your body become like this? Although Harry's heart was extremely frightened, he quickly calmed down. Following Marx's previous prompts, he approached Voldemort step by step. You ask me why? Voldemort's fluctuating emotions became even more angry. Is not Chino's trash. It took so much effort to solve the unicorn, which caused him not to drink enough blood. Instead, he was hit by a fire dragon that did not know where he came from. Originally, this attack was barely blocked by his forcible shot. Until novel.com it was just a hard fall, but the point was that before he could relax, the hiding place was ignited with a large-scale flame curse. Now, there are several hot dragon breaths in it. Chino, the idiot, was stunned, so that the wand was temporarily released. If he hadn't fully taken over the control of the body, he would force the wandless cast to continue for a wave, and then retrieve the wand and escape in time. Gus' body has long been roasted into coke. What made him even more angry was that he didn't see what the attacker looked like from the beginning to the end. He dared to use the flame curse on a large scale in places like the Forbidden Forest, even if in his legion of Death Eaters, such a frenzied wizard. Not much. For Chino, Voldemort had completely lost his patience. After rough repairing the broken body with black magic, he suppressed Chino's own consciousness. Although this state cannot be maintained for a few days, as long as he can successfully obtain the Philosopher's Stone, he will get back everything he has lost. Now the key to breaking through Dumbledore's magic is right in front of his eyes, and Voldemort has been unable to contain the excitement in his heart. Harry had already closed his mouth at this time. He had already understood that the person in front of him was probably not Chino, but Voldemort. Although he was scared in his heart, he still shook his legs and slowly approached him according to the original plan. Yes, come here, that's it. What a pleasant meeting. Voldemort looked at Harry with eager eyes, but his voice turned halfway, as if he had sensed something. His face darkened. But before that, it's better to clean up some bugs that have sneaked in. Harry's complexion changed, and when Marx heard this, he rushed towards the bunker beside the stone pillar. Chapter 76 Sting. Your Principal Dumbledore is on his way to support Avada Kedavra. A green light hit Marx's original position, and the low and hoarse voice resounded in the hall. Has excellent dynamic vision. Before Voldemort waved his wand, Marx had already made an evasive action. I don't know if it's because of the fusion of blood. Marx feels that his physical strength and various physical qualities have increased to a certain extent, and his body seems to be lighter. Voldemort, who possessed Chino, waved his wand disappointedly and was about to cast the spell again. But at this moment, Harry had already rushed towards his position. Get out of the way. Voldemort, who could not find a good piece of flesh all over his body, was completely unrecognizable, and he kicked Harry out. If the condition is intact, Voldemort may still be in the mood to play with the two little wizards in front of him, admiring their desperate expressions. But now this body is suffering from severe pain all the time. He has no patience. The hard-hit Harry lay on the ground and almost vomited out for lunch, clutching his stomach and trying to get up with difficulty, vaguely as if to see Voldemort in the magic mirror of Eris behind Voldemort. The other himself was lying on the ground and directed at him. After blinking, he put a stone-like irregular object into the pocket of the wizard's robe. Harry felt something hard in the pocket of the wizard's robe. He guessed what it was, but he didn't have time to check it because he had seen Voldemort raise his wand and aimed it at him. The flames are raging. At the critical moment, Marx, who was slowing down, released a flame curse on Voldemort. The tongue of flame rising out of thin air surrounded Voldemort, but Marx as the caster was not happy at all. because the development of the matter has been completely out of his control. Marx is not sure whether he can defeat Voldemort, who is not in good shape, with his current strength. The flame curse only delayed for less than a second, and a large black mist emerged from Voldemort's broken body, directly extinguishing the rising flame. And Voldemort's face was even more distorted to the extreme, and he spoke very angry. Flame curse. So it was you. Before, he felt that Marx's voice seemed a bit familiar, and now he was even more sure that the small wizard in front of him was the one who harmed him so miserably. I said it was actually an accident that day. Would you believe it? Marx said with a guilty conscience. He was greeted by another green light, and Harry was not well, because the black mist spreading around Voldemort had already poured over him, so fast that he could not escape. Marx then, "I'll stop him, you run." Harry gritted his teeth, threw the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket towards Marx in the distance, then forced himself to get up, rushing into the black mist and running towards Voldemort as if he was dead. Go with. He knew that Marx had just drunk a lot of fire prevention potions, and the effect could last a long time. He was the only one among them who could cross the black flames again. With Marx's strength, he could definitely easily pass the raging chessboard and put magic. Give the stone to Dumbledore to prevent Voldemort from resurrecting. Marx subconsciously caught what Harry had thrown over, only to see that it was the Philosopher's Stone after he got it. When I looked back, Marx found that Harry had been eroded by the black mist and fainted on the ground. He didn't know his life or death. Voldemort didn't even have the idea of making a knife. His hot eyes stared directly at his hand. The irregular stone inside. Harry, you actually cheated me. Marx was so angry that he wanted to scold his mother, but the most important battle force actually fainted. He was left alone. How could he fight this battle? At this moment, the system reminder sounded. Ding. Get the Philosopher's Stone. The mission to the Philosopher's Stone has been updated. Mission goal: hold on for 5 minutes or kill Chino Voldemort. Task reward: related alchemy knowledge. Task reminder: your principal Dumbledore is on his way to support. About ... It will take 5 minutes. Go to your uncle's Dumbledore. You will die if you use a teleport to support you. Marx finally couldn't help but explode. Thinking about his hard work these days for the school, Dumbledore actually treated him like this. Marx said that he really wanted to cry without tears. Hearing Marx talking about Dumbledore, Voldemort was taken aback for a while, and even ignored the snatching of the Philosopher's Stone, looking around fearfully. But then, Voldemort's face darkened, because he felt that there were no other people around. And, if Dumbledore was around, he would have died. It seems that Dumbledore has not told you that protection magic has been applied within Hogwarts, and no one can use the transformation here. Voldemort laughed at Marx's ignorance. Marx rolled his eyes and felt that Voldemort was very naive, and he would believe Dumbledore's nonsense. No wonder the future will be so miserable. Is that old bee slicking around and playing around? In the future, this kind of displacement magic will be used in Hogwarts more than once, and it will still teleport with people. After all, Dumbledore is the principal of Hogwarts and his privileges that no one else has. Hand over the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort stretched out his dry and charred arm and stepped closer to Marx, who was hiding behind the bunker. The 5 fingers on his palm only had a thin layer of skin attached to the bones, which looked very disgusting. This broken body made Voldemort unable to run, even walking and moving quickly. Marx shook his head resolutely, without reply. He didn't think that Voldemort would let him go by handing over the Sorcerer's Stone. The magic stone is coming. Voldemort lost the last trace of patience and waved his wand to point at the magic stone in Marx's hand. This irregular stone trembled in the palm of Marx's hand, but to what Marx expected, the Philosopher's Stone trembled twice and stopped, and did not get out of it. Voldemort didn't think of this either, but there was excitement immediately. because it showed that the magic power contained in the Philosopher's Stone was far beyond his imagination, otherwise it would be impossible to resist his flying curse at such a close distance. So relying on the power of the Philosopher's Stone might really resurrect him. The flock of birds. Marx did not let Voldemort's short moment of stunned, and under the wave of his wand, the gravel underneath changed into flocks of birds and shot towards Voldemort. The flocks of birds are just Marx's means to restrict Voldemort's movements, followed by a brilliant purple light. It's a pity that with the heart-pounding magic flames gushing from the top of Voldemort's wand, the swarms of birds were all turned to ashes under the fierce fire, and the brilliant purple light was also given by the thick black mist around Voldemort. Blocked. Chapter 77 Offensive and Defensive Reverse. All shadow of the unicorn. In an instant, the fiercely cremated growth snake entrenched around Voldemort rushed towards Marx. The power of fierce fire. Marx, who has read the original work, can be said to be very clear. Even the Horcrux can be destroyed. The fireproof potion he drank can't resist such flames. Sorcerer's Stone for you, take it. When was about to touch, Marx suddenly yelled out loud that he was about to throw the magic stone into the mouth of the fiery snake. No, Voldemort's snake face suddenly twisted, and he forcibly changed its direction and hit a side wall. Marx glanced at the rapidly melting bricks on the wall, swallowed, and took a peek at the countdown to support. Only more than 20 seconds passed. Marx felt that 5 minutes had passed so slowly for the first time, but he still held the magic stone in his hand tighter. Voldemort saw Marx's movements. How could he not know that he was being tricked? And at the same time he was angry, but he did not dare to use the fierce fire curse again, because he was not sure whether the Philosopher's Stone could survive the fiery fire. However, Voldemort did not use the fiery spell, and Marx's situation did not improve at all, because as the master of black magic, Voldemort was not only capable of these kinds of magic. The only thing that allowed Marx to persevere was that Voldemort's state was continuously declining. This body belonging to Chino was burned by the flames, not to mention, was also absorbed a lot of vitality. It is a miracle to stand intact. It can be said that every time Voldemort casts a spell, he is draining the last bit of vitality of this body. If you run 2 more steps, you may fall apart immediately. This is what Marx wants to see. Are you only hiding? Voldemort yelled anxiously, and once again used a piece of shredded bones. The powerful magic exploded the stone pillar Marx relied on into 2 pieces. Owing to Voldemort's inconvenience, Marx jumped up and down in this wide room, using Transfiguration Curse to transform the venue from time to time, or harassing it with Flame Curse and magic such as all bullets. For a while, it was barely counted. There is back. Voldemort, who was so angry that his body was about to collapse, finally couldn't help it, and finally no longer had any reservations. In the distance, Marx could even clearly see the flesh and blood on Voldemort's burnt face suddenly shrank, and then a large amount of black mist poured out of the broken body and spread towards Marx. There are many obstacles. Marx tried to build a magical barrier in front of him, but the black mist was surrounded from all sides, and burning with a flame curse would not have any effect. Before being completely surrounded, Marx reluctantly used an iron armor curse on himself. But this layer of defense was breached by the black mist in an instant. I don't know what these black mists are made of. Marx feels all kinds of negative emotions flooding into his mind when they are enveloped in the surrounding area. What's worse is that these black mists quickly penetrated into his body through his mouth, nose, and pores. The biting cold spread all over his body, and Marx felt that the heat and vitality of his body were all taken away by the black mist. And even the high-speed thinking slowly fell into paralysis. At this time, the pendant hanging on Marx's neck faintly emits a light gleam, allowing him to barely stay awake in the black mist. It's just that this protection is not infinite. As time goes by, cracks begin to crack in the middle of the pendant. The protective power of the pendant allowed Marx to survive for a while, and more importantly, Marx faintly felt a warm current gushing out of his heart, and magical blood gradually flowed throughout his body. Marx, whose thinking was stiffened, regained his ability to act, and the dazzling white light from the top of the wand he was holding tightly appeared suddenly, and the black fog surrounding him, in the next instant, seemed to have encountered a natural enemy, gradually dissolving like the first snow in the sky. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Marx's mind. Ding, task, promised revenge, status has been changed, blood magic is temporarily unlocked, please check in time. Marx, who had just escaped the danger, couldn't help but take a look at it. Task, promise of revenge. Mission objective, kill Chino. Mission description, because you are fighting against the enemy, you have temporarily obtained Cecilia's approval. If you want to retain this power, you need to fulfill your promise as soon as possible. Note, the shadow of the magic unicorn bloodline has been unlocked. Several question marks in the bloodline magic column in Marx Yi's system have disappeared, replaced by the unicorn shadow flashing blue light. Under the acceleration of the experience card's thinking, Marx mastered the newly acquired abilities in just a few moments. As the wand was swung, more white light and shadow gushed out from the top of the wand. The strands of light were like phantoms and then faintly gathered into one. The look of a unicorn. It is just like what Marx saw in the Forbidden Forest, beautiful, arrogant, sacred and inviolable. The only different figure is completely composed of white phantom light and shadow, which is more illusory and ethereal, and the eyes are at www.mentalnovel.com staring straight ahead at Voldemort's figure. Blood awakening. After the black mist was completely dispelled, Voldemort as the caster also fell into a sluggishness. No. This is not the awakening bloodline, Voldemort retorted immediately. Bloodline awakening refers to some ancient wizard family members with special bloodlines. When their strength breaks through a certain limit, or when they are subjected to major stimulation, they may activate the special bloodlines hidden in the body, combining their own conditions to obtain some magical abilities. It's just that the power of these bloodlines has been greatly reduced after many iterations. It is hard to say how much power can be improved. It is almost impossible to integrate the power of magical creatures into a certain kind of magic like Marx, not to mention the unparalleled familiarity of the unicorn in front of him. Voldemort was very sure that it was the one that Kino had killed before, and now appeared in front of him in such a state. Then there is only one possibility. The first-year little wizard in front of him has completed the most dangerous blood fusion experiment in the magic world, and successfully survived, stealing part of the opponent's power. However, Marx quickly became acquainted with his own power when Voldemort was uncertain. He clearly felt that his vision suddenly divided into two parts. One was seen by his own eyes, and the other was through independence. What the eyes of the horned beast saw, the body controlled by the brain seemed to have become two. From now on, offense and defense have reversed, Marx said lightly when he looked at Voldemort, who had no good flesh on his face due to the excessive extraction of his vitality. This is a very magical feeling, and it also brings Marx's unparalleled confidence. Furthermore, he was chased by a pass before and almost swallowed by the black mist. Even a clay figure has a 3-point anger. Now it's finally time to fight back. Chapter 78. There are so many little tricks I know. Stupid. Voldemort laughed at Marx's remarks. He admitted that the little wizard in front of him was able to do this is great. But just relying on this is like making up the gap in strength. What are you kidding? Marx ignored Voldemort's taunt, but tried to control the unicorn and rush towards Voldemort. The white light and shadow stepped in the air, without the restriction of gravity and body. Cecilia was as fast as a white lightning. 10,000 bullets. Voldemort held his wand high, and the surrounding large pieces of rubble rose into the air. There were hundreds of them. With the fall of the wand, these stones of various sizes pierced in the air. Sound. Shot down towards the front is also a shot of 10,000 bullets. In the hands of Voldemort, the power is almost several times that of Marx. This is still Voldemort's weakness. So far, When the strength is not one of the 10, the indiscriminate range of blows allowed Marks to hide behind the collapsed stone pillar again and concentrate on controlling the shadow of the unicorn. This white illusory figure does not exist at all. These sharp stones of various sizes pierced straight out of the unicorn's body, bringing up strands of transparent smoke. Seeing that his spell was useless, Voldemort waved his wand and placed more than 10 magical barriers around his body. However, these temporary defenses did not play a role at all. The next moment, this white light and shadow, which looked like an illusion, had already passed through the layers of magical barriers and arrived in front of Voldemort. Although the previous sharp stones and magic barriers predicted that the unicorn in front of him seemed to be just a false phantom, Voldemort did not dare to relax at all. The thick black mist had already wrapped his body, and the tip of his wand pointed to a bear burning fiercely. However, the fierce fire that can burn everything did not take effect this time. Half of the unicorn's body went straight through. The black mist produced some obstacles, but it was obviously too late. A pair of hooves fell heavily on Voldemort's body from a virtual blur, and the chest cavity was dented visible to the naked eye. Voldemort's body was knocked out by a huge force in an instant, and it slammed into a distant pillar. The weird Lehua was attached at the moment the unicorn's figure manifested. The magical body spread out again and turned into a white streamer, and then gathered again and changed back to its original appearance, as if Lehua, the curse has no effect on it. But as the controller, Marks felt that most of the magic in his body had been emptied in an instant, his head dizzy, and he almost fell to his knees. Also lost the best time to chase. Waiting for him to slow down and look at the place where Voldemort had fallen, the weird figure has stood up. The black robe draped on Voldemort's body was now tattered, the robe on top of his head was lifted, revealing the top of his head full of wrinkles without any hair, and the exposed skin can faintly see the burned trace. More importantly, a black mist was constantly seeping from the bare skin, so that the breastbone collapsed, and Voldemort still showed no signs of death. This life is so hard that Marks is speechless. This is not dead. It. Being so miserable by a first-year little wizard, Voldemort had already lost his mind at this time. Raising his hand was the most adept Avada spell. The dazzling green light penetrated the white light and shadow in front of him until Marks himself left. It is a pity that this kind of curse of direction is the best for Marks to deal with. After all, he only needs to hide behind the bunker again. It was inevitable that Voldemort would use a wide range of spells to attack indiscriminately, and Marks controlled the shadow of the unicorn to launch an attack again. Is still the same routine. The unicorn transforms into a galloping light. Any magic that Voldemort casts is useless in front of it. Only the mysterious black fog can play a certain blocking effect. Perceiving this, Voldemort also started desperately. The black fog that had originally been used to defend his body all gushed out, faintly forming a long and narrow snake shadow. Under the entanglement, the white light and shadow could not get close for a while. Seeing that Voldemort was about to take care of himself, Marks saw that the situation was not good, took out 2 round irregular objects from the wizard's robe, and threw them forward. Fall apart. Voldemort didn't have the guts to let this thing come close. His backhand was a splitting spell, which exploded the 2 round objects. However, what Voldemort did not expect was that after these 2 things exploded, there was still a yellow viscous liquid in them, like raindrops, which spilled in all directions, partly on the top of his head and clothes. Voldemort was still worried about whether these liquids would be poisons that can corrode the human body, but he soon discovered that he didn't feel any discomfort on his body. It's just that the smell is amazing. It seems to be feces. Voldemort's brain was stunned. Mentalnovel.com. He had never encountered such a situation in battle, but what followed was the humiliation of anger. Are you just these disgusting little tricks? Voldemort furiously said, and the black mist snake that contained the shadow of the unicorn almost disintegrated directly. I've got a lot of tricks. How about trying this? Marks noticed this sharply, and decided to make persistent efforts. The wand was lightened, and the purple light shot out. There was no black mist protection on the hit. Voldemort with limited mobility. Fear is coming. Voldemort, who was extremely angry, experienced fear in an instant, because he found that his body, which was barely supported by magic, could no longer withstand the heavy pressure. From the palm of his hand, he began to shrink and age, and his skin and bones kept cracking and collapsing. What kind of magic is this? Voldemort was horrified to find that his immortal soul was beginning to decline. Impossible. How could one's own soul with Horcrux die? Voldemort soon realized that something was wrong with his state. When he realized this, his fear curse had been lifted, and his body was restored to its original withered appearance. Seeing that Voldemort broke free of the fear curse easily, Marx was not surprised. In fact, if the Dark Lord's power declined to the extreme at this moment, the scene he constructed happened to be the death that Voldemort was most unwilling to face. Will not take effect. But the delay of 2 or 3 seconds is enough. The shadow of the unicorn has broken through the black mist, and the spiral horns on its head pierced through the heart, and the tip with scarlet blood pierced out from the back, pushing Voldemort all the way towards the fiery wall. Chapter 79. Is my hand poisonous? Since Voldemort cannot be killed by ordinary means, Marx is ready to give it a try. He does not signal that the fierce fire that can burn everything and never extinguish cannot destroy this body. No, Voldemort was clearly aware of this, and shouted hoarsely, if he was really pushed into the fire, it would be all over. The body that had been drained of vitality could no longer squeeze a trace of potential. Voldemort had to use one hand for the price of a certain amount of self-protection. As the left arm exploded suddenly and the flesh and blood was swallowed by magic, more black mist emerged from Voldemort's body, corroding the shadow of the unicorn made of magic. This is a contest between magic power and time. Although Marx nearly doubled his magic power after completing the fusion ritual, it was only doubled compared to the little wizard. The magic power was consumed early in several large-scale consumptions. It can't be too much to squander. Voldemort's situation was also half-hearted. A hole was opened in his chest. Several ribs were broken, not to mention, it was so miserable that he needed to destroy an arm to maintain the scale of the black mist. It's fortunate that it's Chino's body. Voldemort doesn't feel distressed at all when he uses it. But he's still constantly being approached by the unicorn against the burning wall against his chest. Death is only a matter of time. Under such a stalemate, it was Marx who was the first to be able to hold on. The repeated adjustments of magic power made his brain groggy, and the cells of his body warned him, if not for the speeding operation of the experience card mode, I am afraid I have fainted a long time ago. After barely maintaining for a while, the unicorn made up of white light and shadow gradually dissipated, and had to rely on the last few strengths to overturn the opponent, causing Voldemort to be hit on the Eris mirror not far away, even with the wand in his hand. Fall aside. But Voldemort laughed, because he could even clearly see the unwilling color in the red pupils before the shadow of the unicorn dissipated. Ha 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 ha. Or I won. Voldemort stood up with his only hand propped on his body, picked up the wand on the ground. On his rotten body, 2 overlapping faces split the corners of his mouth at the same time, and the grim laughter echoed in the wide space. Inside, just smiled and laughed. Voldemort couldn't laugh, because he found that there was no despair or loss on the face of Marx opposite. Harry, don't pretend to be dead, get me up and muddle his face. Marx yelled at Harry, who was lying down not far from Voldemort, closing his eyes tightly, like a corpse. In the previous stalemate, when Marx's magic power was about to be exhausted, he keenly noticed that Harry's body seemed to have moved. So he immediately changed his thoughts of competing with Voldemort's magic power consumption. Because Marx knew very well that the black mist might kill him, but it would never kill Harry. In Voldemort's incredulous gaze, Harry Potter, who should have been dead in his cognition, jumped up from the ground and leapt towards him. In fact, Harry didn't lie on the ground pretending to be dead as Marx thought. but just couldn't move his whole body before. After inhaling a large amount of black mist, Harry thought he was dead, and his consciousness fell into a brief coma. But there seemed to be some power in his body to protect him and resist the black mist all the time. It wasn't until Voldemort recovered all the black mist and concentrated on dealing with Marks that the power to protect him gradually allowed him to regain certain consciousness and mobility. But his body was still a little numb, and he didn't even open his eyes much. But Harry knew very well in his heart that the battle had reached the most critical time. So he didn't care about his physical weakness, forcibly got up and pressed his hands on Voldemort's grotesque snake face according to Marks's orders. The withered snake face felt like a rag with some slippery yellow liquid on it. The sizzling noise spread from the place where Harry's palm touched. Voldemort let out a painful wailing. The skin on his face seemed to have been scalded by a soldering iron. It was peeled off piece by piece, and he forcefully pulled Harry away, kicked to the ground, but couldn't stop the body from collapsing. Harry sat down on the ground, staring blankly at Voldemort's misery, and at the same time looked at his hands in disbelief. He just stepped forward and touched it twice. "Is my hand poisonous?" Harry wondered whether he was happy or depressed. Bone to pieces. Marks mobilized the last trace of magic, and aimed his wand at Voldemort's gradual collapse. "Sorry, this head belongs to me." Seeing Voldemort's body burst open, turning into powder and floating in the air, Marks listened to the system sound in the mind of the listener, and fell to the ground with satisfaction, without a trace of strength. Voldemort's black soul rushed out of the body, turned into dust in the roar, and swept away in the direction of Marks. But before touching it, the illusory soul suddenly changed its direction www.mentalnovel.com and rushed out of this room. The next moment, the quiet blue phoenix flew in over the black flames at the door, and a soothing blue gleam bloomed all over the body, wandering and wandering in this room continuously. Seeing this phoenix, Marks's heart that had been holding it was finally let go. But I still couldn't help but want to curse. "Dumbledore, you came really in time." There was a bit of scolding in his heart, but after the spirit was relaxed, all kinds of tired emotions also surged into his heart. Marks held it hard for a while, and finally fell asleep. Just as Marks lost consciousness, Dumbledore's voice slowly sounded at the entrance. "All curses are over." The black flame blocking the door gradually extinguished, and this magical power even spread to the large interior room. "Is a fierce fire that will never go out, and under this kind of power, the fate of disappearing is unavoidable." "Professor, quick! Marks and Harry are inside." Hermione couldn't bear to rush in when the black flame went out. Of course, the little witch did not forget to pull Dumbledore by the sleeve and pull him in, while Ron followed behind panting. The three of them walked into this spacious room, and immediately saw the dilapidated scene inside. Most of the 12 columns used to support the room were broken, large pieces of rubble were scattered on the ground, and the surrounding walls were scorched and dilapidated. The pits and pits were all traces of damage by powerful curses. A strong smell. Fighting like this, even Dumbledore did not expect that. Even though he had seen it through the patron saint before coming in, he still felt a little shocked to see this scene with his own eyes. Chapter 80. We still don't know where the mysterious man was hiding that day. Hermione and Ron, not to mention, seeing this scene, they even thought that Marks and Harry had died heroically. After all, this kind of battle is not something that two first-year little wizards can take. Marks, Harry. Hermione saw the two people lying on the ground who didn't know their life or death with sharp eyes. Tears welled up in her eyes. "Don't worry, they're fine." Harry suffered some minor injuries, and McClown just fainted after his magic was exhausted. Dumbledore stepped forward to check, and then he reminded, "What happened today is really beyond his expectations." Dumbledore did not expect Voldemort to sneak in while the Ministry of Magic came to inspect. It wasn't until the little magic he applied on the Philosopher's Stone was touched that he learned that fighting broke out there. But it was a pity that Fudge was still in Hogwarts at that time, so Dumbledore had to spend some time to settle the power of Great Idiot. Walking all the way to the Mirror of Eros, Dumbledore looked at the broken wizard's robe that had fallen on the ground, gently lifted it with his wand, and the remaining ashes underneath gradually disappeared in the wind. "Professor, where's Chino?" Ron looked around and didn't see the enemy in this room, so he asked immediately. "Isn't that what you saw just now?" Dumbledore squinted at Ron. Ron shuddered when he thought of the ashes. He couldn't think of what kind of magic could cause such terrifying consequences. Dumbledore knew that this was the effect of the guardian charm inside Harry. It was the same as he had originally expected, but Dumbledore glanced around at the scene where the surroundings were completely destroyed, and the battle in the middle might be beyond his expectation. Just as Dumbledore was about to put down the wizard robe, he faintly smelled something, approached his nose and smelled it on the wizard robe, and Boferui's face suddenly became very exciting. Where did Voldemort hide during his disappearance? Why is there a smell of feces on the clothes? Dumbledore was thoughtful. No wonder he couldn't find him. Hermione would have ran to Marks. Although Dumbledore had said that Marks and Harry were not dangerous, Hermione couldn't help but be a little worried. Noting Marks's pale face and the scars on her body from the gravel, Hermione was very upset. If only she could move faster. In fact, Hermione didn't know that if she hadn't dragged her sleeves all the way, Dumbledore could have run faster. "Okay, let's go back now. We'd better send them to Madame Pomfrey quickly." Dumbledore waved his wand and lifted the bodies of Marks and Harry with the levitating charm. Hogwarts, the bed in the school hospital. Marks opened his eyes tiredly, and there was a white ceiling in front of him. The white sheets covered him seemed familiar, and he almost made him think that he had crossed back. Fortunately, the ancient decoration style around and the smell of all kinds of weird potions remind him that this is in the Hogwarts school hospital. Clutched his groggy head and sat up, as if it was the feeling of waking up the next day after a hangover. Marks decided that no matter what happened next time, he could not squander the magic again. This experience was really uncomfortable. Marks looked around, and the table beside him was piled with various gifts, most of which were small gifts such as candies, but there were also small cards with words such as blessings. Harry was not seen on the bed next to. Maybe he was discharged from the hospital before he woke up. So, how long have I slept? Marks felt that his stomach was empty. If a whole roasted lamb was placed in front of him, he would surely be able to eat it all. No. Where's my philosopher's stone? Marks searched all over but couldn't find it. His face drooped. It was definitely Dumbledore who took the philosopher's stone that he had so hard to grab while he was in a coma. This made Marks a little worried about whether his task was considered complete, so he hurriedly opened the task list of the system and looked at it. He remembered that he should have grabbed the head. Task: Promise of Revenge. Mission Objective: Kill Chinook completed. Mission Description: Your trustworthy behavior has gained Cecilia's favor and trust. Although it is a pity that you have not witnessed the death of the enemy with your own eyes, it is still willing to fight for you, if you know how to call it. Task: Loot the Philosopher's Stone. Mission Goal: Hold on for 5 minutes or kill Chinook completed. Task Reward: Related alchemy knowledge whether to receive it. Task Description: In addition to those crappy levels, you turned the tide of the battle with luck and shameless tactics in the final asymmetrical battle. Although the process is not commendable, you still achieved an epic victory. Seeing that both missions have been completed, Marks breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the loss of the Philosopher's Stone will not affect the outcome of the mission. However, the description of the task of snatching the Philosopher's Stone made Marks quite depressed. Mentalnovel.com What is the tactic of relying on luck and shame? That is the result of wisdom and courage. Marks looked at the task description very dissatisfied. If he hadn't used various tactics to anger Voldemort and made Voldemort lose his mind during the battle, then in the final magic power competition, he would definitely die. Receive award. Marks said silently in his heart. The next moment, a huge amount of knowledge poured into his mind. After Marks sorted it out for a while, he discovered that the so-called related knowledge in the task reward refers to the method of refining the magic stone. It seems that the task of sticking for 5 minutes may not only be related to Dumbledore's support, but it may also take some time for the system to analyze the Sorcerer's Stone. But with this reward, Marx didn't know for a moment whether he should be happy or depressed. On the one hand, the Philosopher's Stone is the omnipotent sage's stone in the legend. The only known abilities are the two terrifying abilities of refining immortal potions and turning stones into gold. Holding it is equivalent to having an endless life and wealth. But judging from the information he got in his mind, in order to refine the Philosopher's Stone, in addition to all kinds of precious materials, alchemy also needs to be upgraded to at least level 7. As for now, Marx looked at the alchemy in the magic knowledge column in the system, and it was only level 2. With urinary that doubles the proficiency required for each level, it would be an extremely long time to reach level 7. The process cannot be done in a short time. While the magic item making disappeared from the system bar, Marx guessed that it might have been merged into alchemy. After all, making magic items is an important branch of alchemy. I just don't know how to improve my proficiency with this alchemy. Chapter 81 Professor, where did you hide my Philosopher's Stone? While Marx was thinking hard, a gentle female voice rang in the room. I suggest you lie down in bed for a while when you first wake up, and it is best not to move. Marx turned his head and looked over, but saw Madame Pomfrey coming from the other side. The expression on her face was serious, and she was holding a big bowl in her hand, and she brought it to Marx. Come on, drink this potion first. Marx looked at the grey-black in front of him, and there was still some unidentified muddy soup on it. With a bitter face, but still obediently picked up the potion and drank it. The potions of the wizarding world don't taste bad at all. This may be related to the strange potions materials. Soothe the nerves. 4-leaf clover. Rat blum. With up to level 4 knowledge of potions, Marx quickly distinguished most of the medicinal materials contained in this grey-black soup is to speed up the recovery of magic power and calm the nerves. Well, that's right, it's basically the same, except that the tail wing of the black bat and a little snail slime are omitted. Unfortunately, I am not a teaching professor, but I can't give you extra points. Madame Pomfrey did not expect Marx's potion level it's so high, although I can't recognize them all, but it's already pretty good. Hearing that there was something like snail mucus in the material, Marx's face changed and he almost vomited the medicine he had drunk. This is disgusting. You will need to rest for a few days, so you need to drink twice a day. Madame Pomfrey said to herself as if she didn't see Marx's uncomfortable expression. In addition, how did you exhaust all the magic in your body? Madame Pomfrey looked at Marx very dissatisfied. Fortunately, it was timely when Albus sent you over. Otherwise you might be a dumb gun in the future. Such a serious problem. There are no sequelae, right? At this time, Yifan didn't care about the nausea of the potion, so he hurriedly asked, not this time, but I hope this kind of thing won't happen a second time. Madame Pomfrey said seriously. Marx nodded frequently like a chicken pecking at the rice. Although I don't know if this is Madame Pomfrey's exaggerated statement, it is still true. Anyway, he has no guts to try a second time. In fact, if he hadn't forcibly grabbed the head before, he wouldn't have drained all the magic power. After Mrs. Pomfrey talked about a lot of precautions, she asked Marx Dodo to rest, then took the empty bowl away, and before leaving, she was still mumbling about how he was in safe HogWarts. Make it like this. Safety? Marx's mouth twitched a few times. Over the past semester, he has seen or dealt with giant monsters, fire dragons, unicorns, and even the Dark Lord at HogWarts. Can this be called security? How dangerous are other places? Marx kept complaining in his mind. The door of the school hospital was pushed open again, and the person here was Dumbledore. The old principal was wearing a conspicuous purple magic robe today, with a crimson scarf tied around his neck, and he seemed to be in a good mood. After a few conversations with Madame Pomfrey at the door, he walked towards Marx. Marx once again started Eclumency, and spent 100 academic points to redeem the experience card mode. There is no way that he is so persuaded, who made his Eclumency level too low. However, Dumbledore did not come up as a profound conversation like Marx had imagined. Instead, he gently tapped the long table next to him with his magic wand and expanded it to form a semicircular dining table. The snacks and cards on it seemed to be activated, and they leaned against the wall and stacked themselves up, vacating the large area. Marx was very jealous when he cast such a spell-free spell. He didn't know how long it would take him to do it. Even though Mrs. Pomfrey thinks you should eat something light, I still think you need to ask your opinion first. How about it? Would you like something to eat? Dumbledore is elegantly like the order of a fine dining restaurant. The diners are average. Here is a roasted whole lamb. Put more cumin ... more pepper ... Thank you. Yifan said. Dumbledore's figure paused, and he intentionally said that it was too greasy, but considering that his words were released, he had no choice but to wave his magic wand to realize Marx's expectations. A whole roasted golden lamb appeared on the extended long table, sprinkled with cumin, spring onion, pepper and a little sesame seeds, and next to it was thoughtful with cornflakes and apple pie. Kind of lighter foods, drinks such as lemon juice. Since you have been in a coma for 2 days, I think you'd better eat something else to cushion your belly first, or else you'll break your belly, and Mrs. Pomfrey will never let me in again next time. Dumbledore walked away, stepping forward to sit on the side of the bed. He said helplessly, was in a coma for 2 days. Then why haven't I starved to death? Marx had this idea in his mind. You were reading www.uukanzu.com but quickly threw it aside. After being hungry for so long, Marx casually ate a few pieces of apple pie, drank some lemon juice, and then took a knife and fork to cut a piece of lamb and put it in his mouth. I have to say that the house elves at Hogwarts are really good at craftsmanship. The skin of the lamb is roasted until it is browned and crispy, but the meat inside is extremely tender. The taste of the seasoning seems to penetrate into the meat and dispel the lamb. The smell of itself. If this kind of cooking is also a kind of magic, then he must learn how to do it. Dumbledore sat quietly, watching Marx's unimaginative feasting with interest, and from time to time Marx refilled his glass after Marx drank the lemon juice. Maybe he was too hungry. In about half an hour, Marx swept away all the food on the table, leaving only a messy dinner plate. He hiccups satisfied and rests comfortably on the pillow. Dumbledore did the cleaning job again, swiping his wand swept the plate away, and then returned the table where the extension spell was cast back to its original state. Marx then remembered that Dumbledore was unlikely to have come to deliver him food, and he became nervous inexplicably. But Marx knew very well that Dumbledore could not be given a chance to ask questions first, so he asked first. Professor, where's my Philosopher's Stone? I finally snatched it from the snake-faced wizard. Did you put it away? Marx looked at Dumbledore expectantly, his eyes clearly saying, when do you plan to return the Philosopher's Stone to me? Dumbledore's expression took a while, and then looked at Marx dumbfoundingly. When did the Philosopher's Stone become his? Chapter 82. I didn't expect you to be such a professor. The Sorcerer's Stone belongs to my good friend Nico LeMay. He had previously received news that Voldemort might be thinking about it, so he asked me to protect it. For this, I brought the Philosopher's Stone to the school and put it in the Eris Mirror. Dumbledore had to explain to Marx the origin of the Philosopher's Stone, lest he still worry about asking for the Philosopher's Stone. At the same time, Dumbledore also explained the destruction of the Philosopher's Stone with Nicole Liam's consent, in order to stifle Marx's unrealistic ideas. Even though I knew the result for a long time, Marx still felt a little pity. When I was reading in the previous life, I didn't think the Philosopher's Stone was so great. Now that I really face it, Marx knows how much temptation of endless wealth and endless life is to a person. This is the ultimate dream of most people. Dumbledore saw the disappointment in Marx's eyes, so he had to remind him. It may be difficult for a little wizard like you to understand, but there are many things in the world that are more precious than wealth and longevity. For example, the courage to pay for a friend's danger, or the wisdom shown in times of crisis. These things are a real treasure. In contrast, the power of the Philosopher's Stone is powerful, and it is not unlimited. just like we can't create things out of thin air. Dumbledore's blue eyes under his half-moon glasses stared straight at Marx, and he saw many rare qualities from Marx's recent deeds. He has seen too many talented wizards, obsessed with power, wealth, power, immortality, such as Grindelwald, Tom Riddle, even ... When I was young, I was no exception. Had it not been for Ariana's death to wake him up in time, I am afraid that the wizarding world would have been at war with the moles under the joint control of him and Grindelwald. Marx nodded inconspicuously. Although he did not pursue immortality and strength like Voldemort, he would not despise these things like Dumbledore. Even if the Philosopher's Stone has any limitations or sequelae, it is not concealed. You must know that Nicolima lived more than 600 years old. Fortunately, he has now obtained the method of making the Philosopher's Stone. Perhaps 10 years later, as the level of alchemy increases, he can also have his own Philosopher's Stone. Because of this, Marx quickly cleared up his emotions, which was also seen by Dumbledore, which made him very satisfied. So he planned to say something happy. You and Harry defeated Chinu in the secret room. I don't know who passed it out. I'm afraid this incident will spread throughout the school in a few days. And your behavior has also allowed Gryffindor to get the highest school score in the history of the school, which is nearly double the second-place Slytherin college. It's a pity that you fainted at the time, and you were not there. Otherwise you must be able to see how surprised the little wizards were. Marx rolled his eyes. Besides bonus points, can he give something more real? Besides you, who else can get the news? Marx is well aware of Dumbledore's act of granting Harry prestige, so he can add dozens or hundreds of points without blinking, and this time he just brought him with him. Well, when we're happy, we should talk about something else. Dumbledore changed the subject with a smile. You know, 2 days ago, Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley suddenly ran up to me out of breath and asked me to go under the trapdoor to rescue you and Harry. I was almost terrified. Fortunately, after I arrived, you were very safe and defeated Voldemort, who was possessed by Chino. That's Harry's credit, Professor. After he touched Voldemort, the opponent's body collapsed. Marx didn't mean to take credit for anything, and tried to reduce his sense of existence as much as possible. Of course, I know, that's the protective magic in Harry's body, that's the power of love. Dumbledore nodded. Of course he knew what was going on after seeing the scene, but that was not what he wanted to ask. But I'm even more curious about how you alone held Voldemort for so long. I learned some information from Harry, but it's not thorough enough, Dumbledore said. Although Voldemort was so weak that only his soul was left, and he was manipulating a broken body, it was definitely not something a first-grade wizard could contend with. In addition, he was also very interested in the changes that suddenly happened to Marx 2 days ago. Marx wanted to ask Dumbledore what did Harry tell him, and think about how to make up next. But it seems that Marx knew that Dumbledore, the old slicker, would definitely not tell him, only confessed part of the information. Marx sighed, found out what he could say, and then organized the language. Professor, have you ever experienced the feeling of being able to cast all kinds of spells without a wand and no spells without a magic wand, as if within the scope of magical power? Do you mean this? Dumbledore thought for a while, and placed his empty left hand lightly on top of a white porcelain cup. Without seeing any movement from him, the cup suddenly twisted and stretched. A few seconds later, an owl with white feathers appeared in front of Marx's eyes. The eyes of this owl are very smart. After discovering that he suddenly appeared in a strange place, he wanted to fly out of the school hospital in horror, but hit the glass with one head and fell straight to the ground, shaking his wings from time to time. Marx was speechless. He could see that this was probably not an ordinary transformation spell. Otherwise, when the owl hits the glass, it will turn back into a cup and be broken into pieces. Dumbledore's hand is slightly different from the situation where he cast a transformation spell at a distance when the magic power bursts, but the principle is the same. Also didn't wield a magic wand or chant a spell. He could complete a high-end biological transformation only with magic power. Fortunately, He still wondered if he could challenge Dumbledore in such a magical state, but he didn't expect that the other party would also do it. Now thinking about it, it was too bloated. These are just small tricks, and they don't have much effect in actual combat. Dumbledore explained Mark's surprised expression lightly. This is also called a trick. Marx did not expect that Professor Dumbledore usually looks humble and conservative, but he has a heart that desperately wants to pretend. Actually, Marx didn't know that Dumbledore didn't lie to him. This kind of feeling of relying on magic to cast spells as you want is very cool. But the power of magic is far less than when holding a wand. Special. What he holds in his hand is the Deathly Hallows Elder Wand. Chapter 83. What's wrong with the horns? That's also a horse. Dumbledore's displayed strength surprised Marx somewhat, but after a little surprise, Marx simply exploded his magic power for a second time, and in the process of magic explosion, he entered the kind of omnipotence similar to omnipotence. The magical state has caused his strength to be raised a lot. This increase in strength is an important factor for him to contain Voldemort. As for the fusion of the blood of a unicorn, Marx hesitated to say. This is not something that cannot be said at all. After all, he found the book The Origin of Blood in the restricted book zone. The missing part can also be said that there is a similar book in the home that can complete it, although there is a possibility that Dumbledore can see it on the spot. Marx felt that the most excessive thing he did was stealing Snape's potion, and sneaking into the forbidden book zone to read. Given that he has made so many achievements this semester, Dumbledore is unlikely to do anything to him. The most is to strengthen guidance and covert surveillance. There is absolutely nothing to say. Only the secrets of travel and the portable system. While Marx was hesitating, Dumbledore suddenly spoke after hearing his experience. This may be the awakening of blood. Blood awakening? What is that? Marx had heard this word for the second time, and he remembered that he had mentioned it when he was fighting Voldemort. And the origin of blood obtained by him does not have many records of this aspect. I don't know if it is in the missing part. The McClown family. Dumbledore did not immediately respond to Marx's words, but fell into a period of thought. He still has some knowledge of the McClown family where Marx is located. There seems to be no special blood in the ancestors. Of course, it may also be from the lineage handed down by Marx's mother, Aya, and he doesn't know much about things over there. Dumbledore thought for a while, then answered Marx's doubts. To put it simply, someone from the ancestors used a variety of methods to fuse the blood of divine creatures, steal their power, and then pass it down from generation to generation. This kind of power will be reduced through iterations, so that after a few generations, the offspring will actually be no different from ordinary wizards. But these children always have a few talents, but their strength is increased to a certain level, or when they are severely stimulated by chance, they can re-energize the power hidden in the body. Among the best, they are able to integrate the power of magical creatures into magic freely, and exert incredible abilities. Marx nodded, which was similar to his guess based on the content of the book, except that Dumbledore said more. Then the same is true for your family? Marx thought of the records in The Origin of Blood, pretending to be curious, and asked. Marx remembered that not everyone in the Dumbledore family was able to summon the Phoenix. Only the old principal in front of him and Credence Beerburn alias Dumbledore could do this. Dumbledore heard Marx's question and fell silent again. His blue eyes looked at Marx as if he were looking at another person. His time seems to go back decades ago. What's wrong with you? Marx asked strangely. It's nothing. I just thought that someone asked me the same question many years ago. Dumbledore said a long time later. Marx faintly guessed who it was, and a little annoyed that he asked what he shouldn't ask, but Dumbledore suddenly smiled. I'm very happy, you are not the same as him, you have things he doesn't have. Marx breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he hadn't been in vain to help with the finishing touches before, and Dumbledore was still reading some old feelings. Principal Dumbledore, the people from the Ministry of Magic are looking for you, and they insisted on waiting for you in front of the principal's room. As the atmosphere gradually eased, Madame Pomfrey opened the door and walked in. At the same time, She also looked at Marx at a glance. In addition, I think McClown should take a break. Dumbledore nodded. The Ministry of Magic's reaction speed was still so slow. 2 days ago, he notified Chinofuzu about the matter, and until now they sent someone to deal with it. This is obviously a world away from the previous investigations of the Fire Dragon. If Fudge and his Ministry of Magic can use the active spirit of fighting for power and profit in business, there will be so many troubles in the magical world. Temporarily needs to leave. Dumbledore did not continue to inquire, because the ones Marx answered had been able to alleviate most of his doubts, and he also has some guesses for the rest. After exhorting Marx a few words to let him rest, Dumbledore got up and stood up and walked outside the door. Marx, who had been terrified, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the countdown to the experience card www.mentalnovel.com and only a few minutes were left. Marx estimated that Dumbledore's mind-inducing mind was at least level 6, and his occlumency has just risen to level 3. Once he loses the blessing and protection of the brain in the experience card mode, Marx can't be sure. Can I hide it from each other? And this is still when Dumbledore didn't use his full strength. At the same time, in the corridor outside the school hospital, Dumbledore met Harry and the others who came to visit Marx after class. "Professor, is Marx already awake?" Hermione asked as soon as she saw Dumbledore. Harry and Ron also watched it together. "Well, he seems to be in good condition. But McClown just woke up. I guess you have to convince Madame Pomfrey to go in and see him." Dumbledore smiled. Then Dumbledore seemed to have thought of something again, then looked at Harry. "Harry, you said earlier that McClown released an illusory light and shadow during the battle. Can you tell me what the light and shadow look like?" Harry tried hard to think about it. He was lying on the ground, so he could only see an outline. "Horse. The light and shadow look like a horse, Professor," Harry said with some uncertainty. "Horse? Is it a horse-shaped water monster?" Dumbledore guessed what kind of horse it was, and walked towards the principal's office. Watching Dumbledore's figure disappear at the end of the corridor, Harry remembered halfway through that the horse-shaped phantom he vaguely saw seemed to have a pointed horn on its head. Harry hesitated and shook his head. Maybe he was wrong. Maybe. P.S. Please recommend. Please collect. Chapter 84 Exam. Before leaving school 2 days later, Marx, who was about to rust in the school hospital, was finally allowed to leave the hospital. He has had enough of being able to lie in a hospital bed and having to drink medicine every day. Had it not been for Madame Pomfrey's insistence that the consequences of giving up training were serious, Marx would have been discharged by himself. However, my life after being discharged from the hospital was not satisfactory because it was not long before the end of the semester exams. On the first day after he left the hospital bed, Hermione held a thick stack of books in front of him. History of Ancient Magic, Standard Spells, Elementary, Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, Basic Potions Encyclopedia. The exam is about to take place in a week. I think you need to make up for the time you lost before. Hermione sat next to Marx and offered advice. I remember these books. Have we read them a long time ago? Marx said blankly. How can it be the same? If we want to be foolproof in the exam, we have to memorize all these books. Hermione vowed to say again, before Marx retorted. I have finished memorizing them all. In addition, the professor has taught a lot of new lessons in the past few days when you are away. I will tell you one by one later. Marx felt a headache while looking at the books that were about half his height stacked together. He was not interested in reviewing the books that he had understood thoroughly. Marx turned his head to look at Harry and Ron, and found that they were both watching the excitement happily. Noting Marx's gaze, Harry hurriedly stood up, the book in his hand. Ron even took the book upside down, but still pretended to read hard. They don't want to attract Hermione's attention. With so many books, they won't be able to memorize them until next year. Marx snorted and motioned to Hermione to ignore the two jerk-watching bastards, because they are out of help. Hermione vaguely said. Harry and Ron, who were hit, buried their heads in the books, speechless. Fortunately, in the exam a week later, Harry and Ron discovered that their knowledge level was not as bad as Hermione said. Because the performance of other little wizards is worse, they are still very good in comparison. Ron is very confident that he can get E in the 2 courses of spells and herbal medicine. After the potions exam, Ron lost this confidence, because Snape often wandered around them during the exam, which made Harry and Ron tremble. But this little pressure is of course not a big deal to Marks. His level 4 potion level is not in vain. The potion allocated is far beyond the level of a student, and it is no problem to sell it directly. After he was finished, Snape stopped writing and painting. Marks could see that it should be a big outstanding. Harry's performance has also been very stable, so Snape couldn't find a chance to be poisonous at all. The next one is the test of the Transfiguration class. Professor McGonagall asks the students to come in one by one and turn a small round piece of wood into a button shape in front of her. As long as it can be deformed successfully, it is considered qualified. If the size of the button transformed by someone is suitable, and then the delicate pattern is added to it, it will get the highest evaluation. Marks observed for a while. Among the first-year students at Gryffindor College, only Hermione should be able to achieve this, because the little witch was very happy when she came out, with her mouth raised. Marks McClown. Professor McGonagall's voice came from the classroom. Marks calmly walked in. There was only a long table in the empty classroom. Professor McGonagall was not looking at him, but was staring at the delicate buttons on the table. Obviously, that was Hermione's exam work just now. Professor McGonagall, can I start? Marks took out his wand from his cuff, eager to try. Of course, but I think these quizzes are not that difficult for you. Professor McGonagall raised her head and looked at Marks, with satisfaction in her eyes. She even drew on the report card in front of Marks a big O. Whether it was the ghost face I saw on the 4th floor or the stretcher Marks deformed in front of her a few days ago, Professor McGonagall knew that Marks's level of transformation skills was far beyond that of his peers. The exam is plain. It is actually to let the professors know whether the student's progress is up to the standard, and this exam obviously cannot detect the true level of Marks. So, I don't need to take the exam? Marks asked in confusion. No. I have prepared another topic for you. How about trying to make an object alive? Whatever you want. Professor McGonagall took out a new wooden block from the drawer and promised that no matter what, whether or not he can transform successfully will not affect his test scores. This is just an extra test. Marks nodded. He also wanted to try the limit of his metamorphosis.mentalnovel.com, so Marks conceived the image of a metamorphic creature in his mind, and finally chose an owl. This it can be regarded as being stimulated by Dumbledore before, ready to restore the scene of the other party's deformation. Here is a real biological transformation, the irreversible one. Professor McGonagall watched quietly, wondering why Marks was still not using his hands, when he saw him suddenly waving his wand, and the tip lightly touched the round wood. The deformation this time is very slow. It is extremely difficult to transform a piece of wood that is only 10 centimeters in size into a living creature the size of an owl. Marks tried hard to recall the scene where his magic power broke out in the responsive room, trying to make his magic power penetrate the wood, analyze its structure, and then change its form and even its nature. Because of one experience, Marks went very smoothly. But he encountered difficulties with metamorphosis because he did not understand the structure of flesh and blood cells. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that the phoenix he finally created at the beginning exploded instantly after injecting magic power. Wait. Flesh cells? Marks suddenly realized something. Isn't his own body? Just use magic to analyze your body. Thinking of this, Marks immediately started to move, first concentrating the magic power on his little finger to do an experiment, confirming that there was no problem, and then slowly spreading it all over his body. But under normal conditions, Marks can't let the magic power go deep into the cells. He can only analyze a rough idea, and he doesn't dare to mess with some important places. Even so, it is enough. The round wooden blocks on the table are constantly being stretched and changing to the shape that Marks expected. Chapter 85. Stop your bold ideas. The owl is the wizard's best friend. Professor McGonagall was in shock at the beginning of the transformation, and she could naturally see what Marks was doing from her eyes. About a minute later, an owl with snow-white feathers appeared in front of the two of them, cooing twice, and looking around curiously. However, Marks let out a sigh of relief and said depressed, "Pity." Marks was very disappointed. Although this deformed owl is exactly the same as the real one, this conversion is only temporary and lasts longer at most, because he still failed to change its essence in the end. This is obviously his closest success. Ding. After your unremitting practice, the proficiency of morphology has slightly improved. In his mind, a reminder of the improvement in the proficiency of the transfiguration spell came over, which gave Marks some comfort. It's no pity, you can do this, it's far beyond my estimation. Professor McGonagall came back to his senses at this time. She felt that even Dumbledore would not be able to do what Marks is now in the first grade. But after the praise, Professor McGonagall sank his face again and asked, "You just used magic to analyze what your body is doing? I almost thought you were performing a dangerous animagus transformation. Fortunately, you didn't go deep, or I would like to interrupt your transformation process." Did animagus practice this way? Mark's eyes lit up, and he felt that he had found a way to quickly improve the transformation spell. If he can learn animagus, his transformation spell level should be able to greatly improve again. Professor McGonagall felt speechless. She regretted her momentary gaffe, but since she had said everything, she went on to remind her. Animagus is a very deep transformation spell. You'd better not try it alone, because once the transformation fails, the consequences will be disastrous. If you are really interested, when you come back next semester, I can give you some pointers. Professor McGonagall was also hesitant to say this. She didn't know if I should be allowed to contact this high-end one so early. Transfiguration. But she knows very well that persuasion cannot be persuaded. Instead of letting Marks try secretly in private, it is better to teach herself. Of course, Marks agreed without hesitation. If someone is willing to teach, he won't be so stupid to try it. After all, Animagus's body is deformed. But what if he makes a mistake? In Hogwarts College, except for Dumbledore, who he does not want to touch too much, Professor McGonagall has the highest level of polymorphism. Since you agree, let's make an agreement that you can't try to analyze your body by magic before the next semester, Professor McGonagall warned. Then can I analyze other living things? Marks is very clear that now his transfiguration curse wants to improve his proficiency. Reading general-related books is no longer useful. Only by performing high-end biological transformation like this time, can he contribute some proficiency to him. Thinking of this, Marks looked at the deformed owl on the side, and hit Maca in the bedroom with his attention. Professor McGonagall couldn't see this, and said angrily, "The owl is the best friend of the wizard. No wizard will hurt his own owl at will. Otherwise cats are not good either." Professor McGonagall added, "Perhaps you can experiment with a toad or a mouse. Are they not friends of wizards?" Marks opened up and wanted to complain. "Professor, this is a discriminatory species. Ron and Neville will cry." After all, Marks still failed to vomit, because he was quickly kicked out by Professor McGonagall. The reason was that if he was allowed to stay any longer, the others would not have to take the exam. Before leaving, Professor McGonagall felt that I could not be too complacent, so he reminded him, "Don't forget to review textbooks and read more books at home. I will test and teach again when the time comes. If it doesn't meet the standards, don't blame me for temporarily breaching the contract." Marks nodded. He wouldn't be complacent because of his strength. When dealing with Voldemort's remnant soul, Marks had already realized his weakness. Even when the opponent had no mobility, he had to rely on the protective magic in Harry to be able to win the battle. If he faced the real Dark Lord, he was afraid that he would not even have the ability to resist. Therefore, Marks had made up his mind a long time ago to make use of the long vacation time after leaving school. And one day cannot be wasted. But the little wizard seems to be unable to cast spells outside the school. Thinking of this, Mark's was a headache. He remembered the magic wands sold in Ollivander's shop in the original book. Each one had traces on them. The Ministry of Magic could easily check whether these wands were being used until the little wizard's. It will disappear after graduation from Hogwarts. This means that unless he thinks of a way to get another adult wizard's wand, he can only stay in the room and read a book during the summer vacation. After all, the Ministry of Magic's regulations on this aspect are extremely strict. As long as a little wizard is found casting a spell outside the school, the first warning, the second expulsion, and the third break of the wand. Not everyone is the famous Harry Potter. Mentalnovel.com. Marks doesn't think he will have the right to immunity. Depressed Marks walked out of the classroom, and Harry and the others, who had been waiting outside for a long time, thought he had failed the exam. Marks, it's okay to play it once in a while. We all know that your transfiguration spell works well. Hermione comforted. Harry and Ron also nodded frequently. Improper performance? No, Professor McGonagall gave me the highest score on the spot. Marks knew that they had misunderstood, and waved his hand. Then why are you not so happy? Harry asked strangely, and Marks had been inside for so long, so logically he should be fast. It's just that Professor McGonagall added a temporary quiz to me. I didn't pass it. Marks explained in a perfunctory way. He couldn't say that he was trying to take advantage of the Ministry of Magic so that he could cast spells outside of school, right? Harry Potter. Harry was also about to ask what kind of quiz it was. In the classroom, Professor McGonagall's voice rang and he had to take the test first, pushed the door open and walked into the classroom. Harry saw the Snow White owl on the table on the right with a few round buttons underneath. Harry wondered why Professor McGonagall brought an owl to the examination room, and suddenly remembered the quiz Marks had mentioned to him. He heard from the little wizards who returned from the exams that the right side seems to be the display area of excellent exam works, which is specially used by Professor McGonagall to add a little pressure to the new candidates. It also serves as a template and demonstration role. Only this time, Harry looked at the owl and swallowed. He felt that the pressure was too much, right? Chapter 86. I am a mysterious person, I speak for Big Dung Egg. At the same time, Hermione outside the examination room was also asking about the quiz. When she learned that Marks had used a small wooden block to make an owl, she was rather depressed. Hermione thought that after studying hard for so long, she could pull in a little gap, but she didn't expect that the gap would get bigger and bigger. On the way back, Marks also happened to meet George and Weasley, who were frowning. They had just taken the third grade magic history exam and looked like the sky was falling. What's wrong with you? It's not time to announce the results yet, right? Marks asked curiously. No, but we must have failed the exam. Fred sighed, then turned his eyes to George. I blame you, George. I told you to put aside the research matter first, and review it a few days before the exam. So, did you review it well? Who did the study in the dormitory yesterday until the middle of the night? George rolled his eyes. I'm studying the answering quill, the one that can automatically write the answer. The one who prepares for the exam is different from you, Fred defended. Yes, it turns out that this quill will only write about topics that we know. This is definitely the worst invention, George said dissatisfiedly, because he believed in Fred so much in the morning. But as soon as he arrived in the examination room, shocked. Answer the quill automatically? It is still very good for homework, Marks thought in his heart, seeing the two people blaming each other noisily. Marks's mood improved a lot. This is not to say that he is gloating, but that these two people are born with a charm to make others happy. Professor Binns has a good temper. Generally speaking, as long as he finishes writing, the answer is not too outrageous, and it should be no problem to pass. Marks felt amused and comforted. Yes, I think so too. So I secretly ate a quick-acting skipping candy, shed some nosebleeds, and tried to pretend to be uncomfortable to win sympathy. At first it went well, but in the end, George shrugged. Fred also ate it. Marks had already guessed what was going on. It must be the same as the two of them, and Professor Binns is sometimes a little confused. but he is definitely not stupid. The two students have a continuous nosebleed and can't stop it. Anyone can see the problem. So we're done. George and Fred looked at each other, and they were a little bit eager to cry. I can only wish you good luck. Marks spread his hands and said that he could do nothing. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Did you use the big dung eggs we gave you? How do you feel? We are going to officially sell them in school next semester. George quickly sorted out his mood and asked, I used it on Chino. How should I put the effect ... Very good. Otherwise I might not be able to see you. Marks looked weird. Is it when you and Harry defeated Professor Chino in the basement? Tell us. Fred suddenly became excited. George had a whole new idea. Maybe we can write this as a slogan next semester, and then put Chino's picture on the box. So the big dung eggs will definitely sell. Listening to George's whimsy, Marks's mouth twitched faintly, and he had a new understanding of their ability to die. You like this? The Dark Lord doesn't want face. Ah? Marks hesitated to tell the story of Kino being manipulated by the Dark Lord, so as to dispel their thoughts of death. But remembering that in the original time and space, both of them dared to spoof the black magic mark in the heyday of Voldemort's power, Marks still felt it better not to say it. Otherwise, they might dare to print Voldemort's portrait on the big dung egg, and then paste a slogan. I am a mysterious person. I speak for the big dung egg. Marks imagined the scene in his mind, thinking that the Dark Lord who was running away might be so angry that he would come back and kill the two brothers. A few days later, the test results were finally announced. Prior to this, the whole Hogwarts seemed panicked. Even the Weasley brothers turned their grief and anger into motivation and came up with a kind of amulet that was said to temporarily improve their performance. It sold very hot for a while, and in the end even the two of them themselves. I believed it all, and I took it all day long, and tried to send one to Marks. Marks certainly didn't accept it, because he didn't need that kind of thing at all. His transfiguration, potions class, herbalism, and spell classes are all full marks, which can't be higher. Even Marks, who was originally not good at flying lessons, got outstanding reviews. After fusing the blood of the unicorn, it is not only the strength that is improved, but also the talent. Especially the perception and manipulation of magic power have been greatly improved, and it is easy to control a flying broomstick. The only thing that went beyond Marks's expectations was the history of magic. He only got an E exceeding expectations, which made Marks confused and missed the first throne of grade because this position was taken away by Hermione. Hermione was happy all day for this, but she still confronted the answer with Marks reservedly, looking for points to be deducted. No. I remember that the ancestors of werewolves were deformed by wizards. Obviously it was not wrong. MTLnovel.com. Marks looked at the sheepskin scroll in his hand. That must be a mistake in your memory. The 5th section of chapter 17 of the History of Magic states that the first werewolf appeared because of the wrong treatment after a certain wizard was bitten by a wolf. I'll show it to you. Hermione snapped out a thick history of ancient magic and quickly found the corresponding content and presented it to Marks. Marks only remembered after reading it. He remembered that it had always been the content of the book The Origin of Blood. Obviously Professor Binns changed it according to the content of the textbook. Forget it. Let the truth go with the wind. Marks thought rather helplessly. After all, he couldn't take that book to confront Professor Binns, right? After the results came out, there was only 1 or 2 days left before the holiday period. Marks doesn't mean to relax at all. Saying goodbye to Hogwarts and returning home may be a happy thing for other little wizards, but it is a bit bad for Marks. This means that he has to face a strange family and a new environment that is even more strange and even dangerous. Don't look at Marks, who has sorted out his memory through a clumency, but he is not himself after all. And it is difficult to guarantee that he will not reveal his flaws. The only thing to be thankful for is that he has been at Hogwarts for almost a year. If there is any difference, it can also be explained as the growth in school. But Marks was in a cautious heart, and spared no effort to take advantage of the last effort to improve his strength and knowledge reserves as much as possible. The most important point is to explore the newly acquired bloodline magic unicorn shadow. Chapter 87 Happy Memories. This unique bloodline magic can be described as the most powerful whole card in Mark's hand. If used properly, it is not impossible to compete against adult wizards. So the priority of practice is much higher than transformation. Marx thought this should be an easy task. After all, he had already released it once successfully, and it was also displayed in the magic bar of the system. But Marx was dumbfounded when he practiced it. He didn't know the spell required to summon Cecilia was automatically activated because he was in danger of life. He couldn't restore his original state to try to summon, right? Wait. Is it related to that? Marx inexplicably thought of the faint blue phoenix, and what Dumbledore had said before, that some wizards were able to integrate the power of magical creatures into magic and exert incredible abilities. In this way, will his bloodline magic be related to the Hushan Guardian? After all, both are summoning the ghost of an animal, and they have many similarities. It's just that the shadow of the unicorn is more special, and it can also fight through special magical materialization. Marx guessed that this might be because the soul of Cecilia replaced the patron saint. With these speculations, Marx immediately went to the library to find books about Hushan guarding, and after a few hours, he successfully raised Hushan Guard to the first level. Holy Guard. Marx couldn't wait to enter the responsive room and waved his wand to test. A plume of white smoke gushes from the top of Marx's wand, and a calm and peaceful mood gradually flows into my heart. Although nothing appeared, Marx's face showed a joyful expression, because he was incomparably confirmed at this time. There is absolutely any connection between the shadow of the blood magic unicorn and the guardian of the god. If it is normal to call the gods, the guard should summon blue light and shadow, not white. In the following time, Yifan spared no effort to practice the protection of God, even at the precious academic points. It's just that it's the end of the semester, and when there is no way to answer the questions in class, the grade points can only be consumed and cannot be refilled. So that the more you use it, the less. The last 500 points are left. Marx finally missed the kind Professor Dumbledore again, leaving aside other aspects for the time being. He has always been generous in bonus points. Like Dumbledore gave him at least 200 points this semester. But even this won't change the dilemma Marx is facing now, considering that he may need to deal with emergencies during the vacation. He needs to leave 200 grade points for emergency, so only 300 grade points can be used. Means that there can only be 3 hours of accelerated learning or practice time. Exchange the Xwibo experience card. After adjusting his own state, Marx did not hesitate to start the first accelerated practice. 100 grade points have been deducted. Along with the system's prompt sound, Marx felt that his brain was much clearer, and his control of magic power had also improved to a higher level, and then he waved his magic wand. Call God to guard. The faint white mist reappeared, floating from the top of Marx's wand, and became filamentous, like strands of misty smoke, surrounding him. The white mist that emerged this time is much more than before. After practicing for a while, Marx quickly realized the special feature of Hushan guarding, which is a kind of profound emotional magic. It is necessary for the caster to mobilize positive emotions and gather this power to successfully summon his patron saint. Marx is stuck in this final step. If only a Dementor could practice him? Marx thought so. Although he is in the room of responsiveness, Marx did not try to use the characteristics of the room of responsiveness to get a Dementor out of it. As early as in the previous experiment, he has understood the limitation here. That is, it is impossible to embody living creatures and magical items, and he is more inclined to provide a venue. For example, it can manifest a dragon farm, but there is no dragon in it, or it can manifest a vault, but there is no gold in it. There are weapons in the arsenal, but they are all old antiques 1,000 years ago, and there are no magic weapons. Marx sighed. His thoughts were shaken, and the large amount of white mist that was finally condensed disappeared without a trace. Marks quickly stabilized his mind, settled, and kept reminiscing about the things that made him feel happy. Scenes when teasing Peter Pettigrew, when he needs Professor Chino to top the pot, when he smashes the Dark Lord with a big dung egg. Memories kept pouring in my heart. Marks's mouth was filled with a smile. Blessed to the soul, the magic wand was gently waved, and the white mist around him seemed to be drawn towards the center. A long hissing sound resounded throughout the practice room. Among the white light and shadow, Cecilia's illusory figure appeared in the air, happily circling around Marks, faintly showing a sense of intimacy. What surprised Marks the most was that Cecilia's pupils were no longer blood-red. Novel.com but like blue water waves. Is it because of successful revenge? Marks thought in his heart, but before Cecilia's shadow lasted long, it turned into a white mist and dissipated in the air. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The time limit of the Xwibo experience card has expired. Do you want to renew it? No more. Go. Marks said with a black face. Unknowingly he has accelerated his practice for 3 full hours. Called up the system bar and saw that the Hushin Guard was upgraded to the 2nd level. Marks tried to use the Hushin Guard again in a normal state, but the result was still some white mist. Unable to let them condense together. However, in the system bar, a lot of information about the shadow of the unicorn has been added, and Marks only has some understanding after checking it. Blood magic, shadow of the unicorn, shadow of Cecilia, requirement front, Hushin Guardian level 4 level 2 in experience card mode. Description: this is a special magic that combines blood and soul power. As a soul body patron saint, Cecilia can ignore most obstacles, and only a few magic can cause damage to it. You can also choose to spend a lot of magic power to temporarily construct a body for Cecilia so that it can temporarily interfere in the material world. Note: unless the host dies, when the soul body is defeated by a fatal injury, it will not completely die and dissipate. Instead, it will live in your body and rest until it regains its shape. So, I have become Cecilia's Horcrux. Marks muttered to himself while looking at the last comment. Just seemed to reactivate it by relying on the experience card mode before the Hushin Guard level was raised to level 4 again. Chapter 88. Look, how peaceful this mouse walks. Just learning and tangling. Marks made it to the end of the semester. At the end of the term, Dumbledore said in a cliched manner in the large exhibition hall that the little wizards in the following academies were drowsy, and not many people even cared about the ownership of the Academy Cup. Because even the second Slytherin Academy has long since given up the idea of contention, there is no way, the gap between the two sides is really too big. However, the little wizards in Gryffindor were still very interested. After Dumbledore announced the ownership of the Academy Cup, they all clapped their hands and looked proudly at Slater on the opposite long table. Linz. This is the first time they have won by an overwhelming advantage. Marks also received a lot of attention during this process, but he was tossing with the mouse he had just caught, and he didn't have time to bother. The study of Hushin Guardian has entered a small bottleneck, and ordinary practice or reading has little effect. So Marks is going to practice the Transfiguration mantra first. Just like when they came, after signing the school-leaving agreement. The huge Hagrid led them, these first-year freshmen, to the Hogwarts station. Looking at Hogwarts Castle further and further away, in Marks's mind, the system prompt finally sounded. Ding! This school year is over. Do you want to make a school year summary? Yes, Marks said silently in his heart. When the results were announced before, Marks wondered why the system didn't respond or rewards. It turned out that the summary reminder was only when he left school. As of today, your performance this school year is as follows. Class evaluation, excellent. Reward, 100 academic points. Final exam results, potions excellent, Transfiguration class excellent, Herbology excellent. Magic history class exceeding expectations. Reward, 650 academic points. Glory, Quidditch champion not participating, Gryffindor Academy Cup 100 grade points. Overall reward, 850 academic points. Suddenly won the award of 850 grade points, which surprised Yifan, who had been worried about the lack of grade points. It's so timely. This gives Marx a little peace of mind when he is about to go to the new environment. With the 200 academic points he originally reserved, he can reserve 10 hours of fighting time, or it can be used for fast learning. Well, children, go faster, we must hurry up to the station. At the forefront, Hagrid with the team shouted at them loudly, like a drum. Marx condensed his mind and followed Hagrid's footsteps to Hogwarts station not far from the lake. From a distance, he saw the old-fashioned steam locomotive, with beautiful red paint underneath and large exhaust. There was a thick white steam coming from his mouth. Marx didn't expect that the first time he boarded the Hogwarts Express was when he was leaving. This is really different. While Marx was still sighing, Harry and Ron had already pulled him into one of the boxes. The space in the box is still very large, and there are 3 or 4 people sitting down without feeling crowded. Hermione also ran from other boxes. She was in the same box with roommates Parvati Potter and Lavender Brown, but she was not used to it after all. A few people got together and chatted quickly, especially Hermione and Ron. Although they were very happy in Hogwarts, they still missed the family very much. When Harry echoed without a sentence, he occasionally complained about his uncle's family who adopted him. Marx took advantage of this time and took a comatose mouse from the small iron cage he brought and placed it on the table, preparing to continue the practice of using magical power to analyze blood cells. After getting out of the car, I can no longer use magic at will. Is this your new pet? A mouse? What about Macca? Harry asked, looking at Marx's strange behavior. This is not a pet, it's just a prop for practicing transfiguration. Marx explained, closing his eyes and infiltrating the mouse's body as much as possible of magic. Hearing Marx's words, Hermione and Ron also turned their heads and looked at Marx's movements curiously. However, they only saw Marx put his wand against the mouse's forehead, just so dumbfounded and motionless. Is this really useful? Ron grumbled. Using magic power to resolve objects is a prerequisite for learning advanced transfiguration. Marx opened his eyes and looked at them. Like your deformed owl? Harry asked curiously. Almost. Marx nodded. He didn't mention the transformation of Animagus, and there is nothing wrong with understanding it this way anyway. Harry and the others immediately became interested, but they knew how powerful Marx's transfiguration curse was. They didn't expect to practice it in this way, and they all took out their wands excitedly to prepare to experience it. Marx didn't stop. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. Let them try. Anyway, this kind of rat is everywhere, and he caught more than one at Hogwarts. Harry tried his best to put his body like Marx just now, with his wand pressed against the mouse's forehead, trying to input magic power into it, and Hermione watched curiously. Ron remembered that he also had a mouse, so he almost grabbed the spot that was gnawing on the multi-flavored beans, and gestured with his wand, trying to send some magic power in. Banban was frightened for a while, screaming in horror, but couldn't run away when Ron was pulling his tail. He could only twist his body to avoid Ron's wand poked. Don't move, let me cast the spell properly. Ron pressed his spotted body dissatisfied, and pushed his wand onto its head. Scabbard had an expression of impossibility. At this moment, Ron was attracted by the movement from Harry. The mouse, lying on the table in a coma, was suddenly and quickly convulsed after Harry lost a spell of magic power. There was foam in his mouth. A few seconds later, his legs slammed on the table, stiffened and stopped moving. Banban saw this scene, the boss staring at him. He felt that he might not survive today. Harry's face was a bit awkward. He just lost some magic casually, not knowing how it became like this. It doesn't matter. I have fainted this mouse with a coma spell beforehand. It went peacefully when it left. Marx waved his hand, saying that he is a very humane wizard and never abuses animals. It's the same even if the other party is just a mouse. Ron is abusing mice like that. Marx glanced at Scab on Ron's hand, and suddenly remembered that Scab was from Animagus. Chapter 89 Platform. Thinking of this, Yifan's thoughts turned, and there was a trace of fire in his scaly eyes. You must know that the risk of transformation of animagus is extremely high. I don't know how many talented wizards have been planted on it in the past, so that there are only 7 animagus registered in the magical world. Even if you add those who are careful to hide that they have not registered, it probably won't exceed 30 people. It can be seen how difficult it is to deform. And before that, if an animagus body can be analyzed, it may be able to greatly reduce the risk of deformation. Along with Marx's gaze, everyone's gaze also focused on Scabble. This grey-black mouse was being pressed by Ron on the table, shivering under the gaze of 3 pairs of eyes, and there were tears in his eyes. He didn't even think that what happened to Hogwarts College all these years. The little wizards in the 1st grade are so cruel. Ron, I'll help you. I haven't used the coma spell. Hermione thought it was very pitiful and decided to faint it first, so that Ron would not be too painful during the experiment. However, Shaban didn't dare to let these brutal little wizards touch him anymore. At this time, he was full of desire to survive. At this time, he was possessed by the play spirit. After witnessing the tragic death of the same kind, he let out a scream and rolled his eyes. With a kick on his legs, he lay motionless on the table, looking like he was dead soon. Ron didn't dare to try it when he saw this. Scabbard was his pet anyway. If he accidentally killed him like Harry, his mother wouldn't buy him a second one. Shaban was really relieved when he heard Ron's words, but in the next second, a light flashed, and Shaban went into a coma very neatly. Marks scattered like this, or else, forget it. Ron frowned and asked suspiciously, "I'm not Harry. I won't hurt Scabble." Marks comforted, then continued, "If something goes wrong, I will buy you another brand new one, whether it is an owl, a mouse, a toad, or a cat. This is very important for the transfiguration I want to practice." Marks looked at Ron and said. Ron looked at his hands. He was dark and ugly. He thought about the new pets in the pet shop, and quickly made a decision. "Well, if this helps you." Ron put Scab on the table. "Of course, I promise he will live." Marks smiled, not surprised Ron made this decision. The reason Ron cares about Scabbers so much is because that is one of the few things he owns on his own. Although this pet was given to him by his brothers. Took the unconscious zebra in his hand, Marks was very careful to put his wand against its head, input a very small amount of magic power into test, and found that the internal structure of zebra was not the slightest difference from when he analyzed other mice. If Marks hadn't been able to see that zebra was missing a paw, he would almost never be sure that this was Peter Pettigrew. It seems that the magic of animagus is far beyond his imagination. Marks's interest was mobilized, and the output of magic power was increased. He carefully examined every blood cell in the spotted body, until the magical power emerged on the spotted head. Marks found a subtle difference. There seemed to be some power protected there. Marks hesitated for a moment, and did not dare to continue, because he is not sure, once he uses magical power to analyze, what will happen to the speckled brain. If he accidentally disarms animagus and awakens Peter Pettigrew, then the other people in the carriage will be in danger. In fact, when Marks was in school, he thought of relying on the survival map to denounce Peter and eliminate such a threat that stayed with him. But after thinking about it, I dispelled the idea. Most of the officials of the Ministry of Magic did not want to admit it, because their incompetence at the time brought a hero who resisted the Death Eaters into Azkaban for more than 10 years. So we still wait for the parties to arrive before throwing them to Dumbledore together. Ding. After practice, your proficiency in the transformation spell has improved. The prompt of the system sounded, and Marks returned Scabbers to Ron without nostalgia. Although he did not really analyze the secret of animagus, Marks understood a little bit. During the deformation process, the brain is estimated to be the most critical and dangerous link. This is enough. Woo! Amid the clear air, the red train slowly stopped on the platform with billowing smoke. Marks packed his luggage and put the dead mouse on the table into Macca's cage to provide him with a full meal. Completely clean and pollution-free. And at this moment, when he just woke up, he was curled up in Ron's pocket, and he shuddered when he saw this scene. Outside the carriage, the little wizards lined up to get off, but there was no guidance from the professors, so after the door was opened, it suddenly became crowded. Someone accidentally knocked over the cage with toads in the middle. The toad inside www.mentalnovel.com ran out, and I don't know if anyone was trampled to death. While being pushed forward by someone, Marx was doing the final rehearsal in his heart, thinking about how the first meeting with his family would be like. What should I say in the first sentence? How should I behave? In his memory, the relationship between his mother Aya and him is very good, even a little spoiled. Marx, as a substitute, is worried that his acting skills will not pass the test. He can't pretend the longing for reunion after a long absence. Fortunately, the original body seems to be a little repulsive of Aya's doting behavior, so that he often gets into trouble with the other party. He only needs to grasp this degree. Marx, come down. Why are you absent-minded? Harry, struggling with his large suitcase in both hands, jumped out of the car, and then turned to look at Marx, who was still standing still. It's nothing, I think I'm going home. I'm a little excited. Marx heard the urging of the little wizard behind, shook his head, and quickly followed behind. A few people walked through the 9th and 3rd quarter of the platform together, and Marx also experienced the thrill of passing through the wall, which was a bit like the feeling of passing through the 4th floor secret road. London Station in the UK, compared to the other side of the wall, is full of modern atmosphere. The flat-tiled floor, the bright waiting hall, and the whistle sound from time to time in the distance all make Marx feel familiar. After spending a long time at Hogwarts, he always felt that he was living in the Middle Ages. Perhaps it is because this point is also the peak time for muls waiting for buses, so the station is somewhat crowded. Among the crowd of mule pedestrians in suits and leather shoes, a large number of parents of little wizards huddled in it, and they basically replaced them. The clothes of muls, even if there are a few exceptions, are harmless. Chapter 90 Home and Knockdown Alley. Ron, this way. Among the crowd, Marx saw someone beckoning to them. It was a middle-aged red-haired man with a rich-looking appearance. Marx also saw him nodding to him kindly. Next to the red-haired middle-aged man stood a slightly chubby woman. She was thrusting her waist and angrily reprimanding the brothers George and Fred. The two drooped their faces like frost hitting an eggplant. Dare not say. Marx immediately understood that they must be the Weasleys, and George and Fred were reprimanded probably because the history of magic was exposed. My dad called me. I'm going over first. You can come to my house when you have time. I will send you a letter during the holidays. Ron turned his head and said something, then pushed his suitcase into it. In the pile of people. Because it is too crowded here. Marx didn't mean to get to know him in the past. Besides, he didn't know that the other party knew that he was the child of the Black Wizard and couldn't wait to see himself. Then Harry was quickly pulled away by his Uncle Dursley. The other party didn't even want to stay longer for a moment, put on a stinky face, and ignored Marx and the others. Hermione's father, Mr. Granger, is very good contact, and Marx also politely chatted with him a few more words. Most of the little wizards were picked up, and the crowd was sparse. Marx tried to find the figure of his mother, Aya, in the crowd, and suddenly noticed that someone was holding his shoulder. Marx's wand hidden in his sleeve was already in his hand, but he was hugged in his arms before he could do anything. A scent of lavender came from behind, and Marx relaxed his vigilance. In his memory, this was the perfume that his mother used to be. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Atcha's unique and gloomy voice rang in his ears. I haven't seen each other for a year. It seems to have grown a lot taller and become more cuter. Have you missed your mother these days? Of course. I think. Marx told a lie helplessly. Turning to look over, there is a beautiful witch behind her, wearing a dark green wizard robe, which seems to have been carefully tailored to retain the original retro flavor, but also to highlight her figure. Over 30 years old, Marx is very uncomfortable with being in such close contact with a beautiful and unfamiliar woman. even if the other person is nominally her own mother. Yes? Then why didn't I see you actively mailing even a letter back? The smile on the corner of Ashia's mouth was closed, and she stretched out her index finger to hit Mark's head with great dissatisfaction. Marks hesitated to find the reason. His eyes swept across the snow white owl in the cage, and he had an idea and said, "Vows. I sent it. Maybe Maka found the wrong place halfway. You know, I just bought it at the beginning of school, so Maka may not even recognize the way home." Marks quickly threw the pot to Maka, and the latter was safe. Staying in the cage looked at him innocently. "Really?" Asa didn't refute, but looked at him with a smile on his face. Marks swallowed, only feeling the air pressure around him a little cold. Aya did not reveal Mark's lies, but looked at the owl in the cage and smiled softly. "I happened to learn a new dish yesterday, called stewed owl soup. Otherwise we will eat this tonight." Stewed owl soup? The corners of Marks's mouth twitched. "Don't you need to be so cruel?" "But I heard from Professor McGonagall that the owl is the wizard's best friend, and no wizard can harm the owl." Marks tried to persuade. "Really? The Ministry of Magic does not have a prohibition on cooking owls," Isaiah said without comment, then pulled Marks's wrist and walked out of the station. "Even if there are regulations, would you still listen to the Ministry of Magic?" Marks thought helplessly, but still tried his best to say good things for Maka, and finally dispelled Asa's thoughts. "The reason is very simple. It takes a lot of money to change a pet." The two of them went all the way. Marks had already replaced a wizard robe when he was at the station. Now he is wearing blue casual clothes like the pedestrian moles from the outside, which is well integrated into the pedestrians. But Isaiah is the opposite. Her unique temperament, beautiful face and weird wizard robes, attracting the attention of pedestrians, but she doesn't care at all, and walks ahead of herself. After leaving the station, there were more and more pedestrians, all the way to the commercial street. Marks looked up and saw a dirty and small bar, which looked dark and shabby, compared with the gorgeously decorated clothing stores and record stores nearby. It seems a little out of place. In fact, the same is true. There seems to be some invisible obstacle here. Marks saw a lady trying to move forward, but took a big turn, and he didn't even notice it. Is this the magic to expel moles? Marks looked at this magical scene. mentalnovel.com. I kind of wanted to explore how it works, but it's obviously not the time now. Aya has taken him into the Broken Axe Bar at this time, as one of the important intersections between the magical world and the real world. Broken Axe Bar is a hot business at all times. On the quaint bar counter, the quaint boss Tom is chatting leisurely with the weird-looking old witch. The two witches and witches sat on the side table and whispered something. A few idle drunks drank butterbeer, and even whistled at Aya, but they didn't come up to talk presumptuously. "I'm going to use flu powder and fireplace." Asa completely ignored the drunks. Her face looked very gloomy, and she didn't have the gentle wind and drizzle in front of Marks, so she threw a coconut to the front desk. The tone was tough. This kind of performance is very unpleasant, but sometimes it can reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. "Of course, you are free." The bar owner is a very kind person. After receiving the money, he reminded them that the flu powder was placed in the box above the fireplace. "You come first, don't move around when you get there, remember, Knockdown Alley." Isaiah grabbed a handful of flu powder and handed it to Marks. Marks was a little surprised why he didn't send it directly to the house, but he still waved the flu powder, and the little fluorescent light was ignited by magic in the fireplace. "Turn down alley," Marks said. The faint blue flame rose up, and Marks faintly felt a little hot in his body, but it was not like a flame burning. Then there was a burst of space replacement. The body seemed to be drawn into the drum, and it spun quickly, making Marks dizzy for a while, and he couldn't even open his eyes to see the entire transmission process clearly. Chapter 91: Eyes of Conflict and Exploration. When the light in front of him reappeared, Marks found himself in a brand new place. It was probably in a store. The light transmission was very poor. The surroundings looked a little dark and the cabinets were placed with transparent ones. Glass cover. The cover closest to Marks contained a small skull. It looked like it had undergone some special treatment, and there were deep scratches on both sides. The other glass covers are filled with strange things: withered hands, blood-stained poker chips, jagged chandeliers. One is stranger than the other. After Marks waited for a while, a faint blue flame rose again in the fireplace, and Oasier was late, and retracted the wand in her sleeve into her sleeve. "Did you do something to them?" Marks noticed this, and wondered if Asa was in trouble with those drunks. "What do you want?" "That's the Broken Cauldron bar. If you dare to make trouble there, the people from the ministry will be the next moment." Aya shook her head. Marks doesn't believe it. A dark wizard wants to figure out a few drunks. What can he make? But these drunks are also responsible for their own sake. Judging from the methods of Isaiah in his memory, it is not enough to die, but it is necessary to suffer. "Don't think about it, follow me," Isaiah said with a slight warning, and then took a step first, and Marks quickly followed behind. Jingle bell. When the two crossed the cabinet, the wind chime hung on the door of the store shook, and a hunchbacked middle-aged wizard playing with a strange ball in the counter said in a hoarse voice, "Here is someone again. Who is it this time?" "Mr. Borkin, it's me." Asa walked over from behind the cabinet and said lightly. It turned out to be Mrs. McClown. The shopkeeper Caractacus looked a little lacking in interest, and sat lazily and leaned on the chair. "You guys come in and out like this, making my fireplace dirty. It seems I will have to charge for it next time, or put the transfer station in Knockdown Alley to me," Asa said with a grin. "Forget it, that's not something that can be moved casually. If it gets dirty, it gets dirty." Bok twitched the corner of his mouth, and it was vaguely visible that there was a gold tooth embedded in his mouth. While the two of them were chatting, Marks was also looking at the owner of the Bogenbok magic shop in front of him. He looks about 40 or 50 years old. He has greasy hair that is well kept, 2 dark black rings are pinned on his slender, haggard hands, and he is wearing a black wizard robe that could not be more common. It seems that apart from always bending over, it is no different from the average wizard, and the speech is also harmless to humans and animals. But judging from the original work or the memory in Marks's mind, this is obviously not an ordinary character. You must know that even the famous Dark Lord worked here when he was young. Maybe aware of Marks's gaze, Bok did not talk much about the previous topic, but turned his attention to him. "This is Little McClown, right? It's the first time I saw ... How about it? Did you see any favorite little things in the store?" Bok placed the strange ball-shaped object in his hand in front of Marks. "After I got closer, Marks could see that it was an eye. It seemed that some magic power was applied to it, and the black eyeballs turned freely, and Marks looked at each other. At the moment of staring at each other, Marks faintly felt dizzy, and then subconsciously operated eclumency, which regained consciousness!" A blue light flashed, and the eye was immediately knocked out and fell straight on the door frame. "What are you going to do?" Ashir's face was very ugly. I didn't know when he had pulled out the wand, and pointed at Bok's head. The tip of the wand was faintly shining with black light, as if some black magic was brewing. "Don't be angry. I'm just making a little joke. You should know the Eye of Detecting." Bok used a flying curse to call the Eye of Explorer back and said apologetically, but he didn't get half of the wand. Pointing with a panic look, he pointed to Marks. "Besides, isn't Mr. McClown okay?" Ai turned his head to look at Marks, and saw that he shook his head at himself with a relaxed look, and then put the wand away with a gloomy face. This is also related to Ashia's understanding of the effect of the detecting eye. If this is a lethal magic item, then she would never have been so fooled. Marks was relaxed on the surface, but a moment of fear in his heart. Knockover Alley looked more dangerous than he had imagined. He almost walked away. This was still under the protection of Asa. If possible, Marks would like to tear it down with Asa. However, it is extremely unwise to fight against a shopkeeper in a dark magic shop. No one knows how many trigger-type magic items the other party has placed in the shop. What's more, book is totally confident. Until novel.com. So Yi Fankai took the initiative to pretend to be indifferent and stopped the conflict. As an apology, I can give this little gadget to little McClown. Bok looked like a lack of interest from beginning to end, but at this time he was curious about Marks and was able to resist the eye of probing. There are not many wizards, but he has seen this one at such a young age. No, I'm not interested. Marks shook his head and said, "Put away your tricks." Isaiah also didn't give a good face, and was really not in the mood to stay here more, grabbing Mark's wrist and walking towards the door. What is the function of the same thing as the eye just now? Is it called the detecting eye? Marks asked when he went out. At the same time, Marks stared around and found that it was a small alley with red bricks and tiles on both sides. But it was obvious that there was a lack of maintenance, and the bricks on the right had some green moss. Some red bricks are even partly corroded. I can still vaguely see some piled up in the corners of the street, and a stinking smell even drifts here. The detecting eye can confuse the opponent's mind and let the other person enter a state of trance. The questioner will answer whatever he asks. Isaiah squinted at Marks for a while, and explained aloud, "Veritaserum for magic props." Marks was envious for a while, and the detecting eye seemed to be able to activate as long as he looked at each other, which is really a good thing for yin people. "What? I regret not asking for it," Aio asked. "No, I don't think that Blog would be so kind." Marks shook his head. He thought it was good, but he was not stupid enough to accept something from a strange dark wizard. There might be some trap hidden in it. Chapter 92. The turkey made in this way has no soul. Just know it. Asa nodded, and then curiously asked how Marks resisted the probing eye. "A clumency. I found it in the school's forbidden book area." Marks thought for a while, did not hide it, and said it directly. "I would also like to thank Dumley for this. He used the mind-absorbing mind several times to help him improve his occlumency proficiency. It is precisely because of his habit that Marks can react so quickly." "Good job. It seems that you have learned a lot of good things in it. You know, I only dared to sneak into the restricted book zone in the 2nd grade. I looked at Marks with a look of admiration. He didn't mean to reprimand him for violating the school rules at all. He just reminded him that he had some knowledge records in his heart. Don't try it lightly if you don't have full confidence. Marks's reaction was entirely within Marks's expectations. In his memory, Marks didn't care about the rules so much, but the behavior of encouraging him to go to the forbidden book zone really made Marks embarrassed. Next, considering that Marks had just been frightened, Asa told Marks about some interesting things that happened in the school at the beginning, such as that she was almost caught by Filch when she went to the restricted book area for the first time. Later, she tried her best to get revenge and hid Filch's cat, which caused Filch to search for several days, or occasionally used the fear curse to tease those ghosts and the little wizards of the same grade. Marks's gaze at Asa became more and more weird as I listened, and suddenly remembered that when the school just started, the Sorting Hat seemed to have told him that someone had used the magic of the fear curse to engage in pranks, which caused Dumbledore a headache. I didn't expect to be talking about his mother. Aya. Marks echoed with each other, and then remembered the question he hadn't asked before. "By the way, why didn't we just use flu powder directly into the fireplace at home?" "The fireplace at home was magically set by me. I remember I told you." Asa looked at Marks suspiciously for a while. "When did that happen? How could I always remember it?" Marks shrugged and hurriedly searched for related memories in his mind. Although Marks has sorted out his memories through occlumency, it was a person's life experience for 10 years after all, and he couldn't remember everything clearly. "Sometimes I still have to think about it for a while." It would be too wrong to say more. Marks then shut up the whole process, only watching the surroundings with his eyes. If Dijiao Alley is a bustling city street, Turnover Alley is somewhat similar to a slum, perhaps even more dangerous. Because this is also a gathering place for dark wizards, and the Second Wizarding War has just ended 10 years ago, There are many Death Eaters who have escaped sanctions hiding here, and the rules of the Ministry of Magic can hardly be said to start in Knockdown Alley. What a great effect! Just coming all the way, Marks felt several malicious gazes, both bright and dark, but probably because of AIE's side by his side. The owner of these gazes quickly closed his gaze back. About 7 or 8 minutes, Marks finally saw the appearance of the house in his memory, which was also a dark magic shop, perhaps because it is relatively remote and the land price is relatively cheap. It looks very large and spacious. Looking through the glass window, I can vaguely see many magic items on the shelves. Different from the dark and terrifying Bojin box store, Marks found out that they were mostly small things like bracelets, necklaces, cards, etc., which looked like ordinary things, but Marks understood most of these things through memory. Blessed the trigger-type evil curse. The whole shop is divided into upper and lower floors. The first floor is the place where magic items are sold. The second floor is the living area, and there is a basement where Isaiah makes or researches magic items. Marks hadn't done it before. How did you get in? You take a break. Il cook. Asa led Marks in and walked freely into the kitchen. After A.R. left, Marks was finally relieved when he had some time alone. He searched for memories and chatted with A.I. along the way with fear, which made him a little physically and mentally exhausted. Thinking of next, he will have to get along like this all summer vacation. Marks has a headache. The clanging sounds in the kitchen sounded like a back kitchen in a hotel, attracting Marks's attention. After Marks looked along the window, he found that Asa was standing in the middle of the kitchen gently waving his wand, and a turkey that had been cleansed without hair consciously jumped onto the chopping board. The knife hanging on one side floated slowly. When passing by, cut a steak on the table neatly into several large pieces, and then began to process the turkey, and the various jars filled with seasonings were not idle. Then, the cooking wine was poured straight down and the turkey was soaked in a basin. The steak was sprinkled with unknown seasoning and then sent to the magic oven. You are reading www.yuukanzu.com. Marks even saw that when the turkey was greased, the turkey actively turned its body over and raised its wings so that the brush could apply more oil to the underside of the wings, and it would be more fragrant when roasted. A little. Seeing this scene, Marks's expression was very strange. I searched through the memory and found out that it had been transformed into a magic kitchen by Isaiah. The cooking process is basically the same as making assembly line products. The things they made were all similar in appearance, and they were very fast. With Isaiah barely moving, a luxurious turkey meal was soon released. Marks wanted to say that the dishes made in this way are soulless. It's just that when Isaiah brought the plate to the table, Marks couldn't help but swallowed, because it seemed to be very fragrant. However, Marks is a little surprised how the dinner today is so rich. Even with the magic kitchen, Isaiah rarely buys so many ingredients on weekdays. This was originally for Christmas. Isaiah's dark purple eyes stared directly at him, his gaze a little bit resentful. Next semester, I will definitely be back next semester, Marks said stammeringly, because he did release Asia's pigeons on Halloween, and he didn't even send a letter back. Marks can imagine how Isaiah prepared everything alone, and then waited for him at the station. I didn't expect to keep even the ingredients. Wait, Halloween? That seems to be a few months ago, right? Marks, who was eating a turkey meal, was stunned. So how long has the turkey been kept? This chicken hasn't expired, right? Marks asked, turning his head to look at us. Chapter 93. Say it again. Which college are you in? Of course it hasn't expired. I had eaten Christmas a long time ago. This is the one to celebrate your coming home. Axia laughed. She originally felt that Marks had changed too much in the past year, and she always felt a little strange. But now I am familiar a lot, because the reaction is still the same. Interesting. Marks rolled his eyes, but he was so touched before. And next time he won't believe it again. There are not so many rules in the McClown family. The two chatted while eating, or it was just Isaiah alone asking Marks's current situation at school. Naturally, Marx also tried to pick up what he could say, which were all learning matters, focusing on his talent report, active learning, and keen to answer every question in class. The professors of all subjects loved him. The performance of learning is satisfactory. As for killing trolls on Halloween, fighting the Dark Lord at the end of the semester, and raising a fire dragon for a month, Marx didn't mention a word, lest Isaiah worried that he would drop out of school and stay at home in the future. Then where does he go to get grade points to improve his strength? Isaiah listened proudly, especially when I heard that Marx's final grades were all outstanding evaluations except for the history of magic. This is also what Marx deliberately did, so as not to make a fuss about Isaiah when he needs to cast a spell. But when Marx talked about the fact that Gryffindor won the Academy Cup through his own efforts, Ashia's face suddenly became weird, and the more I listened, the more I felt something was wrong. And she suddenly asked, "Are you not in Slytherin College?" "Of course. Didn't you send a letter to Professor Dumbledore?" "He didn't tell you that I was assigned to Gryffindor?" Marx looked at Isaiah strangely. He didn't mention this in his previous reply. He thought his mother should have known it a long time ago. "Gryffindor? You entered the arrogant Gryffindor Academy?" Ashia's tone gradually increased, and there was a thick anger on her delicate cheeks. Marx opened his mouth. "He thinks the Lion House is not that bad, right?" Before he could speak, Asa squeezed the glass in her hand angrily. The sharp glass pierced the palm of her hand, and orange juice mixed with a little blood on the table. "Where did your principal put you?" Aio asked every word. Marx doesn't understand the source of Axia's anger at all, because there is no content related to it in his memory. But he still speaks under pressure. The academy should belong to the branch cap. However, Asa didn't believe it. She felt that someone must have used her authority to force the Sorting Hat to change the decision, so she scolded Dumbledore in front of his child without hesitation, using almost all the greetings she knew. On the body of the old professor. "I should have sent you to Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," Aia concluded angrily. "Then why I am at Hogwarts now? Marx was trembling when I heard it. But I didn't understand it. So, after thinking about it, the reason Isaiah sent him here seems to be because the tuition at Hogwarts is cheaper." "Are you a real mother?" Marx was speechless. "However, I will complain about it." Marx knew in his heart that things would never be as simple as he thought. He remembered that in the yelling letter that Asa had sent him earlier, it seemed that Dumbledore was called something wrong, but he thought it was Asiatai who was angry at the time. Now it seems that there should be other reasons. "You have a bad relationship with Professor Dumbledore?" Marx asked cautiously. "Anyway, stay away from him at school." Asa had already cleared up her emotions, found a piece of gauze from the cabinet to deal with the wound, and said to Marx angrily. Marx nodded in agreement. He was always far away from Dumbledore in school. The Last Supper was in a hurry. After eating, Asa entered the basement and fiddled with her dark magic items, and then had to set up a defensive spell. The knockdown alley at night is not safe. Not to mention that it has not been peaceful recently. Marx returned to his small room. The whole room is simple and tidy, with only one bed, one desk, and one cupboard, but it is very clean and spotless. It seems that he should use the dust removal spell to clean up from time to time. 1 year has passed in my memory, and this place is still the same as when he left. After finishing the clothes in the luggage, Marx subconsciously pulled out his wand and prepared to continue practicing magic. Then he remembered that he couldn't cast spells now, and finally sighed helplessly. This kind of life is really unaccustomed, especially now that someone has just gotten rid of it. Marx desperately wants to improve his strength. I can only ask Isaiah if there is a solution tomorrow. As for now, Marx felt that he had better not feel bad, although he also wanted to ask exactly what contradiction his mother had with Dumbledore. Flipping through the book until midnight, Marx faintly felt the magic wave outside the window. When he moved to the window, he realized that something he couldn't see was slowly rising. MTLnovel.com. I couldn't see it with the naked eye, but it was Marx's keen sense of magic power can detect its existence. Is this a safeguard, or similar magic? Marx was thinking, and there were wolves howling in the distance, and Marx suddenly raised his head to find that a full moon was hanging high in the sky. Full moon. Werewolf transforms. Marx frowned. Although there were indeed some werewolves hiding in Knockdown Alley, this situation had rarely been encountered in his memory for a whole decade. After all, there are a lot of ruthless characters in Knockdown Alley. Those werewolves will consciously find a place to hide on the night of the full moon, instead of swaying the market like this. Woo! The long howl of the wolf gets closer, and Marx holds the wand in his sleeve in his hand. And in his heart is complaining about the rule that the little wizard cannot cast spells outside the school. Wait. It seems that the little wizard is allowed to cast a spell to fight back when his life is in danger. Marx hesitated and saw a tall black shadow rushing out of the alley under the moonlight. It was a half-wolf and half-human creature with brown-grey hair all over his body, long and narrow limbs, and his eyes were dark red. The big mouthful of teeth keeps breathing heavily. This was the first time Marx really saw a werewolf, and the other party didn't seem to be able to see it here, and didn't mean to stay too much. He quickly dashed into the other side and broke into one of the houses. Marx was just about to mourn for the residents inside, but he didn't expect that within a few seconds, this big werewolf was knocked out the same way and hit the red brick wall behind, wailing in pain. And he was overwhelmed. There are deep scars on the bones. Chapter 94. Another peaceful day in Turnover Alley. Hey. It's miserable, Marx muttered. Standing on a high place, he could see that a wizard in an old wizard robe came out of the ripped room cursingly. Judging from the shape of his mouth, he seemed to be complaining about his bad luck. After all, there are so many houses around. Why did you attack his house? The werewolf's recovery ability is really amazing. During the time he was knocked to the ground, the wounds on his body had already begun to heal. The wizard obviously saw this too. His expression became even more impatient. The magic wand in his hand began to spread black, and his mouth was chanting an unknown weird spell. The black air spread to form the appearance of a human face. His mouth opened and closed, and he rushed towards the werewolf on the ground with a piercing scream. At this moment, the red brick wall behind was knocked down by a huge force, and another taller werewolf with silver-white hair rushed into the battlefield and slammed the thinner werewolf aside. But the black gas corroded his arm. The silvery-white hair was corroded by the black gas and fell off. There were pits and pits on his arms. There was no sign of healing at all. The werewolf let out an angry roar, and then bit the thin werewolf and ran away. The wizard's face was gloomy as if it could drip out, but he didn't mean to chase. Instead he waved his wand and cast a repair spell to restore everything to the way it was before the battle. Even if there was such a big noise, the rest of Knockdown Alley was still quiet, and no one would come out to stop or check it for them. Turn-Down Alley is just another peaceful day. At least there won't be one or two more dead bodies on the street tomorrow. Marx, who watched the whole battle, looked very ugly. The strength of both sides in the battle exceeded his expectations. If he had been involved just now, it would be difficult to say whether he could escape unless he used academic points to experience the card mode. But his grade point is only 1000 points, which cannot be replenished. It is used once and once less. It seems that we must find a way as soon as possible to raise the level of the Hushian Guard to level 4. Marx urgently thought of it. And I am too lacking in the curse of high lethality. Ding. The first school year is over, the host is detected to return safely, the system is updating. While Marx was lying on the bed planning how to improve his strength during the summer vacation, the long-lost system prompt sounded at this moment. System update. Marx immediately got up from the bed and began to check the update items in his mind. But the system was still cold. There was no hint or even mention when the update was completed. The only thing that makes Marx feel a little safer is that when updating, the system's functions will not be closed because of this, which means that he can still consume academic points to improve combat effectiveness in critical moments. The next morning, Marx still followed the biological clock when I didn't fall asleep, relying on his memory. He brushed his teeth in the bathroom, and then Marx sat at the dining table, holding a knife and fork, and preparing to eat. However, after waiting for more than half an hour, I didn't see Isaiah. If Marks didn't know how to operate the magic kitchen at home, he would have done it himself. It wasn't until the time was near 9 o'clock that Aya in her nightgown yawned and walked out of the room. "You sit down first, I'll cook." After Isaiah finished speaking, she entered the kitchen and walked out with the plate in a few minutes. Breakfast is very simple, a few sandwiches, 2 bowls of porridge, but the taste is not bad. Only slightly worse than the house elves in HogWarts. Mom, what happened to those werewolves last night?" Marks yelled out a little stiffly, but fortunately, Isaiah didn't seem to notice the slight difference in the title. "Did you hear that too?" Isaiah squinted Marks for a moment, and tapped his head with a spoon. "Then go to bed early next time." Marks was quite speechless, and he had to sleep with such a loud wolf howling. Aya then explained aloud, "The group of werewolves suddenly came to Knockdown Alley more than 2 months ago. It is possible that they could not stay in other places and were driven over. It was just that they had been very low and did not cause any major trouble before, so no one wanted to deal with them. I just don't know why it was out of control yesterday." Aya said there was some doubt here, but didn't think too much. "Now that something happened, the group of werewolves are probably going to be unable to stay in that alley." Marks did not intend to continue to ask. After satisfying his curiosity, he quickly turned the topic to Trace Silk, and explained his plan to practice magic in the summer vacation. "This is easy. Give me your wand and I'll take care of it for you. It may take a week, or maybe a little longer." Asa was very satisfied with Marks' learning enthusiasm, and said, "Okay." Marks handed the wand up. Since Isaiah has a solution, it is naturally best. But after the wand left his hand, Marks felt empty and insecure. "What should I do in the next few days?" After thinking about it, Ixia put down the knife and fork and walked into the basement. When she came out again, she had a wooden box in her hand. "You can use this wand first these few days, try to see if it fits." Asa opened the box, took out the wand inside, and handed it to Marks. Marks curiously reached out and took it, trying to instill magic in it, and found that the process was very smooth. Mentalnovel.com. Under the wave, the sandwiches and porridge on the table floated. At the same time, Marks looked at the newly appeared information in the system bar. Magic item, magic wand hawthorn wood, dragon heartstring, 12 inches long. Magic, medium, fit, 89%. Description: this magic wand has been specially treated, and there are 7 ancient magic texts in the middle, which can conceal the fluctuations and traces of spell casting. This also has an 89% fit. How inappropriate my wand was before. Marks murmured silently in his heart. However, the explanation in the appendix still surprised Marks. He looked at the middle of the wand. There were a few weird characters there. When he used the levitation charm before, he noticed that the fluctuation of the spell was indeed much weaker than usual. "How's it going? Is it easy?" Aya asked. "It's easy." Marks nodded. "I knew it would be suitable." Asa was not surprised, and put away the empty box. "Did you make this magic wand, Mum?" Marks looked at the weird characters burned by the wand and asked curiously. He remembered that no other wands seemed to have such a thing. "Of course not. Making a magic wand is a very high-end technique. I just processed this magic wand." Asa shook her head. "P.S. Here are a few questions to explain, personal views, welcome to discuss and correct. First, the traces applied to the wand. So in the 2nd grade, it was clearly Dobby was casting the spell, but the Ministry of Magic thought it was Harry. Yes, as for Harry didn't use his magic wand to inflate his aunt and received the notification from the Ministry of Magic, it was because the aunt flying in the sky was seen by many people, which caused a great impact. Fudge and Harry also mentioned this when they met. Chapter 95. Look, I think it's right to cultivate and protect the gods. Marks was a little disappointed. He was still thinking whether he could learn the skills of making magic wands and make a magic wand by himself. It seemed that he was hopeless. But this is reasonable. If the production of wands is so easy, then Diagon Alley will not be the only one shop like Ollivander. By the way, Mom, how do you use your God-calling guard? Marx asked instead. Not bad. What's the matter? You plan to learn this in the summer vacation? Asa said in surprise, then frowned. Although the Hushan Guardian is a high-level spell, it doesn't have much effect under normal circumstances. I think you should learn something more basic. Basic spells? Do you mean these? Marx waved his magic wand again and again, and muttered a spell in his mouth. A sandwich on the table floated first, then was torn into several large pieces, and then quickly transformed into several flying birds in the air. The crisp bird song just sounded in the hall, and the next moment it was burned into coke by the raging fire. A scent of grilled meat came out. Due to the destruction of the deformed structure, the charred meat quickly turned into ashes and disappeared in the wind. Marx noticed this, so she shrugged and gave up the idea of showing a few more basic spells. Looking at Aya, look. I think it's the right time to practice and protect the gods. Aya stared at this scene blankly, even though Marx told her that she had good grades in school. Except for the history of magic, all subjects were evaluated as outstanding. As far as Isaiah is concerned, Marx is only in the first grade this year. No matter how good his grades are, how can his ability to cast spells be so strong? And Marx's performance just now greatly exceeded Asa's expectations. In just a few seconds, he used the levitating curse, splitting curse, transfiguration curse, and flame curse one after another. Without the slightest pause, we can see the solid foundation. The deformation of this hand alone is more powerful than some adult wizards in Knockdown Alley. Marx looked at Isaiah, who hadn't recovered for a long time, and wondered if he was acting too high profile. He knew that he should hide some strength. Marx was annoyed. The next second he felt his cheek pinched, and he let out a painful cry, only to realize that Asa was rubbing his face with both hands, and leaning forward to sniff the smell on his body. By the way, I asked a lot of questions. Then it was confirmed that he was not pretended by a certain wizard with compound decoction. What are you doing? Marx was kneaded and a little slurred. In the process, he was a little frightened, but he still tried to restore the surprise and dissatisfaction that he should have. Unexpectedly, I would have given birth to a genius. Aya put her hands on her chin, and her purple pupils stared straight at Marx. How she hadn't noticed before. No way, genius cannot be explained by common sense. Just like Harry Potter, the savior of the magical world, who defeated the Dark Lord when he was born. Marx vowed, deliberately mentioning Harry. Marx is also preparing a little test. After all, Ashia's dissatisfaction with Dumbledore makes him very concerned. I don't see how special you were when you were born. Asa squeezed Marx's hair with her hand's anger, and gave him a white look. And next time use other things to practice magic. Don't waste food. Marx nodded, but Isaiah did not overreact and he was a little relieved, and then asked in a low voice, "Then call the guard." "I'll wait until the meal is over." Isaiah put a sandwich into Marx's mouth and told him to shut up first. She hadn't recovered from the shock before. After eating breakfast in a hurry, Asa finally accepted the fact that her child is a super genius, and then she became extremely excited, and couldn't wait to see Marx's strength. Let's go to the practice room in the basement. If I am satisfied, I will consider teaching you. Marx reluctantly followed Isaiah all the way to the basement, and found that it was much larger than the 2 floors above. The overall area was divided into 3 areas: storage area, work area, and practice room. It seems that Aya has been building illegally in recent years. Asa entered the compartment of the practice room and changed into her nightgown. She put on her usual dark green wizard robe. She wore black gloves on her right hand. The silver silk on the gloves outlined strange lines, and a few rings were put on the fingers of the empty left hand. Okay, let's stop here. Asa walked to the right and stopped, turned to Marx, and motioned for him to take the first shot. Marx looked around at the empty space around, only some practice dummies, and a few wooden tables and chairs placed beside or in the corner. To be honest, Marx is still not used to wielding a magic wand in a face-to-face battle like this, especially when facing a wizard who is obviously better than him. How can he fight like this? Marx was depressed for a while until novel.com and Isaiah waited for a while, and became a little impatient, frowned, and wanted to speak. The moment I noticed the change in Ashia's mentality, Marx suddenly pulled out his wand. There is no so-called duel etiquette, and there is no prompt to start the battle. Except your weapons. A dazzling red light passed in the air. Axia suffocated what he wanted to say, smiling at the corner of her mouth, and tapped a magical barrier in the air with her magic wand to block the red light. When Aya saw Marx again, he had already blessed the iron armor curse on him. Immediately afterwards, the sound of bird song sounded in the practice room, but under the sweep of Marx's wand, dozens of small flying birds were in a blink of an eye under Marx's wand. Down, galloping towards Aya. Axia has never intended to take the initiative, she is only testing Marx's strength, so she slowly moved closer to Marx, and on the black silk glove of her right hand, the stream of magic flashed by. Not to see the curse, Aya just tapped his right hand, and a little spark flew out of the wand, and then the spark expanded into a wide purple flame barrier. The flying birds continued to hit it, and it was turned into ashes before it passed. At this moment, Isaiah suddenly thought about it, and tilted his head. A dazzling white light from the flame went straight through the wiping hair, hitting the dummy far behind him. It's no good that the intention to fight is so obvious. Axia smiled and pointed, but her face suddenly changed in the next moment. A gust of wind swept across behind him, and Aya lowered his head to dodge, then forcibly twisted the waist and turned his body, kicking the slender thigh and kicking the activated dummy behind him. Chapter 96 Magic items are also part of the wizard's power. You are a wizard, not a berserker. Marx was very weak when seeing this scene, but he knew that Aya was different from Chino, who was weak and inconvenient at the time. She would not stand in place and be beaten obediently. Sports warfare is normal, so the first thing to do is to limit her ability to move. The purple flame barrier in front of him lost control and slowly disappeared. When Asa stood still, more dummies had been activated. Marx shamelessly hid behind several dummies, using them as shields, and then controlled the other dummies to attack from the front, left, and right directions. Perhaps feeling that such an offensive force was too weak, Marx was about to block Ashia's early retreat, so he waved his wand and pointed at the square wooden tables behind Asa. The wooden table is flying here. Under the traction of magic, several wooden tables rolled and flew in the direction of Marx, while Aya was just in the middle. The size of the wooden table is not small, even the purple flame barrier before cannot easily burn it. Marx feels that even if Aya is undefeated, she should be in a panic, but Marx soon happens to happen that Aya laughs happily, and the laughter even makes him a little scared. Thunderbolt explodes. Aya's voice suddenly sounded in the practice room. The wand was pointed, and the orange flame ignited, crashing into the galloping wooden table. At the moment of contact, several wooden tables were blown into pieces with a bang, and then swallowed by flames. Sawdust and ashes drifted down from the sky, affecting the light of the magic lamp. The entire practice room was covered with gray, and a dark ghost fire rose in the middle. After seeing it clearly, Marx realized that it was not a ghost fire, but a small group of fierce fire! The activated dummy that rushed past was instantly burned to ashes. Marx swallowed hard, but fortunately, the fierce fire quickly dissipated. I don't know if it can't be maintained or if I'm just afraid of him being burned to death. The whirlwind swept away. The violent wind blew on the training ground, and the sawdust floating in the air was swept away. Ashia's face was smiling but not smiling. There were faint magic patterns flashing on the few rings on her left hand. Step by step towards Ewenia is followed by a dazzling magic light. The blue one is a coma spell. The purple one is a fear spell. The black-gray Marx has no impression, but if he is hit, there is absolutely no good result. Marx was struggling to construct a magic barrier in front of him, but the various spells came too quickly, and the magic barrier just constructed was torn to pieces in less than a second. The sundries and obstructions available around were almost smashed in the first few rounds. Now, besides him and Asa, there is only one piece of debris left in the lounge. The activated dummies around him suffered a few more times and fell to the ground. Marks even wondered if Isaiah didn't need to chant spells and cast spells at all. And how did he practice his inhuman hand speed? After resisting it for a while, Marks soon noticed the abnormality of Ashia's right-hand glove and the magical fluorescence flowing on the ring. "You are cheating," Marks almost yelled at him. But when he was distracted, he didn't check it for a while. He was hit by a black light. The reflective barrier built by the iron curse flashed past and the light bounced off before breaking and disappearing. West Asia shoots away. Asia did not see it. The black light was automatically extinguished before it approached, and at the same time, the badge on Isaiah's magic robe gradually dimmed, and a crack appeared. "Accept your weapon." Asa did not dare to give Marks the slightest chance. After breaking Marks' iron armor curse, the disarming curse followed. Lost the last protection, Marks subconsciously had to spend academic points to activate the experience card and use the shadow of the unicorn. But in the end he held it back. After all, this is not a real battle, and it is not worth the price. After hesitating, the wand in Marks's hand flew high and fell into Isaiah's hand. Isaiah reached out to take it, and then pointed his wand at Marks again. "Fuchsia, wait. I surrender." Marks raised his hands without hesitation, but it didn't work. The body quickly turned upside down under the action of magic, so that Marks's eyes could only be seen. Ashia's thighs. In a real battle, the enemy won't let you off because of surrender. Aya knelt down and tapped Marks's forehead with her magic wand. After a lesson, Asa waved his magic wand and put Marks down. "I have never seen any magic props in ordinary combat practice. You are cheating." Marks got up from the ground depressed. After fighting for so long, of course he could see that in the course of the battle, Asa relied on the blessing of a large number of magic items to achieve the same strength as before. Magic props are also part of the wizard's power. Asa spoke out a lesson, but her heart was dripping blood. Many of the magic items used before .mtlnovel.com are one-time magic items, which are difficult to repair after being destroyed. It takes a lot of energy to reproduce, and a lot of Jinjialong. I can only say that Marks's strength really exceeded her expectations. In order to preserve her majesty as a mother, she would not be disgraced in the battle, so she could only burn money. After Marks got up to return the wand, summing up the previous battle process, "I have to say that Isaiah's strength is amazing. Even at the beginning of passive defense, he can easily diffuse his attacks, and when he actively attacks later, he can only parry." Marks estimated that even if he used blood magic, he couldn't confirm that he could win, because Asa had obviously not exhausted all his strength just now, and many destructive magics could not be used in the battle. Thinking of this, Marks was somewhat disappointed, and Asa naturally saw this and said with a smile, "Why, you still want to beat me to be satisfied?" Marks shook his head frantically when he saw Asa's smiling face. He didn't want to experience the feeling of being hung in the air once. "Then can I learn to call the gods now?" Marks didn't forget the purpose of this battle, and hurriedly asked. Aya stretched out her hand to tidy up Marks's clothes that seemed a little messy after the battle, and then asked Marks to use the Hushan to protect her wands. She really thought about how to teach it. "Holy guard." Marks waved his wand, and the white mist gushed out from the top of the wand, gathering more and more around the two people, faintly hearing the unicorn neighing. A breath of tranquility and peace surged into the hearts of the two of them. Such a peculiar sight also surprised Isaiah a little bit. The normal call to the Guardian is not like this. Chapter 97. Don't believe me, after fighting this one, the family will go bankrupt. Forbidden book area. Marks briefly explained. Aya nodded, not asking more, but thinking about how to help him. She originally thought that Marks asked her to protect her because she didn't know how to condense her emotions and couldn't release the spell, But now it seems that the situation is obviously not the case. Mark's mastery of the Hushan Guardian is not low, all that is missing is the transformation of the Guardian God. And this is also the troublesome level of practicing calling the gods to guard. Some people may not be able to gather the Guardian Gods successfully after practicing for several months. But it is not that there is no way to learn quickly, as long as it can create enough external pressure stimulation. Well, I will find someone to prepare for you to practice calling the gods, but it will take 2 or 3 days, Asa said distressedly, because it means that she will have to spend a fortune again. I practice something to protect the gods. Is it a Dementor? Marx guessed, but soon felt that it was impossible. It was not so easy to get a Dementor. Most of those things are guards in Azkaban, and the rest are also seen in groups in places where death and disease are spreading. It is difficult to deal with, let alone catch one alive. The most likely one should be Boggart, which can transform what people fear most. The expression on Marx's face is a bit strange. Asa thinks that the thing he fears most is the Dementor, so he rushed to learn to protect him, right? Marx Jang wanted to ask, but Asa was secretive, and probably wouldn't tell herself directly. Forget it, Boggart is Boggart. Marx feels that after practicing occlumency, he may be able to forge a memory and make it look like a Dementor. It should be more or less useful, right? Next, Marx was not idle while waiting. After the wand was in his hand, he could freely cast spells, and then resumed the daily routine magic practice. In my free time, I was pestering Asa to learn how to make magic items. In the previous battle, Marx was very interested in the explosive combat power that Isaiah played with magic props. If he could make dozens of magic items and carry him, wouldn't it be invincible? However, Asa interrupted his fantasies mercilessly. I really want to do this. After a battle, the family will go bankrupt. Then you use magic props when you are practicing? Marx said weakly. But he saw AI secretly repairing the damaged badge in the studio after the battle was over. He saw AI's distressed look before, and estimated that it would take a lot of Jinjialong to repair. Marx opened his mouth and wanted to continue spitting out, but as Ashia's increasingly dangerous gaze, he still wisely chose to shut up. AI rummaged in the studio for a while, and finally turned out several thick books, and then threw them to him. Compared to the little jokes and nonsense between him and the Weasley brothers at school, Asa's teaching method is much more formal. There are a few thick books that he will read after reading. Detailed explanation of basic magic materials, on the conductivity of metal magic power, magic pattern arrangement tips you don't know. I still have to read books. Marx muttered to himself while looking at the pile of books on the table. But Marx didn't have any repulsive thoughts. When he was at Hogwarts, he himself liked to soak in the library. After throwing the book to Marx, Asa stayed in the basement to repair the magic items consumed before, except occasionally going out. And Marx was successfully promoted to be the agent of this dark magic shop, or the salesperson at the front desk. When he encountered something that couldn't be solved, I would let Isaiah deal with it. Every week he works, he has 2 Jinjialong as his salary, which is regarded as his pocket money. So in addition to practicing magic all day long, Marx just sat at the counter, flipping through books, and taking care of his black magic shop. For several days, Marx finished reading 2 books, but did not wait for any visitor to come. Marx is not surprised. Selling dark magic goods, sometimes it is normal not to visit customers for 10.5 months. Only 3 or 5 deals are needed in a month, and the gold Jialong earned is enough for them to survive. Of course, it is just enough to survive. If the business is really bad, they will have to live a hard life for a while. Jingle bell. On the door, the hanging doorbell moved without wind, and Marx put down the book in his hand. This is a little magic set by Isaiah at the door, which means that someone is coming in. Welcome to the magic shop. Is there anything you need? Marx asked politely. Little Marx, am not here to buy things. Outside the door, an unfamiliar middle-aged wizard walked in, looking about in his early 40s, with sparse brown hair neatly combed behind his head, wearing a large black grey wizard robe. You are reading www.uukanzu.com has two sleeves, one long and one short. It seems that some potion to increase fragrance has been temporarily sprayed on his body, but Marx is still able to smell the alcohol hidden under the fragrance. Seeing people, the memory in Marx's mind emerged, and he finally had a certain understanding of the middle-aged wizard in front of him. Doogt, former vice president of the Street Munger Hospital for Magical Injuries, is also his mother's most important friend in Knockdown Alley. And an ally. No one knows what his last name is. In Marx's memory, he is called Doogt, but Marx is a little confused. How could such a character be reduced to living in Knockdown Alley? What about your mother? Why are you here today? Doogt took a quick look around after entering the door. He didn't see anyone. Then he looked at Marx. His eyes were full of love, and he even stretched out his right hand to want stroking the top of Marx's head. Marx subconsciously hid, and after hiding, he was stunned. Why was he so proficient? Looking through the memory, Marx discovered that he had done this action many times before, and there was about a half chance of being able to dodge it. Doogt was not embarrassed if he failed to touch his head. He calmly retracted his hand, and Marx spoke at this moment. My mother is in the basement. She should be repairing magic items. Is there anything you want? I just came to see her. Doogt mumbled, and then walked inside. Marx was dubious, and then remembered the doubts before, and asked aloud, by the way, do you know any conflicts between my mother and Professor Dumbledore? Hearing Marx talking about Dumbledore, Douglas didn't look good, so he hesitated for a while before speaking. That's because 10. Chapter 98. What are you thinking about? Talking about Jin Jialong. Doogt. Before Doogt finished speaking, Isaiah walked out of the basement and interrupted aloud, with a trace of anger in his low tone. Okay. I understand. Those are things from the past. Doogt didn't want to mention these old events, because they always remind him of some angry things. Doogt talked halfway, leaving Marx confused. 10. What? While Marx was guessing silently in his heart, Asa threw a book over and hit him on the head. Read me well. Don't keep asking about irrelevant things. Asa gave him a dissatisfied look, and finally looked at Doogt. Did you get what I need? Of course, it's just that this thing is not easy to handle. You have to find a box that can trap it, and it took a lot of effort to send it here. Doogt grinned and continued to complain, but then the conversation changed, and he patted his chest to indicate that if he could help, this trouble would not be a big deal. Aya was not interested in listening to these nonsense, and threw the bag in her right hand over. Is this enough? Look at what you said. I'm just doing a little favor, not a deal. Doogt smiled flatteringly, and after receiving it, he changed hands and threw it on the counter, beckoning Marx to put it away. The bag is not big, and it is very light when it hits the wooden counter, but there is a sound of metal crashing against each other. Marx guessed that the internal space of the bag may have been expanded and its weight reduced. I looked in through the unfastened opening. There are glittering gold inside. There are many, all of them are Jin Jialong. The conversation between the two of them, Marx can also understand very clearly. The Jin Jialong that needs to spend this value. Doogt can only get a dementor. Thinking of this, Marx suddenly looked at this middle-aged man with admiration. A former deputy dean of the Street Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries had such skills. As for the bag thrown on the table by Doug, Marx didn't mean to touch it, because he understood the character of his mother, Aya, and was never willing to accept help from others. Doogt also understood this, and sighed, very helplessly persuading him. I received news a few days ago that the Ministry of Magic will be making a big move in the near future, and it is stepping up the investigation of dark magic items. Minister Fudge has made a lot of determination this time, and even the manor of the pure-blooded wizard family is searching within the range. Although the Ministry of Magic is unlikely to find Knockoff Alley, it will affect business anyway. Hearing this, Marx also remembered at this time, in the original book, Harry did have a large-scale search before he was in the 2nd grade. Even the Malfoy family was affected and had to find a way to dispose of the Horcrux notebook. It can be seen that the Ministry of Magic's investigation was not a simple trivia. Aia's face changed. If the Ministry of Magic really does this, then in the next few months, I am afraid that even a single big business will be gone. After all, those who really buy magic items are mostly rich people from purer blood families. It is not realistic to expect the poor ghosts of Knockdown Alley to consume them. Even so, Asu insisted. I will find a way to deal with this matter. You should put away the money first. Seeing Ishia's insistence, Doobt had no choice but to put the bag of Jinjialong into his pocket, and then left for lunch with a dead skinny face. This time, Asu did not refuse. But Marks was very helpless, because Doug always tried to get close to him, and seemed to want to start from him to get closer to Asa. Marks rummaged through his own memories, and found that Doobt had been like this before, and he had never concealed his affection for Asa. Of course, the relative Aia has never concealed that he has no interest in Doobt, but the other party is still happy. Until the afternoon, Marks was unable to get rid of the middle-aged man, because the Dementor who practiced calling the gods was placed in Dujat's house, and it was said that it was not easy to move. Doog directly suggested that if he was going to do something to the Dementor, he could go to his home, and it would be safer to have him under his care. Aia readily agreed, and then drove Marks and Doog out of the black magic shop. So, the Dementor is the little Marks you want? Doog's expression is very strange. He thought it was Azir who was involved in some dark magic experiments that needed the Dementor. I used it to learn to call the gods, or else. Marks shrugged. I knew you were going to use it, so I brought the box over. Doobt muttered to himself. Marks naturally saw Doogt's careful thoughts, and was speechless, and he didn't want to spend an afternoon with this old man. As soon as he went out, within a few minutes, .novel.com Doog took out a hip flask from his long sleeves and filled it up. The reason why he didn't drink it in front of Asa was that Doog didn't want to influence himself in the other side's mind. In front of Marks, he couldn't help it. Dujat's house is not far from here, only a small alley, but the location is relatively remote. There are almost no houses around, but some trees and weeds grow empty. The side of the house is still slanted and slanted. There was a dusty sign with a few words outlined on it. St. Mungo's Magic Hospital. Marks looked a little weird. If he remembers correctly, the hospital in the wizarding world seems to be called the St. Mungo Hospital for Magical Injuries, right? I dared to hang up the sign after deleting 2 words. This is also a ruthless person. Fortunately, no one came to trouble him all these years. When I reached the door, Marks realized that someone was waiting there. It was a wizard in his 30s. The wizard robe on his body was very shabby. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, and the left hand under his sleeves was faint. Braving the black air. Werewolf? Marks looked at him, and he quietly held the wand in his right hand. After only a few days, Marks did not forget the battle that night. One of the Silver Horde werewolves was hit by black magic in his left hand. The scruffy wizard didn't mean to do anything. Instead, he walked up to Doobt and pulled his sleeves apart, revealing the corroded pits and pits, with a weird appearance of his left hand. Is there any help? Said the wizard. Doobt drank, but that didn't affect his judgment at all. After looking at it for a while, he opened his 5 fingers and gestured. I can only last for 5 days. The wizard was silent for a while before speaking. I mean, there are a total of 500 Jinjialong, Doug said gruffly. Chapter 99. You don't want to think about who hasn't been handsome before. 500 Jinjialong. The shaggy wizard's eyebrows furrowed, anger flashed in his eyes. But he still said in a deep voice, I don't have that much, but I can work for you to pay. No, I don't need manpower here. Especially I don't need a werewolf. How much money do you have? I think about how you can cure it. Doogta was very impatient. After being exposed, the wizard's figure trembled, but there was no overreaction. He touched his tattered robe with his right hand and searched it. The search was very serious. In the end, he found only more than 50 Jinjialongs. There are some silver psych and copper nat. After thinking for a while, the wizard was ready to take back some more, but Duke took all Jinjialong with him. Yinksik and Tong Nath did not move, and mumbled, "Poor ghost werewolf." After that, the wand was pulled out to prepare for treatment. Duke was muttering something in his mouth. The wand was placed on the pitted left hand of the wizard, and then the thick black energy was gradually drawn out and poured into the grass on the right under the guidance of the wand in Duke's hand. The weeds that touched the black air withered, and Marx was secretly surprised to see what kind of black magic could cause such an effect. "Okay, let's go." The treatment lasted only more than a minute, and Duke stopped. The black hair on the wizard's left hand has faded a lot, but it has not been completely eliminated, and the ordinary trauma Duke has not taken care of it. This is the way to treat more than 50 Jinjialong. It's fine to cure it until you can't die. Anyway, the werewolf's recovery speed is very fast. The next time the full moon night, these injuries and residual black energy will naturally be eliminated. Has long been used to being treated this way. The werewolf wizard didn't react much but just turned and left dumbly. The fresh white juice can heal injuries, and the roots of wormwood ground into powder should have a certain effect on the injuries caused by black magic. Marx suddenly reminded after the werewolf wizard left. The werewolf wizard had a pause, then looked back at him with a slightly surprised look, then nodded, whispered as if to say something, turned and left. "I didn't expect you to know a little knowledge about potions," Duke asked unexpectedly. "It's not the first day that HogWarts has a potions class." Marx shrugged. "I was also at HogWarts back then, and I wouldn't teach these things in the first grade." Duke looked appreciative, and he reached out his hand and wanted to stroke Marx's hair, but this time he was still hidden. Past. "By the way, Dean Dujat, you don't want to see the werewolf?" Marx asked aloud. "There are no wizards to see them. Even in Knockdown Alley, few people are willing to recruit werewolves to work. They are just a group of troublesomes. They get out of control on the night of the full moon and are usually not very stable." Duke watched. He gave an explanation with a glance. "Isn't there a wolf poison potion?" Marx asked in a puzzled way. "Lemon potion? What is that?" Duke asked strangely. Marx suddenly shut up. He suddenly remembered that the wolf poison potion might not have been developed by Marcus and his uncle. No wonder the werewolves were so miserable. But even if it is developed, most werewolves may not be able to afford it. Duke looked at Marx suspiciously for a while, took out the key, opened the door of the mansion, and walked in. Marx followed Doug into this somewhat run-down mansion. Everything inside looks a little messy. There are a lot of empty wine bottles on the mahogany table in the hall. The floor is stained with some yellow, green and green stains, and the flying broomstick hanging on the wall is full of dust. I don't know how long it has not been used it. Although Marx knew that this was a workplace transformed from a part of the mansion, he never expected it to be like this. "Is this really a hospital? You just let the patient stay here?" Marx gave Duke a weird look. Duke patted his head. "It must have been too much alcohol yesterday. He originally planned to clean it up when he got up in the morning, but he forgot it for a while. Fortunately, it wasn't his eye that came with him. But when he usually stays alone, he obviously doesn't think it's too dirty. It's okay." Duke muttered to himself, while waving his wand. "Clean up." The magical ripples gradually spread to the surroundings. The crumbled empty wine bottles were automatically collected in the corners, the tables and chairs were moved to where they should be, and the dust was swept away in a short time. In just a few minutes, this mansion was cleaned up to live in. Only then did Marx notice that there were many big photos hanging on the walls around the mansion. Is a young and handsome wizard with thick brown hair, holding a trophy in his hand, or taking photos with others, with a hearty smile on his face. "Who is that? Your brother, or a child?" Marx stared left and right. "That's me." Duke glared at Marx. He couldn't recognize him. Marx carefully looked at Duke, especially the thinning hair and beer belly, comparing the young and handsome appearance in the photo. He really can't tell. But think about it, who was never handsome before? Dujat didn't let Marks stay in the hall. Mentalnovel.com but took him to a closed room. It was empty here. Only a big box was placed in the corner. Marks walked a few steps and found that the surface of the box was burned with a large number of unknown magic texts, and he had a big booth in the wand, and when he passed through the barriers, what you see on it is different. Other than that, it's hard to imagine that a terrifying Dementor can be trapped with just a large box. Marks pretended to accidentally touch it lightly. Magic item, save box. Magic, medium. Description: this is a special box that has the ability to isolate magic power after some ancient magic texts have been burned. Don't touch it. I bought this box from the Wizard Market with a 30% discount. The seal may not be tight. Doobt came forward and slapped his hand, and said solemnly, I don't know why Asa would agree with you to use a Dementor to practice calling the gods, but I want to remind you that this is a terrifying looking creature. Marks nodded. He knew when he was reading in his previous life, and of course he knew the danger of Dementors. How are you going to practice? Do you need me to demonstrate it? Doobt was not pouring wine into his mouth, looking at Marks with some worry. He would not be in danger of life by his side, but if I made a heart-wounding I will blame him. No need, just come on. Marks thought for a while, but refused. What he needs is pressure, the bigger the better. If something really happened anyway, Doobt would take care of it in time. P.S. I found a lot of information about the potion of wolf poison. The original book didn't seem to mention the specific time of the invention, only that it was invented recently, so it was set when Harry was in the 2nd grade. This book shall prevail. Chapter 100. Let go of this Dementor. It has worked hard enough. Well, you pay attention. Dujat put his wand on the lock, shattered it, and slammed the box open, and then retreated to the other corner with great strides, lest he become the Dementor's primary target. The next moment, the surroundings seemed to become dim, and the box containing the Dementors looked even more black holes. Cold. Dead silence. Marks feels his body has fallen into the ice cellar. What power is that to draw away the heat from his body? Then, a withered, crusted palm stretched out from the box, and a weird figure in a cloak floated out. It doesn't seem to have legs, it just floats in the air. The exposed body is rotten and the bones can be seen. Marks has seen the pitted arms of the werewolf, and also seen Chino's body after being burned by flames. But it is far from being compared with the Dementor. The Dementor looks like a mummy covered in rags, only an empty body. Marks tried hard to think of happy things in his heart, but couldn't remember at all. He just felt like he was back in the hospital bed. The devil named Pain was drawing his only vitality bit by bit. He was unable to resist and could only sit and watch his own death. Doug took a sip of wine. His wand was already in his hand, ready to intervene at any time. He felt that Marks might not be able to hold on. He only hoped that this would not leave any psychological shadows. The Dementor had already floated in front of Marks at this time, breathing out a cold breath, and then gradually peeled off an illusory thing with various colors from Marks's body, and sucked into the hollow space in the mouth. I don't know when, the Dementor's dry fingers have grabbed the brim of the hat, ready to open it. Dugat is about to make a move, but stops again, because a magic wand has been stretched into the Dementor's mouth. Call God to guard. Under the threat of death, Marks shouted loudly. In the dim and dead space, the color was restored, accompanied by a neighing sound. The dazzling light pierced the body of the Dementor, and then more light penetrated from its tattered cloak. The silent wailing sound shook the surrounding air, and the light body of the Dementor seemed to have received a heavy blow. The figure was a little illusory, and it flew out, and finally got into the box under the pressure of the white mist. The white mist was about to pour in, and the box was suddenly covered, but Doug had walked to the box for some time and started to clean up the mess. How do you feel? Is it okay? I don't have chocolate here, maybe you can drink a little wine? Doug asked concerned. No, I'm fine. The wine is fine. Marks shook his head. then glanced at the system panel. Hushin's Guardian was directly promoted to level 3. The pressure this time was not normal. It's worth noting that he deliberately didn't use a Clumency to resist the Dementor's ability to absorb happiness. Go ahead. Marx spent a few minutes adjusting his emotions and then continued. So fast. Don't take a break. Doug raised his eyebrows. Go on. Marx insisted. Dubtian opened the box, and the Dementor rushed out again. Its face was hidden in the cloak, but for some reason, Marx could feel the anger of the other party. Holy God! Faced with the Dementors again, Marx is already familiar with the road, and his fear has been reduced a lot. More importantly, the upgrade of skills has made him find happiness. The white mist reappeared, this time more than before, and even faintly condensed into the appearance of a patron saint. The white mist trapped the body of the Dementor and pressed it back into the box again. Ding! After practice, the proficiency of calling the gods and guards has been greatly improved. Marx looked at the prompts in the system bar and was very satisfied. Faced with the Dementors to practice calling the gods, the proficiency really increased quickly. In this case, you might be able to raise your level to level 4 in one afternoon. Thinking of this, Marx said excitedly. Carry on. Dubt's look is very strange. The Dementor's horrible ability to absorb pleasure and create pain. Even many adult wizards are reluctant to face them. I didn't expect that. Not only did Marx endure pressure, but on the contrary, he became more and more excited. Although he was a little puzzled, Dugt still did. Out of the box for the third time, the Dementor looked like a black rag, pressing on its flat body, and rushed towards Marx, but was entangled in the white mist and defeated by Marx. For the fourth time, the Dementor wanted to escape, but Dugt cast a call to the guard and pushed it back into the box again. The fifth time. The sixth time. Marx had a great time playing, and the level 3 guards were not enough to kill the Dementors. So you can safely practice boldly, and every time the proficiency increases will make him happier. Ding! After practice, the proficiency of calling the gods and guards has been greatly improved. Hushin Guardian rose to level 4, current proficiency 11,600, and 20 academic points awarded. After defeating the Dementor for the 11th time, the system prompt finally sounded in Marx's mind. The white mist floating around slowly condensed, and the long hiss of the unicorn was clearly visible in the basement. Dugt raised his brows. He had already noticed the difference between Marx Hushin's guards, but thought it was related to his ire, so he didn't inquire. I'm a little curious now, what exactly is Marx's patron saint? However, the Hushin guard who faintly condensed into a horse turned into a white mist again at the last moment. Doug shook his head and sighed. Marx didn't have any disappointed look on his face, because he did it deliberately this time. Although Dugt is one of the few people who can be trusted in his memory, they have only met Marx for less than a day. The shadow of the unicorn is his biggest trump card today. Of course, the fewer people who know, the better. Do you want to continue? Dugt asked. www.mentalnovel.com. Marx nodded. Since the Hushin Guardian is related to his blood magic, the higher the level, the better. And finally he has the opportunity. The Dementor is a sparring partner, of course, as long as you can practice. However, after Dugt opened the box for the 12th time, Marx, who was standing on the side, had not waited for the Dementor to attack for a long time. Just as Marx doubted whether the Dementor was killed by himself, a rotten arm stretched out, clutching the lid and closing the box with a bang. It thinks it's good to stay in the box, and doesn't want to come out. Marx stood in front of the box blankly, completely unexpected that the Dementor would react like this. Marx turned his head and looked at Dugt with a strange expression. Dugt was also confused, and said awkwardly, I think it may be tired today and needs a rest. Or we will come again tomorrow. Isn't it said that the Dementor is a dark, cruel, and confused creature? Marx said silently. That's right. But they still have an IQ and can understand commands. Otherwise the Ministry of Magic would not use Dementors to guard Azkaban. Dugt explained. P.S. Lupin had never drunk the wolf poison potion when he was in school. Every time he turned into a full moon, he would lose control and could only stay in the screaming hut. Moreover, as an important member of the Order of the Phoenix, Lupin participated in the resistance. Voldemort's hero, Dumbledore, would never allow him to be so poor if he had a way. So it is likely that the wolf poison potion was developed when Harry was in his 2nd grade, and Dumbledore received the news and dismissed his amnesia at the end of the semester. Lockhart immediately retrieved Lupin, who was wandering outside, and made him a professor of defense against the dark arts.